Another day, another round on the Swiss stage. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the proving ground that breeds champions into the limelight. Welcome to day 2 of Predator League Philippine qualifiers. I am your caster, Bluey, and today I am joined by the one and only Ramon. How are you doing this fine afternoon, my good man?
Oh, I had my coffee. I'm so ready, man. From yesterday's games, you already set the stage up for a very high-octane competition. We've seen one heck of a comeback from one of our collegiate teams, and hopefully, they can come up against one of the best teams right here in the Philippines right now.
I mean, I agree with you on that one. I mean, a lot of things were at stake yesterday. It really set the tone for everything. But right before we start and we head into day number 2, we're going to be talking about Predator Gaming being authorized to officiate the Predator League Philippine qualifiers and official tournament thanks to the Games and Amusement Board. And Predator Gaming is authorized to officiate Predator League Philippine qualifiers as an official tournament registered under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board in the Philippines. So thank you very much. So much talaga. Ang daming naitutulong dito ng GAB para sa mga tournaments dito sa Pilipinas at para tayo ay maka-enjoy ng broadcasted Valorant here to showcase our Philippine talent. Ayan, Ramon, excited ka na ba for today?
Very. I mean, kung makita mo lang yung schedule for today, no, parang very hyped up kasi yung storya dito is may mga laglagan na mangyayari dito. May mga teams na natalo na kahapon, kaya in the Swiss system, it's more unforgiving at this point. Kaya every round counts sa BO1 nila dito dahil kapag medyo napaparami yung pagkakamali, baka next year pa natin sila makikita, whereas yung mga nanalo kahapon, mas lalo sila mas-celebrate kasi may chance pa sila makapasok at mas madali pa ang mga transit nila sa papunta sa ating mga playoff games.
Absolutely. Elimination Day is today, but that is going to be in the latter part of today. But right now, we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket, as I'd like to call it, because we're going to be focusing on the people that actually won yesterday. But right now, we're going to be talking about the tournament format. For those of you that have not been here yesterday, we're just going to give you a quick rundown of the roadmap given here by my boy Ramon. Ramon, walk us through this roadmap for us.
All throughout no, parang naglalaban-laban yung mga teams throughout the open qualifiers to get to where we are right now in the group stage. And Predator League 26 is very different kasi Swiss format tayo dito wherein everybody has 2 lives ahead of them. Ngayon, nasa second day na tayo where BO1 ang labanan. Top 4 teams will advance to the semifinals as we'll be placed into a single elimination bracket dun sa semifinals in a best of 3 format on October 31. To play for the 2 spots we have para papunta sa ating grand finals. At dun pa lang, malalaman natin kung sino ang worthy na makapasok sa India of all things para makalaro sa Asia Pacific Predator League 2026.
At syempre, hindi lang tatapos doon mga kaibigan. It's not just about that slot in India, but it's also the prize pool of 500,000 pesos with the champion taking 200,000 pesos home, and second place taking 120,000 pesos home. Third and fourth winning 50,000, and fifth to eighth place, even if you get eliminated today, you're still going to be taking home 20,000 pesos. And that is a lot of incentive for these players to play their best, and I am just excited to see what they have in store for us for today's matches, since it is do or die for some of these teams, Ramon.
Totoo. And yun nga no, parang okay lang din na hindi ka nakaabot sa upper echelon ng mga brackets natin dahil may uuwi ka din naman pera at the end of the day. Kahit hindi sa top 8 lang natin. Pero for the Swiss format overall, it was round 1 where we saw the first run of games yesterday. Ang dami mga pangarap na nasira at sa susunod nating araw na ngayon, dito they're playing for their lives right now in the 0-1 bracket. Pero all eyes are on the 1-0 bracket that we have as well. Dahil dito ang mga teams na masasabi nating deserving of their slots dahil sa kung saan pakita sila ng difference in their style, pakita ng difference in terms of their mental, as well as yung pakita in difference in terms of the best in mechanics overall sa mismong liga natin.
But right now, let us focus on the task at hand, Ramon, as we are going to be looking at our matchups for today at 4 p.m. Upcoming right now, it's going to be the De La Salle Green Aces versus Oasis Gate. Next up is Sipto versus PH Rejects, Kadiliman versus Team Secret at 6 p.m. and Ember Phoenix All Fu going up against Dripcash PH as our last match of the day. So a lot of bangers on the ready, but first of all, we're going to be focusing on the task at hand, which is going to be De La Salle University versus Oasis Gaming, and I am very much excited to bring you this. Ramon, give us a rundown of what happened and why these teams have had their 1s and 0s for this matchup today.
Well, simply put no, parang maayos yung paglalagyan natin pag-usapan dito sa team na to kasi pareho silang may experience na playing in the Predator League scene. But one is kind of rising above compared to the other in terms of experience ka naman, no? Whereas it's a collegiate team nga naman for the LSU Green Aces, proving to the world and to the Philippines in particular na hindi lang sila isang pangkaraniwan na collegiate team lamang. They are the best at the top of their game sa mismong state nila in the local scene as well. Nawala na dito si Javi 8K, but ito yung mga anak na sinasabi natin ni Javi 8K, no? Literally just showing the legacy that he has already bestowed upon these young guns themselves, na masasabi natin ay mataas yung kailangan nilang aabutin ngayon para masabi nating makipagsabayan sa ating mga playoff contender teams natin in Predator League. Sobrang layo ng history para sa Predator League scene as a whole na syempre dapat kailangang abutin din ng mga young guns na to, which is why I believe the LSU just has a bunch of potential coming into this bracket right now. Whereas Oasis Gaming, they're an established name. Everybody knows their name, so medyo mahirap ata bigyan ng odds against this team in particular.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with you on that one. But right now, we're going to be moving into our Oasis Gaming versus DLSU. It's going to be very difficult. But what I want to highlight, though, is the most picked agents for our Predator League qualifiers. Ayan, it's still gonna be the same, you know. We're just gonna be keeping on running these comps as these are very crucial in how the game is played currently. I mean, to consider the fact that we have Oben for that great blind and also the repositions that you have there, and also Fade being, you know, one of the most dominant initiators, scat initiators alongside Sova. So that's gonna be one of the most used agents. But ikaw naman, Ramon, who do you want to see be the most picked agent, or who do you want to see be picked today that isn't in this lineup that we see on our screens right now?
I want to see a lot more Waylay. Simply put kasi, other than Yoru, Waylay actually has the potential to be a little bit more flexible compared to a bunch of all the other duelists. Think of it like a new generation of Jet nga naman No, no cover kasi wala siyang smoke, pero ang nagko-compensate para sa kung ano yung meron sa kanya is yung kanyang added mobility, pati na rin yung crowd control na wala na makikita mo sa kahit anong Jet, diba? Kasi dahil sa saturate, dahil sa hinder, mas napapadali yung mga executes niyo. And then if you think about the ult, it's kind of like a secondary breach ultimate, diba? Kasi parang it lets you take the sites very quickly. It also makes sure that you have security whenever you guys are actually coming into the site. So Waylay, definitely a pick that I'm watching out for in a lot of the teams that can be played up here.
Well, speaking of Waylay, we're gonna light the path here, showing our first team profile. Ladies and gentlemen, give your hands up for De La Salle University's Green Aces, as this is going to be their team profile. Ayan, napaka-akas naman ng kanilang mga posing dito, Ramon, no? Grabe.
Oo nga eh. At least, sa wakas, may picture na si Tomix,
Na-unlock
diba?
na si Tomix.
Kita. Ang gwapong-gwapa na si Tomix. Hindi na kailangan i-unlock yung profile na dito. And all smiles on the faces. They're all excited. They're all hungry for an opportunity to get back on the stage itself. We have the core of DLSU all the way from 2024's Predator League. Noong naglaro tayo sa Cebu, sila mismo yung nag-prove sa Pilipinas na kaya nilang makipagsabayan sa local scene natin ngayon. And now they're hungry to do it yet again with a new revamped roster, new roles coming into here compared to how they were last year. Tomix now, the new duelist, tapos si Fission naman yung ginawang IGL. So talagang, kung iisipin mo talaga, it's kind of like a renewed focus, pero same lang naman ang goal ng DLSU, which is to win.
And it's going to be tough. I mean, it's good that you mentioned the previous Predator League, because considering that they faced up against Oasis Gaming and they won that fight, and it was a bloodbath, I'm telling you right now, Ramon. So let's see for today if we're going to be able to see that same performance. But then again, you may have your doubts, but here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be showing you the second team of today, the team profile of none other than Oasis Gaming. This is going to be a rematch for the making. We saw them fight up last year. Let's see if they can cook up something this year against the DLSU Green Aces and get their ones back. Ayan, napaka-pogi naman talaga naman players natin, as Zeus, Tesseract, Zin, Slatom, and Marky are locked, loaded, and ready. And the vibes are just flowing. Ayan, nagkakawayan na po sila dito, mga kaibigan. Grabe na ba? Gusto ko yung vibes ng Oasis. Ever since yesterday, they were just playing their game. The pace was theirs, and it made it seem, they made it seem like it was like absolutely just a breeze, playing their opponents and just playing their game overall. What can you say about their gameplay yesterday, Ramon?
I mean, it's kind of like the type of Oasis that you can expect that when they're ahead, when they're confident, sila yung gumagawa mismo ng tempo para sa kanilang kalaban no? When you kind of expect them from being the type of team that wins the pistol and then straight off the pistol, you're kind of seeing creative strats like letting the Yoru try to work their magic around the map tapos sila na mismo yung gumagawa ng sarili nilang inserts para manipulate yung rotation ng kalaban nila, which is something that you don't see a lot of top late teams na meron tayo ngayon sa liga natin. So Oasis are on the run to be one of the more creative teams dito and possibly one of the favorites as well to win if they can do so, but the challenge for them is to prove that they can actually do it. It's been a while since we've seen Oasis be on top of the leaderboards as well, so kung gagawin nila ngayon papunta sa India, then that will be one heck of a case for them dito sa Pilipinas.
Absolutely, but syempre kailangan natin i-unleash ang peak gaming speed and power with Predator Helios Neo 16S, giving performance that doesn't compromise. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you.
Yep, pero wag natin kalimutan ng Helios 18 as well as you step up and stand out and be ready for anything with the Helios 18 as well. You can shop now at the Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, at ang Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you para makuha ang inyong Helios 18.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these laptops are going to be giving us the edge, and hopefully these players get them too, as we're going to be heading into this match very, very soon. But right now, I want to predict muna, Bossing Ramon, kung ano ba ang ating predictions for this matchup. Ikaw muna, paunahin kita, same as yesterday. Sige.
Alright. Okay, well, eto considering that they're the ones who made a dominant performance yesterday, and because they're also previous Predator League champions dating back to 2023 as well, it's very easy to put your stock on Oasis Gaming. So for me, it's the safe bet. I'm gonna put 1-0. Also, considering the fact that DLSU had to really find it and grind their teeth para lang makaabot dito sa ating 1-0.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. I feel like Oasis Gaming is gonna be taking this just because on the mere fact of the dominance that they had yesterday, and also there was a shaky performance from De La Salle University that we're not really used to seeing, and hopefully they're able to get those jitters out of the way. But at the end of the day, if you saw how dominant Oasis Gaming was against their opponent yesterday, it's really night and day. You can't really have any other bets. This is the safe option if you're going to be taking a prediction. I have Oasis Gaming winning this fight against the LSU.
Yeah. Well, syempre, hindi lang naman tayo yung pwede mag-predict dito no. So yung mga viewers out there, yung mga fans nga naman ng Oasis o kaya ng DLSU Green Aces, i-shoutout nyo na, i-comment nyo na kung sino sa tingin nyo yung mananalo para sa stream natin. Syempre, hindi lang naman to fun para sa aming mga casters, pati na rin sa inyo. Dapat sama-sama tayong interact ang mismong tournament natin kasi syempre tayo lang din naman yung nagkakasiyahan dito, just watching our favorite Valorant teams just have fun on the server itself. Yan no? Para out of the formalities, pero dito na tayo sa ating minigame matchup no? I'm just super excited kasi these are two fiery hot teams coming out of their 1-0s na medyo magkaiba yung masasabi nating approach na naging resulta nila kahapon. One was super dominant in their road game and the other literally had to fight tooth and nail para lang makaabot sa overtime win nila kahapon.
Are we gonna be seeing a dominant win once again, or will the comeback kids strike once more? It's something that we need to watch. Gusto ko lang din idagdag no, na kahapon kasi makikita natin Oasis Gaming, yes they were dominant, but at some points in it, makita natin they are going to be fighting against DLSU, something like a completely different team than what we saw yesterday when they were faced up against Kadiliman, no? Kasi it's tawag dito, parang they're more structured and they have what it takes. They have the strong mental to get them over those 6-0s that when the score lines, when the odds are stacked against them, they have that mentality. And if they're able to bring it up against a team that is as dominant as Oasis Gaming, they're gonna be in for a heck of a trouble against this squad. Because honestly, it's not even about having those star-studded rosters at this point going up against DLSU. This is a cohesive team going up against a cohesive team, and that is what we want to see here at Predator League. Especially dito sa 1-0 bracket natin.
Totoo. They're both on equal footing. They both have the resources. They both know what type of opponent they're coming up against as well. And kanina, sa ating pag-aaral sa mismo nating series, nagulat tayo kasi medyo may curveball pa nga yung DLSU. Coach Amix from Naos is providing his insights dito sa ating magiging matchup para sa DLSU as well. Nakikitulong na siya since if you remember, way back 2024, siya din naman yung tumulong sa DLSU para makaabot sa playoffs. doon sa Cebu as well. He literally flew over there, helped the boys get their gear para lang maayos din yung struktura at saka yung pundasyon ng mga game plan ng DLSU. So him being here is a familiar face. It's a familiar situation para dito kay Amix, helping out the young guns, helping them hit their stride pagdating dito sa server. And sakto-sakto din yung timing. Coach Amix kakauwi lang niya galing dito sa Bangkok. So fresh and hot just from the competition. Hopefully, gonna give some more insight into what he learned from Bangkok papunta dito sa Predator League.
Yeah, absolutely. But right now, we're going to be moving into our Agent Select, ladies and gentlemen. And the map is going to be Haven, as it is DLSU Green Aces picking the double duelist composition with Tomix and Sekre on the Neon and Yoru. And on the other end of the stick for the duelists, Oasis Gaming going to be using the Neon and the Waylay for Zeus and Marky. So not really a change of roles within the players, but a completely different approach on the duelists that are going to be used here for this map, Ramon.
Yep, and if you take a look at it as well from their previous engagement in the SCA split for Oasis Gaming, this is a change in their team composition. They usually will run the solo Neon on Zeus, letting him have all the trust in the world for the entry frags. But they now will put Marky on the Waylay as well. So, ito yung change nila. Hindi lang si Zeus yung lalapit. Mukhang si Marky with support from his crowd control, from his saturate, from his ultis, mas lalong magiging maayos yung entries niya, mas lalo ding masusuportahan yung frontline push ng Oasis Gaming. But on the front end, yung DLSU Green Aces, there are no slouches either when it comes to this Haven map alone. Even in Predator League 2025, even in yung campus rivals, Haven was one of their stronger maps. Haven was the map that they've been using para mas ma-overcome nila yung mga stronger opponents nila dahil dito din sila nakapag-make ng sarili ng pangalan sa mga games nila, especially noong Estudiante Esports as well. Dito din sila nagkakaroon ng mga maayos na games on the Haven map in particular.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that one, but then again, you have to consider what Oasis Gaming has been doing for this tournament. I mean, yes, Haven could be the best pick for the DLSU Green Aces, but there is a reason why they didn't ban this, is because they are confident about this map and they know exactly how to counteract plays that they have had set up here. I mean, yes, you have the disruptor that is the Neon, and yes, you have the info gatherer that is the Yoru, but if you think about it, Oasis Gaming has the utility to counteract a lot of their pushes. You have the Waylay's Saturate to go up against that Neon Relay Bolt. It's completely balanced here, and I'm just saying that Oasis Gaming might be able to bring this over the line because they have that sort of counterplay ready for this lineup that DLSU has for us today.
Yeah, and we'll find out if any sort of counterplay is going to happen as we're heading on into that Haven game as DLSU starting on the defensive side. Already some shenanigans on the mid side. Sekre and the duelists trying to huddle up against the mid-side player that is going to be Tesseract.
And there it is. Trench Warfare just feeling out, testing out the waters, as this isn't anything new for DLSU and Oasis. They have faced each other before, but this is a completely different DLSU squad. As for Oasis, however, they have made some changes in the roster, but it looks like it is going to be some contact here as Sekre already making his way and drops into a kill on Tesseract. That is first blood.
That's a shot found for Tesseract. That's also a rotation for Sekre. They're going to flash on in, find themselves the lurker.
But Slatom able to take out Tomix with his pants down, and now it is going to be equal for both sides. The defense looking a bit aggressive here as Don Romantico, Mr. Marky, takes down the smoker, and that takes off any sort of possible outcomes there as Banunu's able to get a ratty kill. Sekre with a trade, but Don Romantico and Zind make it a 1v2, and it's all up to the captain. A dash from Waylay. He's looking for a shot to connect, and Fission gets it down. This man's a demon on the sheriff, and it's all up to Zind. Spots the spike, and possibly makes a run for it here and towards CT. But Fission expects this.
Yeah,
there it is.
You can already rotate all around. He has 15 seconds to go on the A side, but Vision has no idea. He did see the Waylay, so if he spots out the spike, there's a possibility that he knows that he's going to rotate onto the A side. Now he does. A good read from him, but Zind has the line. He also has the time to rotate back onto any position that he wants.
That angle is going to be difficult, though, as he looks for a swing out. Fission gets tagged, but the recon bolt is too early, as Oasis Gaming steals the show, takes the kill, and puts a nail there as the first round is taken in Haven by Oasis Gaming.
That was pure confidence for the side of Oasis to rotate back in towards that A site, to the C site, excuse me. Just after they knew that B site was an open call for them, you saw the rotation from Marky. He was running with the spike. The objective confirmed from them. The problem was they had no idea where Fission was gonna be. He tracks them, gets the shot in, but just after the reset, he also had no idea where Zin was gonna be as well. So good thing he wasn't that far off from the spike. He was just rotating back onto the garage position, giving him the early chance to go for that A side take. Giving Oasis the first round on the board. Now with the 1 round advantage that they have, they can just slow the game down, put a lot more mind games into the set of DLSU. As with the lower guns that they have, they're required to play this at the close quarter combat.
Very safe is the moves that DLSU is looking to play. But right now, Fission is in a position to look for a kill against this Waylay in A site. But they're just jiggling each other as Tomix is holding Garage. No information gathered, but it is going to be a pullback as Sekre spots first blood once again.
They don't need to peek this. As Tesseract does have the Bulldog. It's a little too far off the mark for DLSU. They know that they have the Bulldogs, so there's no reason for them to peek these fights on C-Long. They only had Sheriffs in their hands. Sure, they have the 140 Dink, but it's not always a guarantee.
Tried to run up it, but Gelson gets a kill on Zind, and that is an equalizer found. When safety was thought to be taken by Oasis, it is going to be DLSU taking an equalizer there.
That's a shot from Don Romantico as well. That opens up the whole possibilities for DLSU with the rotation that they can get. But Oasis, all the numbers, they still have the rifles in their hands as the spike plants down on the B site, giving DLSU the open chance to breathe and retake this B site.
Absolutely, but right now, Gelson, Sheriff at hand. This is the bullet right at the last second, but Marky is too dangerous. A double dash on towards the site, and that is going to be Fission spotted as Slatham puts the crosshairs right on his head. Good damage being dealt by DLSU, but the round nonetheless taken by Oasis Gaming there.
A few fundamental mistakes from DLSU, but it was their eco round, so they were going to try anything. The peaks onto C-Long, they were walking into Bulldog crosshairs. And in return, while Oasis Gaming, they did lose a couple of guns. It's not enough to actually warrant any sort of force buys coming their way. They do have the amount of money that they can to inject into these Bulldog buys, these Vandals. I believe one of them didn't even buy in the second round of play as well, so it will be a good fundamental adjustment for the side of Oasis as DLSU now the ones on the buy. Sekre's pushing a little too far.
Expect this though, as it is going to be a triple up and down. Tomix and Sekre, the two young guns of DLSU, going up against a full squad. Spots the barrel, the spray down is good. Tomix is stuck, Saturate thrown out. Spots one, can he find more? He cannot. And a bloodbath in A main ends with Oasis Gaming on top, losing out Slatham. And that's going to be very difficult for them.
And they have the option to not even push in towards the A site. They fully know that there's 4 people coming out on A just because of the 2 players that they invested to try to fight up against this. DSU are in a bit of a rut. They are being starved of info because Oasis Gaming, they're a little bit flexible with their options this time around. They don't need to push in A long anymore. They don't even need to fight this Sova on this A short extremity. As long as they still have the map within their hands and a lot of time to boot, Oasis can still fight off their mark in the B site.
Right now, guns are going to be equal for both ends as the economy is equal here, but it looks like Gelson is able to pull out that paranoia, making it past, however, as Zeus going to get the recon bolt to tag Gelson. And there it is, safety play after safety play. Oasis Gaming not taking any chances as it is going to be put here as an angle for DLSU.
They have a lurk for Fission. The only thing they can hope for is he can kill the Sova.
The wall bang not going to be finding its mark. A recon bolt used up, but nothing found with it as Fission greeds the kill. Tesseract takes advantage of this, and now it's a 2v4. Banunu looking for a shot to connect, doesn't find one. His counterparts finds it and slides in for the kill as Gelson gets struck down by Zeus. 3-0, and the familiar face of round differentials are going to be shown here against DLSU. Can they muster up the strength to come back from this?
It's silky smooth for Zeus at the end of the day. But as the closer, you gotta talk about the fundamentals. That is Oasis Gaming just fully realizing that A-long control or A-long push, excuse me, was a possibility from them. They get the early fights, and just after the reset, they realize that their options were widened up just because of the map space given to them. Low buy for DLSU, possibility for a push for Gwelson.
Now looking for a swing. Gelson doesn't find his mark as Tesseract takes Zekra's head as well. Dashing in towards the site now, and that's a lot of space being taken. Eco buy for the side of DLSU, and this is looking like a clear-cut round as Tesseract is going to get that plant down.
It's an easy take from them at the end of the day, fully utilizing the strength of the Marquis plus Zeus combo, using the Waylay and Neon to full perfection with the movement. But still, DLSU are looking for damage. They don't have the guns, but they have to realize that the double peek is still possible.
Use that relay bolt, looking for it. The Slatham and Zeus take down Banuno and Tomix to secure a 4-0 against DLSU.
Go, go, go.
Beautiful execution of that round. I mean, given, yes, DLSU had that eco buy on their side, just textbook play after textbook play here for Oasis. Everything's been working out for them, and that's given them the flawless victory in that round. A timeout called by DLSU here.
And it's at a point where Oasis Gaming are not only just playing with confidence, but with the full trust of everybody on the team composition. It's been a long time since we've seen Marky use a duelist that is not a Yoru, but now him heralding the movement with just his Waylay and putting a lot more pressure on them, not just from Zeus's movement, but also from his, has been a vital sign for Oasis and how well they played their duelists together. The LSU are going to have to need more than just time. They need a bit of a game plan to disrupt this double push-up from both Don Romantico and Zeus. But it's easier said than done when you have two people flying onto you, somebody running up to the site. Maybe a perfect paranoia from Gwelson, maybe a well-placed shock dart from Fission, but it has to be in a combination of some other util, maybe from Banunu's Tripwire, maybe from a concuss from Tomix, but that's only if they're all playing together. But because the map space of Haven is forcing them to play separated, it's a little difficult to kind of formulate a game plan against Oasis, who really are at a frontline push at all times.
Absolutely. I mean, Oasis had a good read here. I wanna contest that statement that you made earlier in the few rounds. You know, they did have a lot of success in pushing a lot of space in mid against Oasis, but that's exactly why Oasis tried to put a lot of pressure in towards mid, but it looks like it is going to be easy pickings for them as they have the spike planted in less than a minute and 40 seconds.
Paranoia out as Tomix. He's looking for an opportunity to push. The problem is he doesn't know it's a crossbar or a possibility of one.
Ooh.
They're all separated from the pack. They also have a flank coming in. It will be Gwelson and Banunu getting the 2 kills. Slatham trying to keep the hope alive for Oasis Gaming.
Okay.
And they reset back on. Banunu with the entry and Tomix with a second. That will be Tesseract in a 1 versus 4. How can he do it without a shock dart and a dream? It is going to be a stick on DLSU as they finally pick up the round for themselves. DLSU, they need so many rounds to come back from this, but it's not going to be as hard from yesterday. At least they got the 1.
Absolutely. Timeout converted here in the first 5 rounds, and that's what we want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game against Oasis Gaming, folks, and it is going to be DLSU striking the first round in their belts as we head into round number 6, straight up from a timeout too. That's that Amix magic that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And now we're going to be seeing DLSU converting that into a round win.
Yeah. You have 3 people stacked up on A. You're kind of thinking that DLSU might try to do something aggressive, but they're leading up to a pack on the B site, so they're going to be aggressively taking the retake scenario. They have options to play the flank or possibly play for that Hunter's Fury.
But it is going to be Fission spotting 1. That is the guarantee. And Slatham is out of the picture. Spike still not down as the Hunter's Fury finds his mark in a very crucial agent for the side of Oasis Gaming. No retake.
They can't smoke off A-Link.
Yeah.
They can't smoke off A-Link. They can't smoke off C-Link. So this is going to be a battle of long-range gunfights for both sides of the team.
There it is. Shots are going to be connecting here as Zeus is able to take down his counterpart. Tomix is down as a shot to connect is in. The timing is found there by Fission, but it is going to be Zeus striking down with the lightning bolts in his hands. But now it is going to be a 3v2. Doubles it down. Romantico and Tesseract makes things possible. A shock dart from Fission, and now it is going to be a Hunter's Fury against him. The main reason why nagka-problema siya dito, it is going to be Tesseract to take things down. And they convert that round to their side. Although a bloodbath was found on the B side, DLSU fails to take another round under their belts, with Oasis Gaming taking it for themselves.
What was a curse in the beginning where they lost their controller by the skin of their teeth because of Fission's Hunter's Fury became an opportunity for Oasis to play up a little bit closely. Look at the amount of space that they have garnered from that B main position. They decided to play the post plant. They forced DLSU to play off of the walls that they were trying to protect themselves from. Hindi sila makapeek, hindi din sila makapag-hide. They had no smokes anymore. They were forced to play in the positions on the B main post plant. Just confirms Tesseract's position. Into a 5-1, he won that 1v1 Sova duel to grant Oasis another win in the gunfight.
And just like that, what once was thought as a momentum shift fanned out by Oasis Gaming and says, no, we are taking this game by its neck and not letting DLSU any breathing room. Right now, it's looking like a creep up on towards A as Zeus takes a first blood onto Fission. Tomix, however, still standing steadfast here in the sewers position, but it is going to be a call for Oasis Gaming.
They're all ignoring him. He doesn't have a Bucky, he has the overdrive. So that's the best weapon that he has for the job, but a look-in from Zed might actually cause some problems for Oasis.
Oh, but it is going to be a shot found by Zind as Tomix thought that he was safe, thought that he didn't know, or they didn't know rather. But it is going to be Zind rooting out the rat from the sewers, as it is going to be a 3v5. A difficult task here for the Aces to get it back in this position.
At least they have a front line. They also have two people flanking from behind as well. They know about this just because from Sekre, and he has to call upon the support from Banunu to get this into a double flank.
Oof. Tesseract, however, spots out a kill onto Banunu, knows that there are two people here, but Sekre able to trade, but once again, Zind and Don Romantico shuts the dreams down of our academic achievers as Oasis Gaming take another round, 6-1. Look at that. This is what I like about Oasis's gameplay, is that even if they try to take a site, they don't make assumptions. They check every possible outcome before they make a decision, or at least make it an 80% chance of victory in every round that they take.
Yeah, and that makes them the Dean Listers of fundamental Valorant so far. They know the objective, but they also take the time to clear out every nook and cranny that they have to think about. That would have been a problem in the long run, but Wilson, fully realizing that the mid push was also a possibility, kills off Zeus. Zindu with the 1-for-1, so this makes it an even duel. Another B-side push for Oasis Gaming to try to fend off the mark, but a good thing for DLSU, as they have the retake scenario.
Spots down two and makes an equalizer there. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen, a post-plant situation gonna be given out as Tomix is looking for a kill with the overdrive. Neural Theft gonna be used up, but Slatham is just too quick on the trigger. He's able to root him out from that window position. But now shots are gonna be connecting. Fission with a shock dart from way above as Banunu is able to take down Marky. And it's all up to Zind, looking to make things possible. Gets that audio cue, and there it is. Fission in the correct position to take down Zind and strike from above, as it is going to be 1-6, turning it into 2, with DLSU taking another round in the 8th round of this match.
Dude, Fission is just playing this to a T. I mean, the full awareness all the way from the flank, plus his opportunity to take the fight onto the B site as well. They fully realize that Oasis's game mark has always been that B site push, and a good call for everybody to hunker down on B, just layers down a bit more of that retake push. Kills off the two players on B main. A perfect shock dart as well. The awareness from Fission, the evolution from Fission just being somewhat of a flex player to now somebody who can just play all around and also lead the team by example, has been one heck of a push for this guy to actually be the shining force for DLSU right now.
I want to highlight also the way that Gelson were able to get those two crucial frags for the side of DLSU Green Aces. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of information already for the taking, as they have made a shock dart and the walls of neon invested here. That is going to be trench warfare once again.
Yeah, you're just going to wait it out. Another insert play in the making. They put Don Romantico, the guy that we kind of noted as the MVP from the last match of Oasis. Now all trust on him that means that he's going to be in a passive position. But if he pushes into this crossfire, it's a dead Waylay in the making. Open garage push, C-Long already controlled by the Yoru.
Pings.
So a lot of map space still given to the DLSU side. They're all controlling the mid side for Oasis though. So all the options are still available to them, but they need to kill off the garage player if they want to take the C-side push for them.
Maybe a gate crash from Sekre here if he wants to make it pass through that tripwire, but it looks like it is going to be a push on towards Garage, as it is going to be the decision made here by Oasis Gaming. Don Romantico, however, takes down Tomix as he finds the timing, and a rotation is called here to entry in towards the B side. Looks for a shot, but the slide is good, and both duelists are going to be able to catch these kills. Zeus takes down Fission, and Banuno is there for the trade, and now it is going to be a 2v3. Plant is going to be going down as Sekre is going to be coming in from C. Tesseract takes down Banuno, and Sind with the final blow. As for every question that DLSU puts up, Oasis aces the competition.
They do. So many of the flanks, the crossfires already accounted for by Oasis. They did it in the last round where they put Zind on the long flank. This time it was Marky. He was the one who entered on into the site of B. He took down the crossfire because he punishes Tomix on the peak onto the B cubby position. Dashes into the backside of things. Also takes down the other half of that crossfire to make it an even push on the B site. Also thanks to Zeus in his movement as well, makes it all the more difficult for them to clear. Now the LSUs are grasping on straws. 4 pistols in hand for them. Tomix on the Guardian. This triple push-up, we've seen this happen before. But to the same effect, nobody from Oasis is giving them an inch.
A little bit of an aggression being shown here on towards mid as Tomix is going to get caught out by that spy cam dart, and that is forcing Sekre to use up the gate crash. One more left, and he has to use this wisely if he wants to get any sort of value from the utility usage that he has been doing in this game. But right now, economy is on the side of Oasis. DLSU faltering here.
Look at that, the push on in from Marky. Everybody from DLSU is here. They don't have the gun, so they have to play as much time as possible.
As Slatham is able to get Banunu down from that sewers position, as we can already see Tesseract moving up towards CT. A lot of space being taken here. Confidence is just being shown as Fission can't find his shot with the Sheriff. And now, Sekre spots the competition, sees the angle, but looks like nobody is landing these shots. But the spike is now down on B site, as it is going to be Don Romantico winning that fight. And a flawless victory here being taken by Oasis, just leaving LaSalle everywhere around the map.
Just separating them from the pack. And you could also take a look at the team comp just to highlight that they're letting Marky play with the utility given to him. Though the high tide, or at least the walls given up by the Neon, plus a fake utility push as well onto the A site, just fully convincing DLSU that this was going to be an A site take from them. But he had one lurker from Oasis already lurking around the shadows of A link, calling the rotation, calling everybody while Marky's killing everyone on A site. It's just not only on the micro game that they're winning out, but on the macro, they're excelling with full colors. Sekre getting the shot on Zen, already taking down the lurker, means that Oasis Gaming will have to play with a man down.
But there it is. Quick turn of events as Sekre finally spotting and using that operator to their favor, as Fission spots in the angle, as Tesseract falls, finds his counterpart, finds his doppelganger. As a rotation is called here by Oasis Gaming, Fission is playing really, really close here. Are they going to be going in for this 3-2-1 peak? As he drops right at the right second, doesn't spot the kill as Don Romantico plays the audio cue well, and Fission doesn't expect 3 players from Oasis Gaming, as they've already made their way on towards A site. Perfect decision making, but a lot of utility being used by Oasis.
They took the correct decision. They don't need to push out at one at a time. They need every single player and all hands on deck to try to retake this A site.
But there it is. Zeus gonna get caught out, and it looks like it is gonna be convergent paths gonna be used. Perfect use of the dash, but Zeus strikes down once again, making sure the young guns don't get a chance. And a shot from Marky straight off from the shadows cancels it and brings the kill on towards Marky's hands like it's on a silver platter. Oasis Gaming unrelenting in this first half.
He was low on HP. He had a Vandal. He had the perfect adjustment on the move just off of the wall, striking down from above. A 3K for Zeus. He said the Young Guns can't have a chance in this match. Well, let's see how Young Gun can handle them. Each and every single one on the A side just shut down immediately by just one Neon. 2-9 for Oasis. 15-11 for the double duelist comp. That is a combined 26 kills for the spearheads of Oasis Gaming.
And there it is. Creep up on towards C Long, and it looks like it is going to be a recon bolt thrown out as well as a double dash by the Waylay. Now, a lot of space being taken here, and it is going to be a retake positioning going to be taken by LaSalle. What's up the Paranoia? Goes for a relay bolt, tries to get it in, but it looks like Don Romantico Slatum is going to be able to get the kills as the leaderboard runs red, ladies and gentlemen, with Zeus striking down and taking another flawless win, 10-2. And this is a sight for sore eyes here as Oasis Gaming takes the first half by storm. The test has been put up, and the De La Salle University Green Aces fail to achieve it.
Yeah, it's a difficult scenario for them. Oasis Gaming are fully realizing the win con of their stride. It's an outclass in terms of aim and in terms of what the team composition can actually put up for themselves. Don Romantico and Zeus, the spearheads of the squad. Every C-long fight controlled by them. Every count on the B site also. So many executes that Oasis Gaming rarely needed to adjust into. And despite DLSU and their potential to take the fight to them, it hasn't been a lot of rounds where they have been excelling with flying colors.
Wow, but that's Slatham going to be using the Paranoia to his favor, as it is going to be a bloodbath in Garage. DLSU gets put down in 6 feet under, courtesy of Slatham and Zeus. Ladies and gentlemen, a 4K found, and that is night for our young guns from De La Salle University. A pistol that was crucial for them slipped past their hands with the great timing on the Paranoia, courtesy of Oasis Gaming's very own Tesseract. Beautiful.
And if I was DLSU, I'd be thinking about the force buy right now. They have no choice but to make the most out of the round that has been given to them. Zeus and his resilience into pushing down onto Garage despite the blind, despite the amount of people watching his back. All thanks to the guidance of Slatham, he is able to take the life out of them. Making full use of the entry as DLSU. They're going to try to do it yet again.
Uh-oh. But it looks like there it is. The Paranoia going to be going down. Pero nagdadalawang isip dito si Don Romantico, and he pulls right back out. Already positioned here for Zind, however, as they don't check this angle. Fission gonna be suffering heavy damage, but Secre in a prime position to take down Marky and Slatham. And now Fission is gonna be able to get that plant. This force buy so far working on the side of DLSU, but now a spray down going into CT, a 3K secure, but Zeus shuts things down, and the game goes quiet. An outlaw at hand, up and down on the ready as DLSU keep themselves alive. 3-11. And Oasis falls when it matters the most. Could have put us in a match point position, but there it is. LaSalle finding any way they can to scrape on by and bring themselves to this position.
I told you they needed the force buy, and they made the most out of the round given to them. Yes, Stingers all across the board. Fission was the only guy with the Stinger to start with, and finally fully convinced that the C-long push was a possibility. They just needed to invest Tomics in the solo push on the Garage control. Everybody from Oasis just needed to adjust from that position alone. You saw that Zind was also in an uncomfortable spot just after that. And when they were able to find the anchor, that gives the opportunity for the side of DLSU as they now force their way into C yet again, fully getting themselves the post plant. But this is only because they have the better guns.
Absolutely. Completely flooded in towards the site. Banunu spots down Zeus, saves the lives of his teammates as it is going to be a bloodbath. Gonna be forcing the fight, and it's complete anarchy on the C site as DLSU take a round flawless to their side. Beautiful execution there by DLSU. A great read from the Cypher, and they take advantage of the low buy of Oasis Gaming as DLSU looking to come back from this really tall order of a deficit that Oasis Gaming has put up for them.
They've done this before. They did in yesterday's games. Up against the site. Up against their first drip cash game, if I remember correctly, but this is Oasis Gaming we're talking about. It's a different behemoth, a different beast of a team. They have to put up numbers just because of that. A long push from Tomics, and the smoke coming down as well just to prevent any sort of long angles being taken by Tesseract.
It's all Tesseract's
So many
side.
Oasis players on the side of the B side. And this is usually the type of setup that you can kind of expect from a solo Sova. You don't expect him to take the solo duel. You kind of just want him to be there just to call the rotation.
Absolutely, but right now, game goes quiet, and this might be something that DLSU doesn't want. If they pump the brakes, they're gonna end up overthinking this possibly. As 3 players of Oasis stand steadfast in holding B site, they know that this is where they usually land into. And Banunu is proving my theory right, but it might be a landing on towards C site.
They can. They have the option to do so. The Sova is going to be on the other side from the Cypher as well. So the only possibility that they have to break off the tripwire is if they can actually get the rotation. But yet again, this is DLSU trying to play the rotation mind games. They're making all the presence on the A site, but Tesseract gets Fission, the leader, on the board. But DLSU already had the site.
Tripwire destroyed.
And there it is. No cell of the flag found. And it looks like it is going to be dwindling numbers here for DLSU as Slatham takes an angle. Tomics tries to keep things alive.
Jeez.
But Zind is the hammer to put the nail in the coffin for match point. Zeus playing with his food. Sekne spots one. But he is going to be coming out and striking from above as Oasis Gaming is able to secure that final kill to bring us into match point, folks.
Yeah. Oasis Gaming were the authors of mind games in the rotation. They did it before in this Haven game. They took everybody and played them around like a fiddle. The LSU trying to play the same hand, but this is something that Oasis have fully recognized. So yeah, they put only 2 players to hold up that A push that the A short players were trying to do from the side of DLSU, but they didn't fully rotate. They still had Zind playing from that backside of C, and he's not far off from everybody trying to push down that C-long control from DLSU. So they still had an ample amount of defense, an ample amount of players to contest against the fake that DLSU were trying to do.
That was $1 million move, but a 5-cent finish from DLSU. I mean, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. They had a lot of information. They could have used the clone too to really sell that push. But then again, Oasis Gaming was already poised to take that kill off of Fission's head. And that's exactly what happened. And it became a rushed sort of play taken by DLSU, considering that as soon as they heard their IGL get his head blown off, ran straight into C site. And that's just crucial for Oasis to win that fight.
They need to get this round. If DLSU are gonna get this, it's a 5-12. They need to make sure that this A side push is gonna be absolute.
Zeus, however, able to spot out a kill on towards Tomix as he is going to be falling backwards. Now, DLSU taking a lot of damage there for Gelson, as it is still going to be a full force Oasis, and it's looking bright here for them, as this might be the round that takes them a win in this series.
It's a little bleak just after the push from Tomix. It was a full contest from Oasis at the end of the day, putting Marky and Zeus in the same spot on A long to fully drive up against the possible push on A. Zekray, he's teasing the possibility of B. He's not playing against a crossfire, only Marky playing on the close angle, all supported by Zeus on the back.
But already pushed up here, Slatham, jiggling this angle, and you might think that he's not doing anything for his team. He's giving a lot of information. He's keeping the focus on towards mid, on towards C long, and it looks like it is going to be closed off here as DLSU make their way to garage.
It's almost like no information is info at their best. As Oasis, they realize that A site is not going to be the call. DLSU have full garage control. They can push onto the C site. The trips from Zind is put in a way that he will punish any over-aggression from DLSU.
And that audio cue might be the killer here for Gelson, as a trap wire is going to get triggered. Tesseract takes down Sekne. Spray down's coming in, and it looks like Oasis only has one more hurdle to take down, and that is going to be Gelson. Ladies and gentlemen, the comeback kids are no more, and Oasis takes them to school. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the game that we have been waiting for, and Oasis Gaming takes it as the final blow to bring themselves to a 2-0 in this series.
They can't run away from something that they're not even given an opportunity to walk. As Oasis Gaming have fully schooled the kids of DLSU, just showing that they are still the top 1 team for a reason. They are coming here to reclaim the crown, reclaim the throne. They were former Premier League champions in their own right, so that puts them at a pedestal. And very much so, they have shown why they are worthy to be at the pedestal they are standing. So well played for Oasis Gaming, and we kind of saw a lot of that shine from that attacking round, where you saw a lot of the ways that they have been, manipulating the rotation, from the eyes of DLSU. So many times that they were played around like a fiddle. So many times that they were played around like a truck. Whenever there were the times that they are pushing on the A site, they were actually pushing on B. So many times that the start players were shooting the lurker, but the lurker was actually just a lurker for a reason. They already had a game plan in their hands. So many insurance policies, so many fail safes. If times are struck, whenever somebody actually pushes and gets a little bit too far, they always have a backup plan. So Oasis Gaming, they have their star players, and their star players have been shining for a reason.
Absolutely. I mean, in the way that DLSU played, this was completely different from yesterday. They weren't playing at their tempo, and the stars just sadly did not align for the Green Aces today. But right now, I want to focus on how Oasis Gaming played this, even though, yes, I did say that DLSU had Haven as their best map. Oasis Gaming, they are known to dominate in this map too, considering with the way that they played against DLSU Green Aces here. Pero titingnan natin, no, Oasis Gaming, ang galing nila sa pag-counteract at sa pag-timing ng kanilang mga retakes against DLSU. I mean, even though they have taken the site, there were a lot of times wherein Oasis Gaming still were able to come out on top. DLSU, however, their post plans were very messy, and by the time they already have taken over the site, it's a man disadvantage, which are easy pickings there for Oasis Gaming. And it was just a complete change of pace every round that DLSU had, that they may have seemed to already won. Oasis is there to shut things down and clutch up when it matters the most. As a team, no flashy plays from singular players. It was always as a team, Ramon.
Yeah, I mean, from the 82 games that they've been playing Haven, I mean, Oasis Gaming have simply mastered the playbook. Yeah, the meta can change, team compositions will sometimes change, but the bread and butter still stays the same for Oasis. They still are a team that knows the ins and outs, the fundamentals of how well you could play the Haven game. Sometimes some new smoke, sometimes some new places of utility can sometimes also take these players off guard, but it doesn't really change the fact that Oasis Gaming have already been playing this map for the longest time, that also because it hasn't been changed much, it really has. I'd say that the identity stays the same for this map in particular for this team, and it just made it so very easy for them to play the meta comp that they've been playing right now. It was a welcome surprise that Marky also played the Waylay. It supplied a lot of tools that this Oasis Gaming roster have been performing. They have another person that they can entry, but they can also use that person to also lurk as well. So really, they played with a lot of tools available to their resources, and they played it off in the fullest extent that they did against the LSU.
Absolutely. I mean, I want to mention, by the draft in and of itself, I mean, yes, Oasis Gaming didn't have that Yoru, but they didn't even need to have that information because of Tesseract's performance in that initiator. He was able to give so much information for them, as well as everyone across the board. Comms were just flowing and really putting DLSU on the visor of Oasis Gaming, knowing every exact move, which they didn't even need a Yoru ult to spot out where they really were. But right now, I want to also focus on how they were able to play this Waylay. Aggression was the key.
Just
but
push.
It was just a complete massacre every time they decided to flood the site. Yes, DLSU had those moments where they could live, where they could have those windows of openings against them, but at the end of the day, calculated risks are the name of the game when it comes to Oasis, and they played that game to a T.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that DLSU, they had a bright future. They had somewhat of a game plan moving into this. It's kind of difficult when even in the T side of things where they started, they already kind of got countered with aggressive pushes from the likes of somebody like Marky pushing on that window position, Oasis Gaming already trying to take that full map control on C-Long when so many people from DLSU were just huddled up on the mid side. It's just so many things that already been in place just to counter DLSU before they even thought about the strat. It's almost like the counter strat was already in place before the strat itself was about to take shape as well. This is experience as one, but it's also a pure fundamental skill difference so far from Oasis that I believe you can only get from the amount of time that you play this map in particular. This is a map that they always play up against the top teams. This is a map that they love to practice scrim with for the longest time as well, so it becomes a very deadly weapon for a lot of teams that don't know how strong Oasis Gaming is on this map. So I think this stream in particular, at least this game in particular in the BO1s, is going to be something that a lot of teams have to study if they want to see pure Haven fundamentals as a whole.
Absolutely. And I want to talk about these highlights. I mean, yes, everyone was aiming perfectly, but then again, we have to give props to Don Romantico and the use of his martial and scoping down skills, as he has been able to really close out a lot of duels with this, even with nothing. And I also want to commend DLSU with their performance on these gunfights, as they were able to do a lot with nothing. I mean, look at this force spy from them. Tekre able to secure 3. Gelson there to clean things up. But at the end of the day, folks, 2 pistols were given to the side of Oasis Gaming. Crucial rounds that could have been the game changer for DLSU Green Aces. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we were brought to paradise, as Oasis Gaming is going to be taking that victory against DLSU. A convincing win at that. Not even half of the score was given to DLSU, as Oasis Gaming take it. Grabe yung fight na to, Ramon.
Sobrang grabe talaga. I mean, it's unfortunate to see this being the DLSU that we are not used to be seeing, right? I mean, it could be a bad day. It could be that Oasis Gaming really put their best foot forward in this matchup in particular, but I think it was just another step up for Oasis Gaming at the end of the day. Marquee with 270, 250 for the side of Zeus. I mean, come on. This duo of Marquee and Zeus has been a formula that has been perfected by Oasis ever since the addition of Zeus in this roster. They needed somewhat of a young kid to actually be the next generation of the next Valorant talent here in the Philippines. And then if you couple that up with one of the veterans that we have, that is Marquee, then that makes it a lot more of a comfortable spot for Zeus to shine on a roster like Oasis.
And it looks like there isn't going to be a change, ladies and gentlemen, as Marquee leads the charge once again as the match MVP. This guy's been on a heater, and this may be a statement game for all the rest of the teams in Predator League qualifiers, that Marquee and the rest of the Oasis squad aren't to be messed with. Grabe yung performance na ito ni Marquee. Napakagaling naman talaga.
And the best part about Marquee is that he's not just done, he's also a very flexible player. You see him on the duelist role right now, but he's a flexible guy. You can see him on this Waylay. Sometimes he will be playing that Yoru, sometimes he'll be playing that Breach. We don't know what he'll be doing next at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, having someone like that in your team, having a flexible position from one of your players is always a plus, especially if a person of that caliber is named Marquee. Talaga napakagaling naman talaga. Pero yun na nga, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Oasis Gaming, as they were able to conquer the curve, and you can too by buying the Predator X34's Infinity widescreen, having it as your new battleground. Dive into the abyss, wreak havoc, and claim victory. Get the competitive edge available at Acer Predator Concept Stores, authorized resellers, and the Acer online store.
Yep, and if you want to master the game just like Marquee, our MVP from this previous game, then look no further than the X39. It has an expansive display, and with it, every war is epic, every frame is harmony and hurts. Plunge into the abyss, unleash your destructive power, and reshape reality. Get your X39 right now at the Acer Predator Concept Stores, authorized resellers, as well as the Acer online store today.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed that game. A banger of the show match. GG's from Oasis Gaming. But DLSU, maybe your time is for a different one, as me and Ramon are going to be taking a short break before we head into match number 2. We'll see you guys in a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with some more Valorant action only here at Predator League Philippine Qualifiers. Ayan, once again, my name is Bluey and I'm joined here by Ramon. And let's talk about what just happened from that previous match. Ramon, give us a quick rundown for those who have just started watching the stream right now.
Well, it's very easy to just summarize the whole thing. Oasis, very good on Haven. It was a pickup from the BO1. It was just something that kind of was dominating from the get-go just because of the double duelist comp they put up. Morky taking advantage of the whole game. They just rained terror on the rotations, which just made a living nightmare for the side of the LSU as well. So that's just it, man. That was just one heck of a slobber knocker for the side of the LSU.
Yeah, rampaging through the competition again. Nothing less expected from a squad like Team Oasis Gaming. I mean, with the plays that they had set up for this squad, DLSU playing them on their best map, saying that Oasis Gaming is better in every sort of contingency that they put up against them. Just honestly, it wasn't even a counterplay at this point. I feel like DLSU, yes, they have had a lot of things prepared, but with the sheer experience that Oasis Gaming had from that game, it was very difficult to, have DLSU win over those things, because if you think about it, Oasis Gaming has already gotten a lot of experience and they already know all the tricks that they have put up, especially with the comp that DLSU ran, as it was pretty meta, and that's really easy to just counteract, especially with the experience that Oasis Gaming had.
Yeah. Now they have both different results. Now this puts Oasis Gaming in the 2-0 spot. Now they're just going to need one more game, I believe, to qualify back into the playoffs as well. And that also puts the loser of this in that 1-1 bracket, which now puts them at their tournament life. They lose the next game, it will be the end of their tournament run. And I hope that the LSU are able to bounce back from this. Good thing that they have the guidance of Coach Amix back on the roster. Now they also can use the game against Oasis to learn all the mistakes that they can have, hopefully setting up for what could be part 2 of this game against Oasis Gaming later on in the tournament.
Yeah, it was very much a big help. I mean, seeing as though Amix were calling those timeouts and De La Salle University were able to convert them really well, at the end of the day, the adaptability and the experience that Oasis Gaming had put that seal in the coffin and made sure that La Salle goes down to that 1-1 slot, and they take that 2-0 spot waiting for their next opponent. But right now, let's talk about the task at hand, Ramon. We're going to be seeing PH Rejects going up against Sipto, our second winners bracket match for today. What can you say about the two teams that we are going to be seeing for this upcoming match?
Well, of course, Yepto coming hot on their heels based off of the performance that they have put up against Team Secret. It was a bit of a surprise to see Team Secret put up the wildcard roster that they have put up for themselves. And I believe they're also going to have a bit of a change up later on, but that's for their game later. For Zipto, it was just back to business for them at the end of the day. Riza putting up so many high-impact post-plant rounds, winning out the clutch 1v2s just to get them over the finish line. But that's also thanks to the double front line that they have, the Mosquito comp that they have put up for themselves, where they have all the trust in the world for the double duelist comp to shine thanks to that. And not to mention, they have the top 1 PH player here in the Predator League as well. We have Hot Sauce being a very experienced player in his own right, giving all the guidance in the world for this team. Rounds it up very nicely for a good mix of a Filipino core plus Fixie and Riza, the imports that they have to be integrated pretty well into this roster. It's like a pretty good flavor for Sipto Esports at the end of the day.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. But let me talk about the other end of this match. It is going to be PH Rejects. And the way that they played their game yesterday was really convincing that they are a team to fight against. Considering how they were playing, it was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, if you only saw, Ramon, what they were pulling off, I mean, Toge and Wild Oreo, they were just the players that were really solidifying this roster. But that wasn't the hero of that match. It was none other than the steadfast Sentinel, the experienced player that they have on that team. And it was Nexi who took that match MVP for that game. And honestly, PH Rejects, although that they were built for this fight, it is going to be them coming out on top from that match. And let's see what they have in store for us as we move into our first team profile, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the Rejects, and they are locked, loaded, and ready. Dito pa lang mga kaibigan, we're going to be seeing their lineup. It is going to be Tuget, Georgie, Skylar Von, Nexi, and Wild Oreo, with Nexi right in the smack dab middle as their match MVP from that last match.
It's pretty appropriate to see him, Parang it's been a long time since we've seen Nexi on the spotlight. Here he is yet again, proving once more that it's almost like he never lost. He was never lost in the limelight as well, right?
Yeah.
Just coming back after a long break, being teamless for a while, not playing up with his friends, not playing up against the top teams here in the Philippines, smacking through the qualifiers with this sort of team that just in one day just put together a roster like this, and you kind of almost have the scariest roster coming into this with the lowest of expectations, just because they don't have a backing, they don't have an org with them. They all are playing for the vibes, and all because they also have the experience playing in Predator League. They know the system very well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Toge and Wild Oreo, yes, they are the sort of the pillars for this team and the well-known ones, but then again, we have a lot of talent from PH Rejects coming in there from Nexi, Skylar Vaughn, and obviously we cannot forget about Sipto Esports. No, they are going to be competing against this. They have a solid roster here, and we're about to show you guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second team profile that we have for today. Team Sipto, as they are locked, loaded, and ready for this fight against the Rejects, Ramon.
Absolutely. Fixie, Riza, Ja, Hot Sauce, Emma, and the Filipino core. And well, especially the imports that they've had just to round up the Zipto Esports roster that I'd say is going to be one heck of a firefight for anybody who is coming up against them. This is the second half of what I would say would be the tournament favorites, simply put, with how clean they have been in their run in challengers with their previous play as well in the local tournaments that they've put up for themselves. So with the win that they got on day one, they feel very good about how they progressed into Predator League. But now they face up against a different opponent compared to the last one, Team Secret, a very established organization in day one. But it was a wildcard roster to begin with. Now it's PH Rejects playing with the least amount of expectations, playing without a backing, without all the pressure in the world. So this is literally a band of talent that I'd say has a lot of mechanical prowess, and might I'd say as well a little bit more polished compared to their previous opponents in the Team Secret roster.
I mean, I wanna make a point here that a lot of the teams so far coming into this tournament, even during the qualifiers, you were able to see that they were all just, a bunch of like star-studded players really being put into one team, but PH Rejects make it look like they are a really cohesive team and they have something to perform. But speaking of performance, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be unleashing peak gaming speed and power with Predator Helios Neo 16S AI, giving that performance that never compromises. Shop now at Acer Predator online shop, Acer Predator Shopee, Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you. Ayan.
Yan. At ito na naman ang Helios 18 as well. Step up, stand out, and be ready for anything with the Helios 18. You can get this good-ass laptop at the Acer Predator online shop, Acer Predator Shopee, as well as the Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you. That is it for the Helios 18 as well as the Helios Neo 16 SAI. A big shout out to Predator for fully investing in the Predator League scene for the years to come.
Beautiful use of the monitors there, and hopefully the use of the monitors for both of these teams are going to be the same way as the performance of those laptops, as we're going to be heading into this match. But right before we do that, I just want to highlight ang ating predictions natin, Ramon. I feel like we agreed before the broadcast started kung sino ba mananalo dito. So ikaw lang muna yung paunahin ko. Sino ang mananalo dito? PH Rejects or Sipto Esports?
Well, unahin ko na Sipto for me, just to win this out. It kind of feels like a well-oiled machine for them so far. Despite PH Rejects under dominance sa kanilang BO1 kahapon, it is up against an old foot team that is still finding their form. So medyo may kakaiba sa magiging kalaban nila, where they were adjusting to the two subs that they have nga naman. They didn't have their full old full roster that won the championship from Campus Rivals. And now they're facing up a Sipto roster that has been grinding for months, practicing for months. Kaya feeling ko it will be Sipto to take it 1-0 against PH Rejects.
Ay, mukhang hindi tayo mag-aaway dito ngayon, Ramon, kasi yun din ang aking sagot. Sipto Esports is gonna be taking this map, but for the reason nga na PH Rejects might have the momentum on their side from that win yesterday, but then again, you were facing up against a team that was fresh. Now you're facing up against a Sipto Sipto team that has been known to play with each other for months on end. They know the strats, they know how to trust each other, and that's something that PH Rejects doesn't have or hasn't have seen yet during this tournament, and that's exactly why this match is gonna be exhilarating, ladies and gentlemen, and we're here for it, Ramon. Pero yun nga, it's gonna be very difficult to really see kung sino ba talaga mananalo. I mean, PH Rejects, they do have that firepower within them individually, and they showed that they can play as a team, considering that they were able to beat All-Fu Ember Phoenix. Yes, albeit they are a new roster, they are fresh, you can say that they were still playing really well, but PH Rejects still stomped on them and still were able to come out on top with that win.
It comes with the context as well, no? Hindi lang kasi sila random na teenagers lang na naglalaro dito. They are players na naglalaro na sa VCT before. Oo, yung iba sa kanila nagkakahiwalay-hiwalay na, yung isa pumunta ng Korea, yung iba nagpunta sa iba't ibang mga teams. Yung isa nga hindi nakapaglaro for the longest time no, in Nexi. Pero they banded together, they decided to play in Predator League just to show that everybody na kaya pa rin namin kahit wala silang resources, wala pa rin silang org, dahil gusto lang nilang maglaro ng Valorant at the end of the day. Masaya kasi yung tournament environment At yun yung parang kine-crave ngayon, not only ng PH Rejects pero pati na rin ng lahat ng mga pro players as a whole, no? So parang panawagan na din to sa lahat ng mga tournament organizers natin dito na sana mas maparami ang mga Valorant terms dito sa Pilipinas, no? So thank you so much to Predator League para magkaroon kami ng opportunity for this. Pero yun nga no, PH Rejects just have the talent individually, but can this keep gelling for the days to come? Kasi malay mo, good day lang yung kahapon.
Absolutely. I mean, expectations are high for Sipto as they are the favorites to win this, but then again, PH Rejects, they have nothing to lose. So this is completely night and day for both of these teams. One team is having fun, the other is proving themselves worthy of that 2-0 slot to go up against Oasis. Pero titignan na nga natin mga kaibigan kung kayang-kaya ba ng both teams yung makaraos dito sa match natin. Because honestly, even though we did say that Sipto is winning this, PH Rejects have, if anyone else in this tournament had a chance against Sipto, it would be them. With the way that they've been playing, with the aggression that they have, honestly, with all the players playing at their T, hopefully they're able to bring over that energy, bring over that sort of momentum that they had from that game against All-Fu Ember Phoenix. Considering that All-Fu Ember Phoenix, they had star-studded players too with Kevzi in the roster. Like you said, Ramon, he was a three years in Predator League. Three-time champion rather in Predator League. So ano masasabi mo dun? Like, is it really a lopsided win? Was it like a team differential? Or let's talk about PH Rejects' game yesterday against All-Fu Ember Phoenix.
Well, honestly, they were just getting outclassed by aim, by the sheer amount of tempo that also was forced onto them, and they also were just walking into Nexi site. There's nowhere else to go about it. Like, if you're playing up against a Sentinel that is more or less one of the best chambers before, who now is implementing that playstyle in his Cypher, who has been nerfed in this patch, then you have 4 aggressive players. You literally have a lot to back on upon you when your front line is just that big of a spearhead. Nexi has been that spearhead that they needed, and that's somebody that you don't normally expect to be when you look at the lineup. I mean, Jorty was a duelist player, and they also have their own duelist player in their own right. Skylar Vaughn can actually do this as well, but if everybody's aggressive, if everybody's coming up online, then it's a difficult task. Despite the talent that All-Fu Ember Phoenix have in their arsenal, they have very talented players like Shintaro, like Aeonix, for example, who also put up a good fight in that Haven game. But if they can't consistently do that against this PH Rejects roster, then it might be the same story time and time again in their next coming games, especially now that they're down in the 0-1 line. So hopefully we find a bounce back for All-Fu, but that's just really the bread and butter of what happened yesterday against this team of PH Rejects.
And I want to talk about Sipto's game yesterday because it was an absolute banger too. I mean, the first game right off the bat, Team Sipto, a really cohesive team going up against a fresh roster from Team Secret, no? Their performance was absolutely stellar against them. I mean, to think that you have big names like Sylvan, experienced players like Jesse, Vash, and Envy in that squad with Prodigy being on the helm of the duelist, it's no team to beat that easily. But then again, they made it seem so clean. And although Sylvan was putting up a fight alongside Prodigy, alongside Jesse, Vash, and Envy, it was just an absolute massacre at the end of the day, and you can't really do anything against it. I mean, Sipto, with that experience as a team, with the trust that they have in each other, that's something that you can't really give out to just any team that's in this competition. And that's what's giving them the edge over it. But speaking of the edge, let's see if they're able to get those agent selects to favor them in this coming match. I'm so excited to see what we're going to be seeing here for this map. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing PH Rejects against Sipto Esports on Split. It is going to be Tuge on the Omen, Georgie on the Reyna, Nexi on the Chamber, Skyler Vaughn on the Neon, and Wild Oreo on Sky. Dito naman sa Sipto, pakitaan mo naman kami, Ramon. Ano ba mga pinili nila?
It's pretty much the comp that they've been running just to qualify for this very event. And they played one split game. They have Fixie on the Raze, Riza on the Yoru, Ja on the Viper, Hot Sauce Omen, Eman on the Fade. So pretty much what you can expect from these players on the roles. But if you compare that to what they've shown in the previous game of Bind, they have swapped things around. They don't have they don't have Ja on the duelist role anymore. They also have Riza now picking up that Yoru. It's up to be in comparison to how they had previously. They had a double duelist comp, but it wasn't Ja who was holding the duelist this time around. So clearly, this looks like they're investing fully into Riza. All the confidence that they have from how he performed on Bind will now be invested right here in the same amount on the split map in particular. So if they're able to bounce back into this, considering that they don't have a Sentinel, will be a tall task for the Sipto Esports roster, but they very much have the trust within them to do so. PH Rejects, double duelist comp as well for them. Georgie on the Reyna, Skyler Vaughn on the Neon. This is a different tempo of a double duelist compared to a Raze and a Yoru to begin with. They don't have the crowd control, but they very much have the aim to back themselves up against high famished agents. It will actually be a high gamble once we head on into the split map.
And this is it, ladies and gentlemen, head-to-head over, and now 5 seconds left as we enter PH Rejects against Sipto Esports with Sipto on the attack. Let's see how this will play out.
Nexi, the longest time that he was the Chamber, has shown a great talent before, but Reese is going to shut them down with just one bullet.
There it is, Georgie able to spot out the kill, not going to be finding the connection as Fixie finds his second kill. And now it is going to be B-side all for the taking as Riza and Fixie take both first bloods here in this map.
That's going to be a long time before they can retake back on. They invested 2 of their players, and both of them already down for the count. One already on the Heaven side, no flanks already given up to the side of Sipto. It was just a cut and dry round. They both peeked onto the 2 people, willing to fight them, but they got surprised by the fast one-taps.
On the retake here for PH Rejects, but the contingency plans are flowing as the duelists take the kills against Skyler Vaughn and Wild Oreo, and the IGL himself, Hot Sauce, to put the cherry on top to take that pistol round. Beautiful execution. This crawl up on towards B main. The walk up on the kill. Fixie, no fear in his eyes as he takes the life of that Reyna. And Skyler Vaughn falls to the face of defeat as Sipto take that first round and makes it convincing.
And that adds up to the discussion that they've had where they have high risk, high reward agents, but because they're high risk for a reason, they have to get the kills. In fact, that's why you see the Chamber already down for count. That's why you see Georgie trying to go for trade, but he was a little bit too slow on the mark. Fully investing 4 people on the PH Reject side on B. Actually, scratch 4. That's all 5 people trying to fight up that B main control.
That is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Riza spots an early kill on towards Nexi, but it looks like it is going to be a fallback here for the side of Sipto. They know that they're going to be trying to flood that, and that triggers a rotation on towards A. This is absolute amazing use of comms here, but they are still going for the chase down as Hot Sauce takes notes of this, and Fixie turns his crosshair, looks for a third, gets a second kill onto Skyler Vaughn, and it's all up to Tuge. But Tuge can't get that kill as Riza is there to shut things down. Chase down, not going to be working on this side as Sipto take another round for their belt. Could have been, should have been, and would have been a change of pace, but PH Rejects falls at the right moment.
Can't fault them for trying something different. I mean, the gamble stack on the B side, it was on the right read, but a little too fast on the trigger. Triggering Sipto Esports to go on the rotate on the slow play. Fully countering the 5-man conga line over at that B main push. PH Rejects tried to do something different, but it just wasn't enough.
Now the buys are going to be on the side. of both ends. It is going to be equal, as it is going to be Prowlers sent out, as well as a double satchel on towards the side. Fixie already making his way on towards it, but now a smoke into heaven delays the push as Wild Oreo goes wild and gets two, but the reload from Nexi not going to be finding it smart. Riza takes two and equalizes, and now it is going to be Sipto planting the bomb, but HP lows are down.
Spike planted.
Riza's gonna have to wait for this. He does have the judge, so he's fully waiting for the double flank out.
Now it is going to be a sliding on towards it. Skylar Vaughn able to spot out Riza, and that is one less hurdle to go over as Fixie finds one, finds two, getting at the third, Toget cannot, shuts him down, and there it is, Ja with a fail safe to take a third round for their belts. Equal guns, equal footing, but Sipto reigns supreme as that bonus was taken from them like taking candy from a baby. As Riza and Fixie once again dealing magic in this match.
Despite the heroics from Wild Oreo, Sipto Esports fully realizing the full stretch of the strengths in their team comp. They fully ignore the chamber trap. All thanks to Fixie and his movement. They fully clear out the site. They had invested so many guns into this, but the peaks were just one by one. They separated each other from the pack. And the fact that they fully knew that the flank was happening, they put the guy with the judge holding up the flank itself. So Riza now with the upgrade. Outlaw in hand. They have Skylar Vaughn now peeking on towards one side as well. He's waiting for the perfect moment to strike outside of the smoke.
There it is though. Looks like it put a stop, pumping the brakes here for the side of Sipto as Fixie is able to secure a kill, brings it to a 3v5. Now looking for a swing out, but it looks like Skylar Vaughn's going to be working with a big shield here as he is still going to be alive, but there it is. Fixie's paint shells are going to be one to finish him off as it is going to be 2v4. Sipto on the lead. Looking for a shot to connect. Hot Sauce able to take down Wild Oreo, but Toget gets the right timing as the Stinger finds two, but Ja once again to clean things up. Sipto 4-0, unrelenting in this first half of the series.
The discipline from Sipto is just on another level. A full classic 1-3-1 setup, and then they fully realize that the risk is everywhere despite the lower guns. So they decide to widen the gaps entirely from their distance away from PH Rejects. They know that they're coming up against the close weaponry. And just because of that, that's forcing PH Rejects to be the ones to close the gap into the better weaponry of Sipto Esports. 4-0. Showstopper out for Fixie. They fully have the info, and it's another rocket to the face of Georgie. That is an entry busted open by Fixie and the Rays.
He tried to gamble that shot because he knew he could dismiss out right before that ultimate could land, but Fixie stays alive from that and gets a kill out of it. Movement impeccable, but right now the retake is on the ready here for their side of the boys at PH Rejects. Trades coming in left and right, but Sipto's coming out on top. That's Nexi, the one that's left, but Ja once again cleaning up for his team. 5-0, and Sipto is non-stop steamrolling through the PH Rejects.
Fixie on the rocket, just blowing the entry wide open for the team, just setting them up for success, making this an easy entry for the team. And the thing about Sipto is the peaks that they got for themselves is all thanks to not only the space given to them by the Rays, but because they're comfortable in the gunfights as well. They fully realized that Nexi wasn't in the site, so there's no trap stopping them within their tracks. They're not stopped by any paranoia whatsoever, any stuns whatsoever. It's just a good read for Sipto Esports. They knew which one was the weak side to push into.
Absolutely. Right now, it leaves PH Rejects in a rut, not knowing what to do in this situation, as feels like everything that they've tried in a span of 5 rounds is just connecting here to Sipto's predictions, as Wild Oreo already getting taken out almost immediately. I mean, yes, they are on a broken bye, but this isn't something you want, especially on a Sky, potentially going for those retakes.
Absolutely not. Georgie already spots them out, so they know that it's not going to be a B push. All the pushes from PH Rejects, but they have to be clear about Skylar Vaughn. He's already on top of that source position.
He's waiting for it, though, as they expect this. Shot's going to be connecting here for Toget. Ja gets taken out of the picture. No fail safe left. Fixie takes down Toget, however, and Nexi spots a kill for his own. Now it is going to be a 3v3. Nexi and Hot Sauce going to be on the low ends of their HP bars, but that's going to be completely fine, as this is equal footing for both ends, as Riza spots one. Nexi gets taken out a little fast on the barrel as a shotgun to the face for Fixie, but still gonna be kept alive as a blind gonna get thrown out. Dismissed right in. Back in towards screens as Riza falls back in towards heaven, and now it's a 2v1. Hot Sauce, however, getting pushed on towards the site, and he has 20 HP left. He's thirsting for this frag as he knows that he's able to do so, but now an overheal is there, and Riza does not get expected as he's able to secure that third kill to bring Sipto alive. Close but no cigar. PH Rejects getting shut down in every chance that they get.
Sipto is so methodical in the right to play the map space correctly. You thought that they were going to do a clear 1-3-1 yet again, but just from the kill off Riza, it was a full decisive rotate onto the A site itself. And despite PH Rejects getting a good idea as well, they had the early flank from Skylar Vaughn and Nexi to kill off the first opening pick on Eman. It would have been a safe choice for them to keep committing on towards the A site. But Sipto were just winning the gunfights in time. They still had heaven control. They still had control over ramps. Just after Nexi gives himself up to the team, leaving Georgie off to fend for himself. But by the end of it, could have actually had enough time to dismiss away from the last fight. He just thought that he was clear.
Absolutely. I mean, PH Rejects going to be coming out from this timeout against Sipto. This is much needed for them as they haven't gotten a single round to their belts. I mean, yes, you're going to be able to see that they have tried their best against these squads, but at the end of the day, Sipto is just coming out on top for this.
It's just the difference with the amount of time that Sipto have invested in their players, the amount of time that they have been scrimming with teams against PH Rejects, like PH Rejects, in fact. A team that has only been established one day before the tournament actually had their open qualifiers. So this is a clear contrast of what we're seeing from both teams.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. But right now, things are looking bleak here as he is going to be able to spot one out. Able to take a lot of space here from B main. Sipto Esports just running it down. But that is going to be a callback into a default position from Sipto Esports.
Yeah. They know about the 1-3-1 setup yet again, so they're just going to try to play off the passive game. They leave the mid side open. They have trust in the trap of Nexi if they are going to go around that B male position. The problem is, though, is that Vents is an open push for them. They don't even need to rotate back around that A heaven position through Vents. They can just leave one player on the insert and then manipulate the rotation.
And that is 2 flashes already going to be used up by the Sky. Wild Oreo out of flashes if in case things get messy here, but it looks like it is going to be messy for the side of Nexi as Sipto Esports are going to be walking into the crosshairs of the Tour de Force. Nexi spots one out through the wall, and it looks like the Recon's not going to be finding its mark here as the Haunt not going to be able to find it. But Skylar Vaughn ready on the trigger, spots the barrel here. As he spots it even further, Riza still wins over that fight. Georgie gets Hot Sauce out of the picture and gets the 180 on Riza. Tries to kill for a third, but Ja gets put out. Dito, Georgie, down for the count. And now it's a 2v3. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is an eco from the side of PH Rejects, and Wild Oreo making things possible. Finally gets the kill on the person he was spotting out in mid. Tour de Force. We find the mark as Eman tries to make things possible. The drop, given a lot of information, but the time has dwindled, and Toge secures the kill, putting themselves on the board there. A good try from Sipto, however. But then again, PH Rejects finally putting themselves on the board here for this match.
Finally, they're hitting their shots. Finally, they're hitting their stride. They realize that they don't need to give the early peak shot too early. If they can play towards their strength, they still have the Tour de Force, they still have the long angles being set up by Nexi despite the eco round. Then it will be a good setup. It's unfortunate that they had the insert for the Yoru on that mid-vents position. He would have actually just stayed there and let everybody play around B, gamble against the chamber, but they decided to play against it.
Now it's already coming into fruition as the aggression still doesn't stop, but Wild Oreo stops it as it is going to be a reposition for Sipto to go up into heaven. 3 players on the side of PH Rejects taking space on towards the site, but it is going to be a quick rotation. Nexi, however, spots this and is able to shut down that rotation, and now Sipto Esports sitting ducks, not knowing where to go. Smothered all across the map here for the side of the Rejects. And now all they have to do is to struggle through this position.
They can go into A site. That's the place where they have the least amount of utility to think about. They just have to kill off Georgie, maybe even play off the timing of him not even watching that position. But as long as they push out from that Raptors position, this is still going to be PH Rejects with their map control. They spot him.
There it is. Information taken there by PH Rejects. They're playing this as safe as they can, but Riza already taking enough space for him as Skylar Vaughn gets spotted out by Eman, distracted by the angle that was being taken, and Sipto turns this around, and the world is turned upside down as Sipto turns the fight for them and played that to a T. No matter the numbers, no matter the time, as long as Hot Sauce is alive, he's able to guide his team into situations like this. And the Nightfall is now out. Two players spotted. Hot Sauce finds one. Information for the taking, and PH Rejects gets shut down once again by Sipto Esports, making this look convincing that the Rejects should stay rejected in this scenario.
Man, Eman was so clutch in his util. Fully knowing that the threat was going to be around that B side, he called his troops around that A, fully maneuvering the elbow spot that I believe PH Rejects still had, and fully killing off 910 Wild Oreo just after they cleared off Skylar Vaughn on the corner of that A site. This is surgical from Zipto. They take it slow, but it is as precise as you'd like from a team that has practiced for months on end.
That's going to be chip damage dealt there by Nexi, as Eman is forced to fall back, and a lot of space being taken here by Sipto once again. This tug of war that they've had with mid is now leaning towards the side of Sipto, as there is no confidence from Skylar Vaughn to look for that push, but Toge gets right under their noses as Riza gets taken out of the picture. And now there it is, already moving up towards it. The relay bolt going to be used up, and Skylar Vaughn is forced to fall back. 3 players of PH Rejects going to be holding this heaven, and it looks like it is trench warfare until someone peeks.
Georgie on the long flank as well. He's already from the A-Link side. He's running all the way towards the back lines of Sipto Esports. Fixie with one onto Wild Oreo. But Georgie's on the run.
Spots 2, looks for the third, gets the adjustment. Dismiss out. Fixie looking to chase. Stops the use of that satchel, but it looks like it's going to be Georgie to still win out that fight. Fixie falls. A 3K. A heater by Georgie. Eman gets shut down. And now it's a 1v3. All angles covered, smothered in the paint. Sipto Esports falls, and the push in mid fails as PH Rejects find another lifeline for themselves to look for a 7-5 in this first half. But Sipto Esports is not going to be giving that out that easily.
What could be called as discipline now holds in the offense for Sipto. Yes, they got the kill on the male side, but nobody was accounting for the long flank all the way from spawn. Georgie, who was waiting at A for the longest time, has decided to take matters into his own hands. And despite heroics from Eman, the IGL for the team, the captain of Sipto, it was just too dire of a situation. The odds were overwhelming, putting them down 2-7, and Georgie continues his reign of terror.
Absolutely. I mean, this guy was stellar in their last match against Olfu Ember Phoenix. But now, it's a completely different face, a completely different story. Hindi sila pwede magpakampante dito considering na Sipto ang kanilang kalaban. At sila ay napakalakas naman talaga at pinapakita ni Pixie dito. The adjustment is found but gets fanned out as the showstopper is stopped. Ja, however, taking down Nexi. And that is information taken here for the side of PH Rejects. Skylar Vaughn, however, gets a transfer, spots Ja. Failsafe is down for the side of Sipto Esports. And now it's a 3v2.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the only thing that Sipto had going for them. It wasn't the A site. That was the only call that they got working. They also had the lurk on down on B main. The problem is, they already got knocked out by Skylar Vaughn, fully realizing that A site was not the only thing that they were working towards. But look at the flank. Toge has a full idea, but I don't think he knows that they're that close on the A site. Leaving PH Rejects,
if he clears
a bit of a question mark. Where is Sipto going to push onto this? They have a full A site for free just because of this.
Clears up that angle, and that solidifies it. They know that they're going to be going A site, and Toge is already calling that. As I say this, Sipto is running out of time, has to teleport. Hot Sauce jumping around in heaven, trying to find a way in towards the site. But Toge has an angle if he plans for the open here, but it looks like Hot Sauce takes a safe bet and goes for the screens plant. And now, Riza already making his way up towards CT. Toge spots it down, and it is going to be trench warfare here.
The only plan for Riza right now is just to take one pick and then he can just TP back onto the loving arms of Hot Sauce.
Now slowly creeping up from the flank, Skylar Vaughn and your boy Wild Oreo. Paranoia gonna get thrown out, and it looks like it is gonna be a slide towards it. Skylar Vaughn secures a kill on towards Hot Sauce. Riza, however, in the longs angle, and now it's gonna be Toge and Skylar Vaughn. He's looking for a frag. Shots are gonna be connecting through, but nothing lands as Toge is looking for a push. Skylar Vaughn sticking, trusting his teammate, and now it's a 1v1! Riza shuts things down and takes a win. Clutches when it matters the most, as PH Rejects once again stopped in their tracks. What once thought was a momentum shift,
Last player standing.
Sipto just shuts things down in amazing and spectacular fashion. Nothing less expected from this squad.
What we thought was day one magic turned into day two for the side of Riza, the post-plant god. And he definitely has shown his true colors this time. What a wall bang into the map's position. And what we thought was Skylar Vaughn fully stealing the round away against their noses. It was going to be a round for Sipto at the end of it. Dimensional dripped out for the side of Riza, fully knowing that it's going to be a triple stack onto the B side. It will be 9-10. And in face up one, but Pixie and Emma have fully cleared up the site. Skylar Vaughn takes one, but Georgie already gets him up down with the Sheriff in hand. 2v2 and Sipto, they already got their feet on the site, but they're finding difficulty in planting the spike
Last
down.
player
Now it is
standing.
going to be Tuge finding Ja out of the picture. Now it's a 1v2 as they turn things around. Trading round for round here in the latter
Last
parts
round
of
in the
this
half.
match, ladies and gentlemen. PH Rejects muster up the courage, muster up the strength to take it back. Early information given there by your boy Riza. But at the end of the day, it is night, folks.
Enemy remaining.
As Georgie and Tuge take those wins against those duels against Sipto. Faltering in the moments when it mattered the most, stops the stomp. And it's looking bright here for PH Rejects if they can keep this momentum on their side.
So far, what's been bringing the line out of them has been the individual prowess. The fact that they're still able to win out the gun duels is what sets them still over the line. The hold on the pillar's position was vital for their position. Sipto still have, at the end of the day, the lead. So how far this lead is going to go will be the question. It's a 4-1 setup with Ja already rotating back onto the B main position. And thanks to the Prowler, that already gives him the info, but Georgie has already caught Riza with his pants down.
Tanggal na dito si Riza, mga kaibigan. And that forces Sipto na mag-rotate dito sa mid. Pero titignan natin si Nexi, may hawak na operator dito. He has that angle kung kailangan niyang patayin si Pixie. At ito na nga, ang Seekers ay makakaspot out. Ang bilis ng kamay ni Nexi. At nakuha niya si Pixie doon. Paranoia ay maglaland. Pero walang push ang nangyayari dito galing sa Sipto. Ngayon, lumalapit na sila papunta dito sa heaven position ng B. But it looks like it is going to be Nexi's missing that operator shot.
They fully noticed that the operator is still posted up on heaven. They need to brute force this with a
30
wide
seconds
swing to boot.
Pero ito na nga, Nexi naghanap ng paraan. The transfer not there, but the headhunter comes out as Hot Sauce finds two. Georgie secures Ja, and now it's a 1v1 into heaven as Georgie takes a round. 4-8 mga kaibigan. 3K nakahanap si Georgie dito at buhay na buhay pa din ang PH Reject sa laban na to mga kaibigan. 8-4 ang ating half.
May tiwala sila sa sarili nilang aim. Alam nilang kaya nilang makipagsabayan pagdating sa mismong suntukan kapag naghihiwalay-hiwalay ang mga Sipto esports players. Despite the heroics from Hot Sauce, kahit naging bayani siya sa dalawang kills na nakuha na dito, it was in fact the aim prowess from Georgie that gets themselves on top. 4-8 para sa PH Rejects. First half pa lang yun mga tropa. Ngayon, ang mga Rejects naman ang magsisimula on the attacking side. And with this double duelist comp, with how fast you know Skylar Vaughn is gonna take the site itself, is he gonna be enough of a force para lang makakuha sila ng entry dito sa may A? Ngayon na tatlo ang nakahold dito sa Sipto.
Sides have switched, tables have turned, mentals reset back to 0, hopefully, as Nexi creeping up towards the IGL of Sipto as Hot Sauce is going to be falling backwards. Not spotting out any information, but he does know that Nexi is going to be holding that B main position. But right now, a lot of PH Rejects' resources are going to be concentrated on towards A main. as they leave the spike here, waiting for an opening. Gate crash going to be thrown out there by PH Rejects for that rotate.
This is Riza in a very weird spot right now. He is going to be here just for info, and just because of the fact that he still has the gate crash to boot, he can just play aggressive angles just like this one. Knows the utility, knows that there's at least 3 people coming up onto the A site. But PH Rejects are playing them like a fiddle right now. 1 kill on B main, and fully they have B Heaven on full lockdown.
And now a rotation called here by Sipto. They know exactly what they're trying to do as the smoke is going to be going down. Spots the barrel, sprayed down through the smoke. Skylar Vaughn not going to be landing anything as that Prowler is going to be moving up. Wild Oreo takes down Fixie, and it looks like it is going to be a rotate. Georgie gets 2, Emin and Riza out of the picture, and Nexi fights up against the IGL, but falls and falters, and it's all up to Hot Sauce as things get spicy here with PH Rejects poising themselves to win this pistol. Hot Sauce holding the angle, looking for a shot to connect, but it's still not enough as Georgie's on a heater with a 3K to boot. Sipto Esports off that pedestal, and that is going to be the second half. Pistol round taken there by the side of the Rejects. 8-5 is the score.
It's a scary position for Sipto. Despite them having the lead, if the momentum is stolen away by them, that it is going to be one heck of a tall task to come up ahead of it. PH Rejects with the discipline that they already displayed on the A site. They kill off Riza, and just from that, they open up the window on A site just because Georgie is committed to lurk all the way towards that side of the map. Despite the loss already to the other side of the map, PH Rejects still have the full confidence in their trust on the call. Now with the 5-8, they have all the full buys invested. A double push up on the mid side. Nexi has the Marshall. And considering that none of these players from Sipto have the light shields, any one of them could be tapped onto the body and it will be a one-hit kill from Nexi.
But it is going to be a lot of space taken here by Sipto. They know how to play aggressive even if they are on the low buy. And PH Rejects are just letting them have a lot of space. As of the moment, we've hit the minute mark here on this round. So nothing seems to be happening for both of these teams.
You seem to have a lot of space. Next he's just gonna get a free meal at the end of it. A peeking Riza, almost like whack-a-mole. By the end of the day, and Hot Sauce, he's gonna get trapped in the squeeze. 5 people coming up onto him.
Oh,
one classic from the All-Men, and it just is gonna be a spray down from Tuge. 5 versus 3. Sipto, fully realizing the situation, will rotate all the way towards the B side just to play the 3 versus 5 retake.
I like the patience that PH Rejects is putting down here against Sipto in their attack. I mean, they're known to be that aggressive team. They have that Neon on Skylar Vaughn, but they know that even if it is going to be an eco buy, like what I say for Monster, Tuge takes down 3. As Pixie gets fallen here, Ja runs and guns and hopes for the best as he's able to secure one but can't find the other. As Skylar Vaughn takes down Ja, but again, as I was saying, the patience being put up by PH Rejects against Sipto, the respect they have for this team is absolutely phenomenal, and that's really what won them over that line. Playing the quiet game in the middle of the round and then exploding on towards the site where they have had that decision. Absolute impeccable plays here coming from the side of PH Rejects, giving them a chance to actually get back in this game.
Because they know that even though they only have the classics, they can still have the individual prowess to fight off these guys. You know, despite the judge being present, despite them having the specters, they could still be tapped on long range. But this time, Zepto have the full investment, have the full guns. Double push up from Hot Sauce as well as Pixie to try to shut down Georgie in his place. Does win himself out as Hot Sauce will take one down, but it's a full investment for PH Rejects on the A side in particular.
Really, both going to be used up, and it looks like a clone is going to be thrown out. Gate Crash is forced to go out of that position, and now it is going to be all for the taking dito sa PH Rejects. Mapaplant na po dito ni Wild Oreo at magre-retake na tayo dito for the side of Sipto Esports.
Tuge is already on defense position. Riza's gonna get them down. Even gets the spray down. Double kill for Riza.
But there it is. A back flank here. Pixie gets taken out. Monster takes 2, but doesn't expect the 3rd. As it's all up to Wild Oreo. As wild as he can get, Riza shuts things down and tames the beast that he is. Sipto puts it up to 9. As PH Rejects get rejected another round in that momentous comeback that they were forced to get rid of. As Sipto Esports, signs of life have been restored for this team.
A monstrous flank coming forward. But despite everything,
Standing.
it was still gonna be a Zipto round by the end of the day. Because of the better buys, because of Ariza and his firepower, the full hold on the screen's position, fully countering the over-aggress from PH Rejects. And they were playing with a man down by the end of it as well. So 6-9 scoreline. And both teams have the full investment. Will Nexi hit the shot with this operator on the attacking round? From the jump peak, it looks like they're happy to take the info and just swing for the fences on the mid side.
That's going to be information for Nexi and the rest of his team, as he did spot Raze and Omen there. As a Trailblazer is going to get casted here. It is going to be pushing on towards mid. And they know that from that information, it is going to be the weaker side. That triggers a rotation there from Ja. It looks like he is going to be putting a stop to his tracks and rotating back on towards it, as a flash is going to be thrown on towards Heaven. Spots two, but isn't so sure of the positions. As Fixie already spotted. Gets a lot of damage as he falls back on towards the site. Paint Shell is going to get thrown out to delay any sort of push, but it is going to be pincer technique on towards B.
Absolutely. Look at Riza's position right now. This is only going to be a full cash out if he actually gets the perfect timing here. The fact that Tugas watching it will make this a close contest right now.
There is no placement of that trade market. It's going to be very difficult as Tugas doesn't get the timing as Riza. He's taking his sweet time. He knows it. He has the paranoia on the ready. He spots Riza out. The 180 not found as Tugas gets caught with his pants down. Skylar Vaughn and Georgie trying to keep things alive, but it's all up to the Neon as Fixie fixes up that round. Napakalaking laso na ginawa ni Riza doon. Hindi in-expect ni Tugas for the longest time. Ang tagal niyang hinold yung angle na yon. No trademark was put down on that flank. And it is gonna be Tugas not finding that timing there. Expected niya yun eh. Pero hindi niya talaga nagawa yun, and that's what won them that round. Unexpected kills here on Nexi and Fermonsta. Wala. And there it is.
Na Valorant timing ng mga tropa natin sa B main. They're all trying to set up for the site take, the site execute, never realizing na nakapag-rotate na pala all the way from spawn si Riza. And kahit nakapasok pa nga yung Sipto, kahit nakapasok pa PH Rejects, they still were able to maneuver themselves away from the double push shot from Skylar Vaughn and Georgie. Sila pa lang yung nakapasok sa site nun. At kayang-kaya ni Fixie lahat ng to dahil nakatoff na ni Riza yung dalawang nagpupush pa lang sana ng site.
That's true.
It was a half-baked push from PH Rejects by the end of it because of that push.
Exactly. I mean, you have to think it was very crucial to stay alive in that scenario. I mean, he's the one giving that blind. He's the one giving all that utility to go against the people that are holding sight. But having that rotation from Riza, having the play right under their noses was absolutely impeccable from him.
He also has the from the shadows as well. So siya na sana yung magiging backup plan kung hindi mag-work out yung frontline push. It's just nakuha na agad nila yung insurance policy thanks to the flank from Riza as well. So it becomes insult to injury at the end of the day.
Full rush going to be coming in here from the side of PH Rejects as it is going to be Eman mowing down the competition. From the shadows, going to be used up, but it canceled out at the last second. Two players down here. Both duelists are down from PH Rejects. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is from their timeout. Ja spots the kill onto Wild Oreo, and now it's a bloodbath in favor of Sipto Esports.
Yeah, it just becomes a bit of a dire situation, especially because it is their timeout. They killed them just after the reset, and it was just going to be a full bum rush on the A side. Ja gets the shot, gets the triple kill from Eman as well. It's an impossible task at hand for PH Rejects if Sipto Esports feel comfortable on the defensive side of Split.
And we can see the frustrations flowing in here for the side of PH Rejects, as their IGL Tugas is having a hard time against Sipto Esports. I mean, yes, they have been showing signs of life, and they had that 4-round streak. But once Sipto get a read on you, it's completely a different ball game, because you have to adjust, you have to adapt to the scenarios that they will be putting down on you. They put up questions against the questions you will put up against them. They're gonna make you think about those scenarios.
Yeah. You have to think about what they're going to do next this time, as it will be a full investment. Skylar Vaughn on the judge, and they realize that the A site might be the call for them. Some mid presence thanks to the side of Wild Oreo will bait out 3 players on the side of Zipto, so it will be a flawed defense. A bunch of holes from Zipto to hold this offensive attack from the side of PH Rejects right now.
There it is. Information gonna be spotted, and it looks like the relay bolt doesn't land at the position of Eman, as Eman is able to take
way.
down Wild Oreo through the smoke. And now a Nightfall is on the ready, looking for a swing. A Judge Gavel is put down, but deafened in the position. Riza expecting this, not gonna be able to spot the kill, but a shotgun to the face as Riza finds his shorty kill. Georgie, however, able to get that trade, and now the sight is equal for both sides. But Fixie is there for the chase down, as they are mowing down the competition one by one.
The flank!
Falling
The
like
flank.
dominoes. The flank coming in here from the side of it, but it looks like Ja is gonna be able to take down the failsafe that Toge was putting up for his team, and it's all up to Nexi. A 2v1 scenario. Does it get the headhunter to go? As Fixie and Hot Sauce stay alive to get that final round to bring us into match point, ladies and gentlemen. Round 18 is the round where it mattered the most, and Sipto comes out on top.
Sipto is so good in the retake scenarios. What we thought was flawed defense from them was a game plan in a retake scenario that was already cooking thanks to Eman on the spray down, killing off at least the entry, coming out the face of the side of PH Rejects. Plus the push out on Heaven. They were fully pushing in towards A, but nobody was on Heaven. It was a full flank from Ja that opens up both sides of the retake scenario from Sipto. Beautifully reading the situation like a book. Now on match point for Sipto, and Riza wins out the up 1v1 against Nexi.
That's what's been working for Nexi this whole game. The MVP of their previous match. Ja gonna get caught out, and it looks like the gavel is gonna be put down by Skylar Vaughn. Able to find an equalizer here, as the Pseudo Sentinel is gonna get taken out of the picture, but now it is gonna be a 4v4. HP bars on the low, but it's gonna be restored. Seeker's gonna get thrown out. Skylar Vaughn, however, puts up the overdrive. Riza gets down Skylar Vaughn. Georgie with a trade, looking for it. Tries to go in for it, but it looks like it is gonna be a double swing with the reposition of it. Hot Sauce gonna get caught out from that path, and it looks like it is gonna be PH Rejects putting up when it matters the most. A 1v2, and it's all up to Fixie to fix up these kills.
He doesn't dodge the flash as well, so now they know that he's coming from screens. He has the ult, but he has to fix this 1v2 right now.
Both players have their own angles. If he isolates these 1v1s perfectly, Fixie may have a ball game in his hands, but it looks like it is going to be Georgie to shut things down as Fixie falls. A 3K found, a bloodbath on the A site. But Sipto, shaking in their boots, thinking that it was checkmate, was only a bait for them to take the queen, as PH Rejects stay alive in this match.
They do. Despite the good opening from Riza, the fact that they still had committed onto the A site, it was the only trump card that PH Rejects have in their pocket. And it's almost like the Sipto retake was not going to work out anymore. From the ulti from Hot Sauce, it does sound like there are too many cooks in the kitchen. Everybody was just frantic with how they're going to react to the A side push from them. PH Rejects. Triple push out on the mid side. They dash the flash, so I don't think PH Rejects know about this push. Kill out from Fixie. They also have the
Wait a
showstopper.
second! He's gonna get struck down as Georgie finds a kill on the Fixie. And now, the game goes quiet. Showstopper stopped. And that's a duelist for a duelist, an eye for an eye for both sides. And now the game goes back to quiet.
They do. That's the smoke down on the mid side as well. They keep 4 of their players still active. PH Rejects have the util, so they're clearing every corner of this mid side to support Georgie in his conquest.
Pushing up towards it. It is going to be very quiet. As we can see, Toge trying to make some space here on towards A main, but he's going to be met by the crosshairs of Ja and Eman if he does decide to do this. Smoke going to be placed down by Hot Sauce here, looking to win this fight, but it looks like Georgie's already crept up on towards it. Does he expect this?
Ja just needs to hold this position. This is the strongest position in this A site. As long as he keeps this, then Georgie is in a 50-50, and the 2 players on A main don't know about this ramp push.
That flash isn't going to be triggering the gate crash just yet, but the information being taken here by Ja, like you said, a really strong position as the Haunt is going to be able to spot that. Blind's going to get thrown out, Ja gets spotted out, and Eman as well. Georgie able to secure that kill, and that site all for the taking. Now the fail-safes have come into play. Both players with the teleport going to be late in towards the A site retake. Nexi, however, very far from the site. Riza spots one.
Absolutely far. That's the shot from Riza that opens up the site entirely, but they don't know about Nexi just yet.
Spots it down. Hot Sauce. This angle of this is it. Spray down is going to be good. Georgie, however, spots it down, and Sipto steals the show from a 2v3. Ladies and gentlemen, that is GG well played, as Sipto Esports take reigns here against the Rejects.
Fundamentals on a high. A team that has practiced their roster for the longest time has been showing why they are determined favorites to win it all. And they definitely have shown why they are worthy in the win so far against the Rejects right now. Beautifully done for Zipto Esports. Comfortable, especially from their duelists themselves. I mean, I think this is Riza's one of Riza's best games on the Euro as well, just considering the high numbers that he has put up for himself, the impact phrase that he's got as well, not only on the entry, but the amount of times that he's able to catch these players off guard thanks to his TPs, thanks to the dimensional drift, the amount of info that he gives to the team because of the ulti itself, which just sets up Fixie for a beautiful entry every single time. This guy on the race cannot be stopped, setting up Zipto for a nice trade-off into the second half as well. Despite some risky bumps from PH Rejects, we kind of thought that Zipto Esports was already gonna get this from the get-go.
And this is why I love watching Zipto Esports, is that you can't really guess who's gonna be the MVP for this team. I mean, everyone stellar across the board. Not one gear is turning without the other turning as well, and that's exactly what we want. A well-oiled machine going up against this team of PH Rejects that are very strong individually, but when the going gets tough and when it needs to have a team play in position, it is going to be Zipto to have that trust, to have that edge against them. Congratulations to Zipto, but what I want to highlight though for the side of Zipto Esports is that the way that this team was playing, I mean, even though that they had a lot of rounds in which, first of all, the duelists dying first and crucial players dying second, we always have those fail safes on the ready. We have Hot Sauce, and we also have none other than Ja on the Viper being that sort of safety net for Zipto, so that whenever a play gets to the worst, the clutch master himself, the clutch meister, if I'd call him, is always there to save the day, and that's what Ja was doing. An exceptional hold as a pseudo sentinel there on that map on Viper, and he was able to secure that last round for this team. Very, very great performance being shown here by Zipto. But props pa din dito sa side ng PH Rejects, kasi kung tutusin, napakaganda pa rin ng laban na pinakita nila. Zipto, one of the favorites to win this tournament. Makikita pa rin natin dito ang PH Rejects. They put up a fight. They came out swinging with stellar flanks coming in there from the side of Tuge. Makikita natin dun, diba? They won that round. They were able to secure that. Grabe talaga yung placement natin dito sa mga players natin. But at the end of the day, congratulations pa rin sa Zipto for bringing this win to their side.
I think the best part about this PH Rejects roster is that you can't really underestimate them in the duels individually. So many times that we can kind of doubt them. Like, like masabi natin na sometimes hindi magkakasama lagi yung mga players nila. Pero sa mga times na kailangan nila ng hero moment, nagsa-step up na naman sila eh. May mga few moments si Wild Oreo na nagpakita dito na talagang maayos siya, stable siya when it comes to holding down the site. Si Georgie, makikipagsabayan pa rin when it comes to the duels on this Reyna. A high risk but high reward na isang agent na kapag nilagay mo sa isang aggressive player, gagawa niya ng paraan para ma-work yun sa mga pro play team comp na naman. At nagawa din yun ni Georgie. Ang importante nga lang dito para sa Zipto is mag-keep nila yung stability, ma-contain nila yung mga pwedeng sumabog dito sa PH Rejects. Nagawa nila yun. Ginawa nila ng paraan yung shotgun plays na ginagawa ni Skyler Von. Nahanap nila ng lason tong si Nexi, who was supposed to be set up for success on this chamber. The fact that they're able to counteract all of these win conditions away from PH Rejects show how much preparation this Zipto Esports rosters have against these players na masabi natin na pinaghahandaan pa dapat yung mga to. Wala nga itong org eh. Wala nga dapat itong dapat paghandaan kasi may struktura ba tong player na to? Parang hindi nga eh. That's the amount of respect the Zipto Esports rosters have, kahit mampa-org ka man or PH Rejects na pa rin yung pangalan niya.
Yun nga ang gusto ko na pinoint out mo eh. Yung performance ni Georgie dito for the side of PH Rejects. I mean, nakakatuwa na nakikita natin he was playing really well on the Reyna, but at the end of the day, ang agent select ang nagpadala nun. And yun talaga yung mahirap eh. Kung tutusin, isipin mo, they had a lot of time to draft what they were going to pick, but they still ended up picking that Reyna, but it looks like they weren't really able to find the value from the utility. I mean, yes, Georgie was able to put up those numbers, but at the end of the day, PH Rejects weren't really able to utilize that Reyna pick for their edge, and ultimately that's what I feel like one of the reasons why Zipto was able to bring it over the line against them, is because they knew exactly how to play against PH Rejects' comp, considering that when you get to a certain level of play, especially here in Philippine Valorant, it comes to a point where you're going to be questioning if a Reyna is still a good pick, or will it be a 4v5 and an extra gun for your team if you do have that Reyna on your side.
Kaya nga kaya dapat kino-consider talaga ng mga teams dito kung ano yung ma-offer sa table ng isang agent katulad nga ni Reyna no, pero hindi masyadong marami sa utility yung pwede makuha ng isang Reyna, pero kung ang player na to ay kaya makipagsabayan sa mga frags dito, then Reyna could be a very very good weapon. It's just not gonna be the best and optimal weapon sa meta natin kung saan malakas ang Waylay, malakas ang Yoru, malakas ang mga Neons na na-expect natin dahil may utility sila at kaya na lang iset up yung team nila na hindi lang sila ang tinitingnan talaga. So it's just the things that you're looking out for a pick that Georgie has been putting out, and it's just the amount of fail safes nga naman na sinasabi natin tuloy time and time again for Sipto. So many good flexible options from them, so many choices that they've made, so many good moments from them thanks to the amount of times that sabi nating lagi na lang kasi silang nahihirapan sa ganung sitwasyon. Alam na nila kung paano laruin yun just from practice, just from scrims, just from the amount of experience and trust that they have built up over the month, the whole year that they have played together with this roster. So talagang there is no surprise that Sipto Esports have came out on top.
And speaking of nga, no, we want to talk about how Sipto performed in this match, but let's start with talking about their duelists Riza and Fixie. I mean, right off the gate, right off the bat, that first round, I mean, they knew that Nexi was holding that angle, but they still put in the pressure and were able to secure more than 2 kills. So honestly, that first pistol round probably set the tone for their crosshair placements and for their whole performance throughout this map. Because honestly, I wouldn't have anyone else on the team of Sipto to hold that role if it's not for Riza and Fixie. They played that to a T, and it was just absolutely phenomenal Valorant being displayed there by Team Sipto, especially from their duelists in that match.
That just makes the Sipto roster even more dangerous to look out for, because now you don't know who's the duelist. You don't know who is going to be picking up the roles that they're going to be playing in a lot of the maps that they're going to be playing here. I mean, will Rizzo be picking up the initiator on one day? Will he be picking up the Yoru? That is just something that a lot of teams will have a bit more time to kind of counter strat into. But I think with the amount of talent that we have here in Predator League, that's just the reason why it becomes a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. But now the question remains, what's next for both of these teams, Ramon? I mean, looking at how Sipto performed, I feel like they're going to be able to compete against their brothers in Oasis, as it is going to be 2-0 for both of these teams. So we're going to be seeing them, I feel, go head-to-head in this next round. But right now, let's focus on PH Rejects. What's next for this team? I mean, yes, they came out with a blowout victory yesterday, but now they're put in a position where it was difficult for them. So, my question to you is, even though we are going to be seeing them again, what are your expectations for this team?
I think now that they're in the 1-to-1 bracket, they just have to focus on their possible opponents, right? I mean, there's going to be the possibility of that LSU matchup. There's going to be the possibility of whoever loses in the last 2 matches, or whoever wins in the last 2 matches, excuse me. They're going to be their possible opponents, right? I mean, there's possibility for that Team Secret matchup. What if KDM upsets them despite of their day 1 woes? What if Ember Phoenix rises to the occasion? What if Jip Cash decides to go on their full form? Then it will be somewhat of a hard task for PH Rejects to bounce back from a win like this, fully knowing how close this was going to be.
Absolutely. Right now, seeing these highlights really shows the perfect display of Valorant being shown here by both sides. But ultimately, in the end, Sipto Esports are going to be the ones to take reins, take that 2-0 spot, as Ja and the rest of his squad did an amazing job in holding down the sites. Sipto Esports is showing amazing prowess here. I mean, look at this. Look at Ja. He's just running around with the classic, the Stink, the Spectre, and Fixie fixing up those kills when it matters the most. Skyler Vaughn not stopping with the aggression. Georgie cleaning up the kills. I mean, this comp, it had a lot of individual plays reliant on it, considering you had that Chamber and the Reyna. And at the end of the day, it's just going to be Sipto Esports winning it out, considering that it was very difficult to play around this, especially if you're playing with 2 agents, diba? That are, you know, individual player heavy. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is your scoreboard. Congratulations once again to Sipto Esports. Pixie, Riza, Ja, Hot Sauce, and Eman gonna be moving up the brackets here, taking the 2-0 series. And BH Rejects gonna be rejected of that placement and gonna be forced to fall back into that 1-1 bracket alongside De La Salle University.
I mean, it feels bittersweet realizing that Georgie was taking over this game. He had 22 kills and he just felt like he was dominating every gunfight. That's just something that you kind of expect from Georgie. In a lot of the teams that he's been playing, he always puts up these stats. But sometimes those individual stats are just not enough if everybody else just isn't unlocked as much as you do. So this PH Reject roster just has to figure out how they can all be played as a unit. It's just an unfortunate event that they played up against a team that really just has this polish.
Yeah, but speaking of polishing, let's see who's the most polished agent here on Sipto Esports as we move in to see our match MVP. It's gonna be none other than Riza. It is well deserved for this man.
Again.
He was absolutely amazing yesterday, and he is still continuing this ramp up today with 23 kills, 11 deaths, and 2 assists with an average combat score of 312, racking up those numbers for him as he is going to be the MVP of this match. Congratulations to Sipto and to their star player, that is Riza, bringing the numbers in when it matters the most. And now it is going to be them considering that position against their boys at Oasis Gaming. GG, well played for Sipto Esports, and it was absolutely beautiful. But right now, what else is beautiful is the games that you're going to be playing if you are using these monitors given by Predator Gaming. It is going to be conquering the curve with Predator's X34 Infinity widescreen, having it as your new battleground. Dive into the abyss by wreaking havoc and claiming victory. Get this competitive edge available at Acer Predator Concept Stores, authorized resellers, and the Acer Online Store.
Yeah, and don't forget, if you want to master the game just like Riza, the back-to-back MVP, then you could get the X39 as well. With this, you have an expansive display where every war is an epic and every frame is harmony in hertz. Plunge into the abyss, unleash your destructive power, and reshape reality with the X39. Shop now at the Acer Predator Concept Stores, authorized resellers, as well as the Acer Online Store. All the options for you to get yourself the X39.
Absolutely, that was an amazing display of Valorant and a lot of monitors being displayed here. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere as we are going to be moving into our short break right before match number 3. Once again, this has been Blue in Remote, and we'll see you guys in the next round. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with some more Valorant action. Once again, we came from a match that was a banger of a show match. But once again, kami naman ang casters ninyo. Ako nga pala si Bluey at nandito kasama ko si Ramon. Ramon, kamusta ka naman from our past 2 matches so far?
So fast pare, sayang lang no? Parang gusto ko sana na medyo mas close pa yung laban para naman worth it yung mga snacks, yung mga pinaparod natin dito. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin nun, wala na yung mga effort na mga nalaro mga pro players natin dito. I just wanna get a clean fight. I want it to go all the distance over to overtime. Katulad ng third game natin from the day 1. Pare mo, dahil third game tayo ngayon, medyo maulit-ulit yung mga overtime shenanigans na nakuha natin from that DLSU game yesterday.
Absolutely. I'm just excited to see what's going to be happening in this next match because we're going to be seeing our boy Sylvan again going up against Kadaliman and the rest of Team Secret going up against this squad. I mean, yes, yesterday they did have a tough fight against their teams that they were facing up against, but let's focus on a little bit on Kadaliman's performance yesterday. They had a rough time playing dito sa ating tournament. What can you say about their performance yesterday, bossing?
Well, it was a bunch of things just not going right. Medyo nagtatry sila ng isang composition nga naman. They were playing up against an Oasis roster that was oiled up, an oiled up machine nga naman. And like a roadmap na feeling ko praktisado na para sa side dito ng Oasis Gaming. So, you're gonna have to put up more than just the Phoenix Cup para dito kay Borcom para lang ma-surprise itong players ng Team Secret ngayon.
Pero yun na nga, ladies and gentlemen, lag na natin patatagalin pa at papasok na po tayo sa ating mga team profile for this third match of the day. It is gonna be your favorites, the Team Secret, as we are going to be seeing a change in the roster. Jesse Vash, Sylvan, Invi, Kelias, and Famous. Ladies and gentlemen, this man has been rumored but now has been announced to be the 5th man. Prodigy going to be stepping down from his position as he is going to be taking over as famously from Boom Esports is now playing with the rest of the Team Secret squad. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. You can see them vibing, happy. Napakaganda talaga ng buhok ni Bossing Jesse Bash.
Totoo. Talagang mahaba lang as the years go by. Pero the thing about the roster of Team Secret right now is that they announced na in-experiment nga naman nila kung sino yung magiging suited 5th man nila. Kahapon nakita natin yung performance ni Prodigy. Now it's gonna be Famous's turn in the limelight right now. They're gonna be seeing who's gonna be the most suitable one para lang ma-sync up yung roster na meron tayo dito. It's gonna be that triple Filipino core na meron for Team Secret. Sylvan on the helm. He is the exciting one na pinag-uusapan all throughout social media. But the biggest challenge in my mind is that how are they gonna be able to play around the imports na parang used to systems that are far away from how Team Secret are playing. They're usually a reactive team na masabi nating always play around the mid-round calling. Will this work out against imports that are used to playing in these sort of situations, or will they have to be able to adjust to them?
Yeah, I'm guessing that this is going to be the proving ground for that squad. I mean, yes, you have a Filipino core, but at the end of the day, you're gonna have to be using those English comms to be able to communicate well and thoroughly throughout these teams. I mean, honestly, with the Team Secret lineup right now, you have 2 imports. You're gonna have one coming from Korea and the other coming from, I believe, Indonesia or one of the Southeast Asian countries. But it's still gonna be very difficult for them, as you're gonna be able to, really show your experience as a team here in this tournament. And I'm just excited to see what they have in store for us. But right now, let's get to the other end of the bracket. That is it, as it is going to be Team Kadaliman's team profile here. We're going to be seeing the roster, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens right now. It is going to be Dre, NDG, Borcom, Ure, and Yux. No changes, but it is going to be a very strong squad going up against this. And a little bit of a history lesson for those of you that are new to this Valorant scene. Borcom and NDG were part of Team Secret back in the day. Can you give us a little bit of a history lesson on them, Mr. Ramon Casts?
Oh, it's been a while, man. It's been a long damn while since NDG and Borcom were on one of the earlier iterations of that Team Secret roster. It was way back when Breeze was even in the competitive map pool. That's as far gone as it was when NDG was in the Team Secret roster. I believe they were also the 2 players that were, I believe, removed at the same time as well. So they had their own paths, they had their own developments. NDG continued to play in Tier 2. Borcom decided to keep playing in younger rosters, helping with his experience, helping with the amount of things that the younger team could actually need. Not only experience, not only guidance, but giving fresh ideas into what could be an exciting thing for KDM, which is honestly the situation for Borkum right now. He needs to step up for this team because his performance yesterday was something that we really didn't expect from somebody like Borkum.
And remember, honestly, like yesterday, they did have that rough performance against Oasis, but right now is the time to prove it, as it is going to be an elimination game. This is one of the first elimination games of today, as Team Secret, unexpected, but they really did have that tough match against Sipto, and Sipto showed why they were the winners of that match in that last round that we just had here in Predator League. But right now, makita natin ang Team Secret going up against KDM, and honestly, at this point, makikita natin kung ano ang ating magagawa right now. Let's see what will happen here for this game. Team Secret going up against Sipto. Honestly, it is still a nobody's game at this point, Ramon. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this just throws the expectation out the window for Team Secret right now. We can't really use the expectations that we had previously because it was Prodigy playing, now Famous is playing. You could argue that it is a side grade in terms of performance, but firepower-wise, Famous was the standout when Boom Esports were going on a run last year in Ascension. You remember that LAN over at Indonesia where Famous was the one who was standing out all throughout the Boom Esports run for them. It's going to be a battle for this Team Secret roster. If they're going to be able to keep their wits about them, find their ceiling, find their way to actually get up against KDM, while on the other side, KDM are still trying to find their identity right now.
Absolutely, but right now we're going to be seeing Peak Gaming Unleashed, and with the help of the Helios Neo 16S AI, that's going to be exactly that, as this thing doesn't give compromises to any sort of performance. You need to shop at it now at Acer Predator's online shop, Acer Predator Shopee, and Acer Predator Lazada, or at any resellers near you.
Yeah, and never forget about the Helios 18, because this will let you step up, stand out, and be ready for anything. With the Helios 18, you can get everything that you want, gaming, anything productive. It is all in the Helios 18 right now. Shop now at the Acer Predator online shop, the Acer Predator Shopee, as well as any Acer Predator Lazada or any resellers near you for the Helios 18.
Absolutely, but right now we're gonna be predicting it. Let's take it quick and simple. I'm saying Team Secret, saying this 1-0. How about you, Ramon?
Yeah, I think it's pretty difficult to put a stock in KDM. They're the ones who need the most amount of improvement, and Team Secret kind of have a firepower upgrade. So I believe this will be a Team Secret 1-0, but I know that this will be close.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that one. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. So far this whole day, me and Ramon have been agreeing on our picks, and it's been going right so far. So let's see if KDM has what it takes to break the caster's decision in this fight. I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, man, because honestly, with that performance yesterday, it's just going to drive you to just improve on your game, and that's exactly what they need to do. I mean, yes, you have the experienced players. Yes, you have NDG and Borkum in there, as well as Yor and Yux and the rest of the squad. But at the end of the day, if you guys aren't going to be in a cohesive sort of position, you're not going to be able to get out of the rut that you're in, especially if you're going up against a strong Team Secret. And yes, although you could argue that they have that sort of, fresh playstyle where they're still trying to adjust to each other, at the end of the day, these are tier 1 players, and they have been through the worst and the best. And this is exactly why they're in this part of the tournament, to show us why they are a top tier team.
Yeah, and I think this is the best time as well to remember or remind everybody that this is the best time for you to show your support for your favorite teams right now. Comment down below over at YouTube or as well as your Facebook Live right now if you're gonna be supporting Team Secret or Team KDM with the hashtags on below. It is hashtag Team TSWin or hashtag Team KDM win to support your favorite teams right now. Or maybe you're a Bluey fan. Just comment down hashtag Team Bluey win. Just make sure that this guy receives all the love. He's been doing pretty well over at Predator League so far this tournament, but I think it's safe to say as well that we're almost off to the races. I'm very much excited to see if Famous can live up to the name, live up to the hype that this young duelist can achieve and put onto the table with Team Secret. They had a pretty weird game yesterday on their bind game, all relying upon individual prowess, not much of the team play whatsoever. But if they can make the magic work, if they can somehow find the rhythm in this game against Team KDM, then this could be the chance as a reborn Team Secret to finally have ignited the light and fire inside the Filipino fans to start believing in them.
But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be moving in to Team Secrets and Team dito Kadiliman Esports. Gonna be moving into their map picks and agent picks. As we can see, it is gonna be Haven to move into it. Jesse Vash, Sylvan, Invi, Kellius, and Famous are gonna be locking in pretty bread and butter picks for this map. But Kadiliman Esports, they're gonna be running that breach. So run us through this whole team composition, Mr. Ramon.
Bit of a change up for Yux. Now giving your a role that I'm kind of used to seeing him be put on. Normally you can kind of see him on the controller. I think Yux just decided that he wants to be in a more supportive role. Now picking up the breach this time around. Remember, we're playing on the patch where all the initiators across the board have nerfed a lot of the sustained abilities. So that includes the fault line from Yux. And that also includes the nerf in towards the ulti as well from him. The width is not as big compared to it was pre-patch as well. So that will be a bit of a dent into what could be the plans for Kadiliman Esports. Dre on the Jet, NDG as well on the Sova. One of the more flexible guys that we can see from him. He has played Initiator before, but back then he's made his career from the Sentinel as well as the controller role. Now he's going to be in a different flavor on the Sova role itself. While Team Secret on the other hand, Famous on the Neon, Envy on the Yoru. This has been something that we kind of noted on the broadcast yesterday, that Envy has now been placed in that secondary duelist role compared to what we are used to seeing him either on Fade, either on KO. They're trying something different for this Team Secret roster. I'm just hoping that this dish is cooked up pretty well.
Absolutely. This is the debut of Famous. Yesterday we had the debut of Sylvan and he was playing phenomenal on the smokes. But now we're going to be seeing them go full force. I'm feeling that this roster is going to do greater numbers than what it happened yesterday. I mean, yes, big props to Prodigy for pulling out all the stops yesterday, being able to perform really, really well with the rest of the team. But now we're going to be seeing Famous, a seasoned veteran and a great duelist all in all, being able to play with a roster like Boom Esports in the last season of VCT Pacific, where they mowed down half of, if not every team in Pacific in just amazing fashion. And honestly, Famous is just one of those players that you really have to look out for, especially against a team with Team Secret, no? Makita natin dito si Kelly S, si Invi, yan si Jesse Vash, lahat yan season na yan. Alam nila kung paano maglaro with each other, but they now have to put in these individual variables na si Famous at si Sylvan if they want to succeed in this map.
Yeah.
In terms of the other side naman, bigyan mo kami rundown sa Kadiliman, Mr. Ramon.
I mean, the thing about Kadiliman nga din naman is that they still have the highest of highs. The experience from NDG Borcom will supply a lot for the team, but we're kind of looking out for the star power from the young guns, the confidence from this team. That's been kind of the goal in mind for somebody like Borcom. He has to guide this team to success. He has to guide this team to at least find themselves in high pressure situations just like these, where we're playing in tournaments kind of like Predator League. The pressure is on them. The weight is on their shoulders. They have to find their rhythm. They have to find themselves in situations that is forced onto them. That's why Dre on the Jet is something that I'm kind of watching out for with my very own eyes, because if he can contest against Envy, if he can contest against somebody like Famous, then it's a statement made against Team Secret. All the investments they've made so far on Famous and Sylvan, at least in this tournament, is going to be into big question. Well, this is an experimental roster at the end of the day. It's going to be a big statement to the fans right now, Team Secret, that so far the equation hasn't been working. Absolutely, with what they've cooked up so far.
I agree with you on that one. I mean, looking back at Kadiliman's performance yesterday, yes, although it was a stomped out victory for the opposing team, we can see Kadiliman we're actually able to show signs of life. I mean, you have Yux there pulling out those hero plays as well as Yor. But then again, right now, what we need to focus on is the right picks for the right players. I mean, yesterday, yes, the idea of having Borcom on that Phoenix was pretty, solid on paper. But when you apply it in a real game, especially against a team like Oasis, wildcard picks aren't something to be used up against them. And that's what Kadiliman Esports failed to do. They failed to stick to their fundamentals, and they tried something different to go against Oasis Gaming. And thankfully here in this Kadiliman Esports roster currently, it looks like it is going to be pretty equal, and pretty standard in the way that they're going to be playing this composition. Their plan is to get that information given by NDG. Yux able to spot out those stuns to give and feed Dre those kills, with Yuren Borkum supporting the flank and supporting them with smokes. So it's going to be very, very simple. But then again, Team Secret, a fundamentally good roster, can and will be able to take advantage of these simple plays unless Kadiliman Esports play it to a T.
Yeah. Gotta know that about the duelist players. Of course, we can't forget about Kelly S and Jesse Bash. Specifically, the Sova on the side of Team Secret. We've known this guy to be at least on par in terms of the aim when it comes to his initiator ability, but he's also pretty good on the utility as well. So now we'll be finding out who will be the victor in Team Secret versus KDM. Remember, they're down 0-1 in the system. Loser goes home, and the winner stays in the 1-1 bracket, playing out in Predator League.
And this is something that I want to see. I mean, Envy on the Yoru, it's going to be a little bit more aggressive on this kid. I mean, he's known to be the initiator for the team, but now a completely different light. As I say that, Dre looking to spot the duel and misses all his shots. Envy, the lights are too bright, and there it is. Dre finds one, and they are going to be going for this rotate.
And the thing about this peak is that Envy was either waiting out for info or going for the early peak, but gets punished immediately by Dre, ready on the cross. And just because he also has the confidence of his team backing him up, that gives KDM all the more leverage to get the pick off and rotate onto the B side.
It is Dre going to be dashing in towards it, and it looks like he is going to be thirsting for this kill, but Jesse Vash knows exactly what to do in that scenario. Spots the one, spots the second, the reload on it, but Kelly S is there to save him as NDG spots one. But there it is. A first round win taken here by Team Secret to clean things up. Early frag taken there by KDM, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Team Secret to take that round for them.
They do. And they do it with pure confidence. Already from the flank over to the C long side. And just from the rotate itself, Team Secret were fully prepared thanks to the forces that they got from both C-Link and A-Link. The right clicks from Jesse Bash, the pushes on from Kelly S as well. Unfortunately for Kadiliman, despite the opening pick, they all lined up for a better crossfire over from Team Secret on the B site. Will be a 1-0. The defense, Sylvan. Cross gets the one, gets the second. That's a double from the Guardian of Team Secret. This guy was a superstar in T1. And finally, he makes his presence known on the Filipino squad of things.
And this is very difficult considering that Kadiliman has no space whatsoever. I mean, you have Famous already pushing up towards it, but it looks like it is going to be a B-side take, and it's all up to Jesse Vash to hold this site down.
He has the ghost. An old man on site, hits the shot eventually. With a lot of difficulty. It puts Borkum with the space to kill him off. 4 versus 2, retake back on both sides of the B site. He also got Envy ready and waiting with the Marshall. Sprayed down by Kelly S and Famous to follow up. That is a quick 2-0 for Team Secret, only losing 2 people in the process.
Absolutely clean retakes coming in here from both rounds that they have taken under their belts. Team Secret looking like a different face here, showing dominance in the first 2 rounds. But let's see how they face up against Kadiliman once both buys are going to be on both sides of this economy.
And the thing about the position for Secret in this point in the economy is that they don't really need to do too much with the buys that they have. They only invested 3 guns into their name. They had 2 ghosts coming into the second round. They gave a Marshall over to Envy. Jesse Vash had the ghost, so even though he goes down, it will give them the space to actually buy up in the next coming round. So it's not going to be that much. They still have space to actually buy for another rifle into the third.
Recon bolt gonna get thrown out, but no information there just yet, as they are gonna be looking for a mode down of bullets here in A main, forcing Kadiliman to fall back. Envy able to take down a kill on Yux, but Yor gets a trade onto Jesse Bash. And now, no HP bars, and the game has gone quiet once again. Tucking tail, Dre takes Famous in out of the picture, and it's a 4v3.
Yeah, full reset just after the full swing from Team Secret. Full swing onto both A short and A link. And it was a full trust into the setup for Selvan, but he had to give up his position away just because he knew that his life was going to be integral to the part of the team. But in the process, it puts Famous and JC Bash in an uncomfortable spot to give their lives away for the cause. As it's a 3v4, they spot out NTG with the jump peak on Envy. But will they expect Kelly S already on the cubby position. But knowing that the space has been given to Team Secret, KDM are not going to gamble the stack.
There it is. Borkum spots him out. And that's a beautiful contact play being made there. He doesn't expect it, but Envy is there to save the day and bring him down a peg. As a rotation is called by KDM, and it looks like they are looking to end their ways on towards the C site. But now, already creeping up towards it, as they have already gathered their resources up into C long.
They have all the utility that they need. Recon dart out on the close angle, and you're already posted up on the angle. Kills off Envy, the only anchor on site. So remember, Sylvan, he was part of the triple stack on that A-long extremity. But can he recover a possible third round for Team Secret now that KDM have already posted up on the angle? Dre, on HP.
It's difficult.
Has to get killed off by Sylvan, but definitely a difficult situation. Already posted up your. Everybody from KDM is ready on the angle. A wide swing, and it's your that shuts it down with a triple kill. That will be the first round posted for KDM.
That is completely difficult. I mean, seeing as how... able to take down Fate. There it is. Shot's gonna be connecting there as Envy finds those kills, finds those frags. Endure just cleans house, and that puts them on the board, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1, and this game isn't over just yet.
Absolutely not. KDM has some life left in them. Sylvan, it's not a solo mission for the young gun anymore. Now is support from the team as well as the utility set up by Kelly S. KDM are scared for the fact that there might be too many players to play up against the C-long push.
Still setting up towards mid, however, as they have already poised themselves for a kill. Yux takes down Kelly S, and that leaves up a lot of space on towards C site, but now it is going to be crawl up on towards Garage. Still very questionable though, as they're waiting for the rotation of the Sova. NDG already making his way as the drone goes out for long, and that triggers the push, and there it is. A bloodbath going to be happening onto Garage.
And the push on in from NV. Famous also doubling up, gets a double kill in the process as well. The duelists from Secret are making their presence known on the Garage position, leaving Yor and NDG alone on an island. 40 seconds to make the decision. And running in towards the A site where Jesse Vash is posted up with the judge in hand. Taking a lot of their time to clear up the corners as well.
30 seconds
Secret
left.
put all their trust on the uncle Jesse Vash to hold his own, the bastion of hope they have on the A site.
Now this is
As
going to be
KDM,
difficult.
they are taking their sweet time.
No gate crash there, but it looks like a spot out on Jesse Vash. A spray down from NDG, and that is completely fine. As it is going to be NDG going to be able to get that plant down. And now it is going to be a 3v2, but the site is on their side as the plant is down for KDM.
They do. They got all the retake scenarios in their pocket, have all the numbers in the world. Famous. Ready for perfect moment to strike, but what a combination. The recon and the swing from the smoke. Yor. Good duo coming down from the side of KDM. Selvin gonna wake the cross. He does peek it onto one. It's on down to NDG.
They don't expect
What can
this.
the young gun do?
They don't
Let's
expect
send out onto the A-long position. 60 HP for the guy. Flash on in. Kills off Envy, but not Sylvan. The Masters Bangkok winner shows him his true colors. As Team Secret wins it out 3-1 against KDM.
No equalizer found there for KDM. A beautiful execution on the site. Being able to secure those kills in Garage was just absolutely impeccable on their end. I mean, Team Secret, honestly, with the way that they've been holding these rounds so far, it's just pretty good for them. As you can see, Famous in his debut game, able to secure 2 frags almost immediately right off the gate. And there it is, Envy looking for that swing. Doesn't get it, but it looks like it is going to be, like you said, the Masters Bangkok winner taking the reins and being able to secure that round for Team Secret.
Absolutely. Triple swing out for KDM. They're getting ready to take this B main control by storm.
Oh,
But so many people from Team Secret, they're willing to take the fight to them. They're exploding onto the faces of KDM as Sylvan shows them the light. A triple from him, and Jesse Vash with the Hunter's Fury raining down hellfire on Gadiliman.
And that's what I'm saying. It's the Jesse Vash guarantee with that Hunter's Fury. Wala ang makakatago kahit hindi ka pa marikon, kahit ano pa mangyari sa'yo. Jesse Vash will have that bead on you, will beam you down from the sky. with that Hunter's Fury. Pero yung gusto ko nga din i-highlight dun was Yux was actually did kind of a misplay there, flicking his stun against Dre, stopping him from getting any more kills than he could have in that situation, in that scenario. And I guess that's what forced the timeout because honestly, kind of a misuse of utility there. I mean, they tried to force in the site, but then again, Dre was also positioned in the crosshairs of that fault line that Yux was trying to put up to delay any sort of push from Team Secret. But at the end of the day, Team Secret was able to win out those fights and to react accordingly to whatever KDM was putting down, whatever aggression that they were ready for, anything to be put up against this team.
This is one of the things that you're trying to consider when you're playing up on the attacking side of Haven. The B side could be a weapon that you can use on attack if you want to surprise your opponents, but since A link and C link is the connector around that B site, it's easier for the defenders to rotate that quickly. And usually, it's pretty quick for any defender to try to respond to any B aggression anyway. Not easy for Team Secret at the end of the day, so it's a 4-1. TP on from KDM. They're going to try to make their presence over towards A site to keep the rotation planted on that side of the map on the defense. While you leave NDG and the side of Borkum. Try to make some space over to the other side. They're going to peek onto Garage. They're going to have to be careful about Famous.
Oh
Ready
no!
with the judge. Stop because of the utility. They will be spraying down that wall. But it's a good thing that they actually have info of what's going on in Garage.
I mean, he tried to go in for that chase down, but the drone saved his life. NDG knew exactly how Famous wanted to play that. Able to stop him as a right click is found to break that spy cam. Borkum still looking for the kill, but I think Famous takes notice of this as he is not looking to over-aggress this angle.
Well, all of this is happening. KDM are getting ready for the A side execute. From the shadows, information being gathered by Sylvan, but always puts TS on a position to try to rotate back onto the A site.
Smokes are on the ready though for A site as it is going to be set up here towards A, but they are going to be meeting Kelly as his setup as it might be a pull out with 30 seconds left. Already pointing the resources up towards C. Sylvan, all that's left, holding down that angle, and it is going to be Yux and NDG to lead the charge with the From the Shadows going to be casted, and here it is. The execute the site is now ready.
Hunter's Fury, they spot out Borkum. Envy's gonna win that fight. Sylvan is fully prepared to kill off Yux. He tried to entry on solo. 10 seconds, KDM. They do have the objective, but they have to save the guns. No foot set inside C site. KDM have faltered the round thanks to the efforts of Sylvan and Envy. 5-1.
Oh.
Kills from the side of KDM, but it does not work out. It's not gonna matter.
And that's just another round on their belts. I mean, come on. It was straight from a timeout too, and honestly, it was just very difficult for them to get in that site. But then again, you have to consider the Cypher was a completely different site. It was all up to Sylvan, and he played this to a T. The paranoia placement was just impeccable, and the timing of his smokes was crazy, and there's nothing really less expected from a player of his caliber. But at the end of the day, KDM should have been able to overpower that, and that's something that's going to leave them frustrated coming into this next round.
Man, Team Secret looking pretty different from their first day woes. The push shot for Famous. He's getting ready to go for this flank right now. He's KDM. Everyone's preparing for the push on the A side extremity. Dre's gonna eat the...
Off your feet!
He's the shot start right now. Rolling Thunder, put out that will force out Team Secret on the back foot. Retake scenario wide open. Flank as well activated for Famous.
But then again, there's gonna be a tripwire that covers it, as it is going to be a plant down for KDM. There it is. Dimensional Drift going to be used up to get all that information that they need. The Paranoia going to get thrown out as Dre is going to be able to smoke himself down, and NDG secures a kill onto Jesse Bash.
Dre's gonna get the second as well as KDM. They're firing on all fronts. They put down Famous on the flank, but unfortunately he only gets one. That will be a 4 versus 2 as Galeazzi tried to revive the situation, but Sylvan, all that he can do is shorty out the Dre, but NDG's prepared. NDG got your back. A triple for the side of KDM. A 2-5 thanks to an aggressive take on the A side.
Absolutely amazing display of hold there from that post plant. I mean, the aggression really pushed them out. Great use of that Rolling Thunder there, and a little bit more plays like that, and they may be able to equalize here in the first half. But then again, we gotta talk about the performance of NDG in this round. He's able to secure a 3K here for his team to bring them over the line. And sasabihin ko na sa'yo ngayon, ang NDG, alam naman natin initials niya yan. Pero meron din ibang meaning yan eh. Alam mo yung meaning na yan?
Ano?
No doubts given. At yun yung
Ayun.
pinakita niya dito sa team niya.
Absolutely. Una natin no? NV. This operator is not needed. The full push from Team Secret just to prevent the front lines. And finally, the operator shows his presence. Gets the 3 kills for Team Secret. Yor and Borkum down on their lonesome.
And it's going to be a 3v2 in this scenario. Sylvan, however, has a sheriff in his name. But that's not really where his value comes from. A lot of utility still ready for this man if they have to go in for that retake position.
Exactly where
Neural Theft going to get casted here, and it looks like it is going to be given a lot of information here for the side of Team Kadiliman. Already working his way up towards C Long. You're looking for a plant down, but it looks like it is going to be information taken here by the side of Team Secret as they set up for a retake in the C site.
They're both separated, so you have to make sure that their individual picks are gonna do that much damage. Pashan in from Kelly kills down Borkum. It's gonna be down to your 1v3 in the post plant. What can he do? Isolate each fight, spotted thanks to the peak. Sylvan, all that he's doing is buying a lot of time, but that's forcing Yor into position. 4K not in the ace as Envy saves it for Team Secret. That was close, but no cigar for KDM.
I mean, he played that fight so well. You were able to secure those kills for his team. I mean, yes, Team Secret came out of that fight alive, but what you have to think of is how Kadiliman was able to just stay that way and be able to still secure those kills, make the economy even worse for the side that's winning. And look at this. Viewer spots one, isolates the fights completely. Right click's just working out for Envy because of the HP difference, but at the end of the day, damage has been dealt and KDM is happy with that round.
Jesus, it's just everything is working out so well for Team Secret at the helm. From the defense all the way to the retake scenarios. And just from these double pushes on A long, sometimes it works. And even in the times that it doesn't, the conditioning just works out so well in the long term.
There it is. Repositioning here from Team Secret. I mean, that wasn't their round to win, but at the same time, a lot of shots are going to be connecting here on towards A, and that gives a lot of information for the side of Team Secret. But there it is, Kadiliman on the ready, on the prowl, and it looks like they have made a decision to put their resources on towards A site.
So many people posted up on the angle. Envy in particular, but the operator has to be big here. Has to kill off at least the drone. Destroy it just to deny the info.
Paranoia.
Just one player gone. But that will be the paranoia out. The entry comes in. He does not hit the shot. He decides to TP just as early. But at the end of it, it's a blessing in disguise. This will at least provide the post-plant retake scenario for Team Secret.
A lot of damage being dealt here by Jesse Vash's recon shock bolts. As it is going to be a beautiful hold. We've seen Kadiliman hold this angle last few rounds. But it looks like it is going to be Yux dealing some chip damage as they are ready for this retake.
Paranoia gonna be up and ready. Famous now holding the judge. He does not get a shot in Yor. Just from the tripwire, able to get the spray down. Yux with a double kill as well. Able to cross down.
Wait a
Team
second,
Secret,
from
but the flick
behind!
from Kelly S. He explodes at the corner from behind. Gets the 3K 1v1 from Envy, but the shotgun from long range will secure the round for Kadiliman. Team Secret had no time, no damn time to retake the round entirely.
And not even us could have taken into account that there was a guy flanking Kelly S. Could have well been the person to make things possible, but that is so difficult. To think that he was taking his sweet time here. He wasn't really able to find that timing. And I mean, if he was able to get this last kill on the Dre, maybe possibly they would have been able to take that round, but all done too much already. As they played the time, they played it well, and Kadiliman put themselves on the board, still able to equalize here in this first half of the game.
Yeah, man, the fighting prowess from Yux. Dre just off of that momentum, just feeling the hot hands from the previous round, forcing it into Famous, who just gets knocked out in this round, not allowed to play Valorant in this match.
Now a soft for the side of Kadiliman, as they know that they have poured on A site. They don't want to meet that operator that Yoru has. Envy's been stellar on it, but it looks like it is going to be a creep up on towards Garage, and there's no utility, nothing to stop it. And it's looking like a poised retake here for the side of Team Secret.
It's going to push on towards C. Kate Kadliman have full forces back on the side itself. All the guns in the world invested. And Envy has the choice to either save up the gun yet again. The rest of the squad is just going to play for the spike detonation. As KDM have fully extended the timer. A double flank out for Sylvan and Kelly has to work through this. It's an impossible task at hand with the amount of time that they're wasting with this.
Absolutely. Right now, smokes are going to be put down here on the site, and it is going to be a retake. It's going to be very difficult here for the side of Team Secret since they do have that man disadvantage, and they are playing the time once again. It's looking like a save here, and it's looking like they want to play for these exit frags. Dre clearing up the angles here in towards CT, but what can you do? It's a Phantom in his hands. Your Classic's not going to be doing any much, as it is a save from the side of Secret, as it is going to be 6-4 now. Looking to chase down the shot. Kelly and Sylvan deciding to die to the spike for economics, as he's going to be able to get a kill. Secret Envy, you're taken out. And 6-4 is the round.
Absolutely. An unfortunate set of events now for Team Secret. Just from the momentum, it's a different force to be reckoned with for Kadaliman. Now Dre's feeling it, now Yux is feeling it now at the very least. It will shake the confidence for Team Secret despite them being in a better position now compared to before. We'll have the buys in the round. Jesse Bash puts out the early recon dart. Envy also gets stunned up, so he's forced to TP back onto safety. But Famous, as well as Jesse Bash, they're going to commit towards this A-side aggression from Kadaliman. They have to defend this with the operator at least providing support if ever Dre pushes a little bit too closely on that short position.
Pushing up slowly, however, as Famous taking space here, going up against Yux. He knows he likes to take this position if they want to take that short angle. But right now, pulling out a shot, pulling out a sewers, and looking to support Yux's position here. And a rotate is found as Borkum spots Kelly S, and that is a lot of space going to be given here for the side of KDM. They're playing this very well, and Borkum spots another kill.
Borkum with the lurk, just a W timing on him. Opens up the B plant for the side of Kadaliman. 3v5 retake. Nobody on the site to actually stop them within the tracks. Famous though will catch the timing on NDG, but Yux able to shut down Sylvan on the rotation. 2v4 spots out by Famous, and he even gets a double kill. Swings onto Yux. He's been having a quiet game so far. Finds himself in the crosshair of Yor, who will spray him down. It's a triple kill for Borkum. He opens up the round, and he closes it with another one. 5-6.
This score line is looking very familiar. If you guys were watching the game yesterday with the LaSalle Green Aces going up against Driftcash, they were down by 6, and they were able to equalize in the half. So if Kadaliman is able to muster up those numbers once again and make that thing possible, then most likely this will turn out in their favor and go overtime. But right now, Team Secret needs to recuperate and rest to find the ins and outs of this map, as KDM is taking a hold of the pacing here, as both teams already taking their first time out in this game.
Yeah. Now at this point, Team Secret are fully realizing that KDM is feeling confident, feeling a little bit more in the slow pushes. The fact that they're putting it on a player that, you know, it's been a while since I've seen Dre in a position like this, right? I mean, talented player at that. And on the jet, he's been putting up a lot of numbers right up against Team Secret right now. Has had a good performance from the previous showing of Kadaliman. Now it's a different style from him. Take up the mantle up against Team Secret. Unfortunately, this is one heck of a reunion, right? I mean, from the days of old, Borkum and NDG in that Team Secret jersey, now being the pivotal members. Actually tied things up against them in the first half, 6-5. Pause timer's done, and you got KDM approaching this slowly as ever against the Team Secret that are just bundled up on both Garage and the B site.
Bundled up as they can be, it looks like they are putting their resources together into a long. KDM looking to close out strong in this first half, looking to equalize as they are ready to pounce in this site. Just waiting for any sort of util to be thrown But right now, they're just creeping up as Jesse Vash is all alone in sight with the dash on the ready here for Dre. And it looks like it is going to be a battle on towards the site. Turtle Smoke put up as Jesse Vash takes hold and control of this, as he has a sixth sense. He knows exactly the positioning of these players.
But you don't know that Jesse Vash is inside of the site, so that completely works in his favor.
Oh.
Back turn, and that's your way opportunity. The Unk of Team Secret down for the count. It will be that 4 versus 5 retake. But remember, they do have the Dimensional Drift. Famous on the lurk as well. NDG posted up on the angle. So while the front line is where the Dimensional Drift is trying to get some information, Famous, he slides in and he knows that somebody's from long. NDG kills him off. It's a 3v4. And finally, KDM, they realize what's going on. They've been flanking them from all sides.
Envy!
Envy from the flank. Hashes out in towards Yor. Then Yor's gonna get spotted out. That's a double for him. It's only a 1v1 up against NDG. Sylvan. He plays right time. Hunter's Fury for NDG. Pulls it out after the tap from Sylvan.
There it
Buys
is.
enough
There's
time,
no time
for the defuse to be impossible. This is not gonna be the Team Secret round they're looking for. KDM steal it under their noses.
And that's difficult for them. Starting off strong for Team Secret, but ending off on a sour note for their team. NDG able to secure that round for his team. I mean, yes, the timer's dwindled. Envy not going to be able to predict his movement on where NDG was going to end up in that scenario. And gets caught with his pants down, looking at the wrong angle. And that's pretty much what she wrote for that first half. And now we're tied up 6-6, ladies and gentlemen. Don't count KDM out just yet, as Team Secret might have an early exit if they play their cards right.
Absolutely. KDM, all the momentum on them. Just after a beautiful post plant, just to consider into the 6-6. This time it will be Team Secret. Gonna be on the attacking side. Early smoke out just to provide some cover in towards the short push on their side of the map.
That's going to be very quiet here, moving up towards the A site already. An early pick taken down by Famazine, as they are already made their way on towards A site. This is a good creep up from the side of Team Secret. But once this plant goes down, you're going to open a Pandora's box in the rotate that is going to be coming from the side of KDM. As Sylvan gets the plant down.
Spike planted.
There it is.
Kind of like a can of worms. I don't believe KDM even realized this, so despite the numbers advantage, the A site is one of the more difficult sites to retake in the Valorant scene. So Envy now placed, flashed out as well, but they're not going to be able to have the entry just yet. They have to clear Envy. They have to clear Borkum. Kelly, yes, excuse me, from the Team Secret side. Flash on in. It's the dash from Dre, Sylvan, and Envy. They're getting ready. Yuk's already with a counter. Yuk's with a double kill as well. And down to Yor and NDG, but Team Secret got the retake denied. 7-6 for Team Secret.
And it all boiled down to the last man, or the last men alive, as Team Secret garnered a really strong hold there. And it was just textbook angles being held by Team Secret. NDG and the rest of the squad of Kadeliman, I mean, they had a good run there, being able to secure those kills. But at the end of the day, it's fine. It's done and dusted. Because that round, that pistol round is going to be coming into them just the same way it did in the first half.
It did. They tried to revive the hopes and dreams yet again for the side of Team Secret. As now will be the push on from Kelly, as he's been out-fragged by Borkum on the lurk, but it will be a crossfire instead. He also has the concuss to deal with, but at the end of it, it will be Yor on the crossfire. Push on in from Famous. He has not checked the Sova yet. NDG found out by Envy as he pushes back in towards A-Long. 4v3, the push on in, and Yuk's also expected. Envy with the long angle. You're down, forcing Borkum in a 1v4. Impossible clutch. And Jesse Vash is just gonna kill him off. That will be another round for Team Secret.
And that is just another mow down from Team Secret. I mean, Team Kadeliman, they may have had the momentum from the last half, but now it's a completely different ball game, considering it's a mental reset in the second half. Team Secret up by 2, but we've seen them in a position like this before. Let's see if this KDM roster can muster up the strength, as the buy is going to be on their side. And now it's all up to it. But it looks like we might be heading into a somewhat of a tech pause here for I'm not so sure who called it, but again, I want to mention the way that KDM was playing last half, it's not translating to the first 2 rounds, but we know that Team Secret is very stellar in playing these pistol rounds. But then again, they lose control towards the middle of the half when they decide to go for those flashy plays, go for those plays that are too obvious enough that KDM will understand what to do in those scenarios to answer to the playbooks that they have. But right now, Team Secret needs to ride this momentum if they want to continue and win this out and stay in this tournament.
They have to. They have to, because this is something that they've been fighting for. Not only for the Team Secret organization, but for the Philippines as a whole, right? They were 2023 Asia Pacific Predator League champions. And now they're just going to try to ride off of it. You're spotted. Famous on the Bulldog will chip some damage in towards the controller of KDM. So they back off for now, knowing of the possibility of the rotate from the defense. Team Secret will weigh out their options.
Going quiet here. Just waiting for any sort of utility. That's at the moment. Dre already pushed up very close as the cage is going to be helping him stay alive. Dre gonna get spotted out by that drone, but not tagged whatsoever as Famous is looking to run things down and get him out of the picture. But Dre, by the tail of a feather, he's able to take himself out of that picture as he stays alive. But Sylvan gets a kill off camera all the way across the board as C-Site is all for the taking here for Team Secret as this plant is going to go down.
Kelly has a timing. He does not know that Yux is going to be rotating, but he does. And finally, he does get the kill. 4v4, Paranoia out. Will you plant on C? Envy lines up the guard. Gets the one shot, but it will be another. It's going to be a triple, a 4K for Sylvan, the newcomer. Finally showing off. The 9-6 for Team Secret, thanks to the controller. Supplying the 4K, supplying the hope of Team Secret.
Carrying his team when they need it the most. Putting numbers up on the board here. Envy spotting Dre down, dealing a lot of damage there. As Sylvan is there to clean up. Nothing less expected from this squad as they convert that bonus round into their own. As they are 1 round away from double digits in the second half, ladies and gentlemen. And KDM is down in the economy.
9-6. Outlaw buy for Envy right now. I'm already expecting Yor to be on top of the structure. Will be the eco round for KDM at the end of the day, so can't really fault them for the forward pushes. Done by Dre this time, as well as the smoke being given to them on a long. Given the opportunity for NDG to do something weird, which is the forward angle on the A-long position.
Still, however, Envy holding this angle. Knows exactly what to do in this scenario, but it looks like he is going to be meeting up with Borkum, and Yor spots a shot, but doesn't connect whatsoever. NDG, however, taking down Famous In, but Sylvan and the rest of the Secret squad able to take down NDG and Dre. Paranoia gonna get thrown out, but they don't expect Yux's position here. Taking one casualty off, but does Envy expect this rotation from Borkum as he makes a run for it in towards the site, and he's already positioned inside the site? Yux!
There's two flanks. There's one person already on short, but already taken care of. But will they expect Borkum on this side alone? Envy take him down. And now it will be Yor in a 1v4. Let's see how he does it. Just a shot on Envy.
Seen him do
Outlaw
this
down,
before.
at least some damage done. A little bit more damage with the exit frags as Kelly S is just gonna hunt them down. That's a 3K for Kelly Salido.
And that is
6.
That is just something that you see in a lot of players of his caliber. I mean, the way that he just saw the elbow of the person, already adjusted his crosshair, even if there's a wall in front of him. Those are the pixel perfect adjustments that you make when you are a player and on a level of a caliber the same as Mr. Kelly S himself. Honestly, this team is starting to form in a way that we want them to see, as they will be needing it against a team like KDM with the form that they're showing currently.
Yeah. Despite the forward pushes, this is going to be something that Team Secret are going to be prepared for. KDM going to push it down. Jay with a kill onto Envy. That will be their first casualty, and that will force the side of Team Secret to reset back down. the forces of KDM on the defense is impeccable. And they will expect a reset on Team Secret, especially with Kelly S now showing his presence on Garage.
But it is going to have to pipe down a bit here for the side of Team Secret. Kadiliman, they have already found a foothold in this round. Can they turn things around and get that momentum back on their side? There it is. Sylvan answers with a kill onto Dre, but NDG gets a trade. And now it is going to be a walk up on towards the side. They don't expect this as you're able to get a kill on towards Famousin. Forcing a fallback.
Can't have to rotate in. They have a B side push. Kelly S has already posted up on the lurk. And I don't think the camera also spots him out as well. So now they finally do. They have the info. They have everybody on KDM. Noted about the position. Kelly S gonna swing in. It will be Yux. Finally trained on the angle. That's NBG to close out the 7th round win for Kadiliman. Kadiliman finding their form in the form that we kind of expected them to be at when they started in Predator League so far. But it's better late than never so far for the squad.
4 ults on the ready, though, for Team Secret for this round. All they have to do is just play things right, and they might be able to bring us one step closer to match point. But looking at how Kadiliman is playing right now, looks like they have a read on Secret, and this is not a time to choke for any of these teams, Ramon.
Yeah, definitely not. 10 to 7. Forward push on Dre. He does invest the operator. Nobody from Team Secret is going to give him the light of day. As it will be that play for pick strategy. They insert Envy on that A-long position. Not only to gather information, he could actually also be a failsafe for the team if they need him to.
But a drone headed in towards it with Famousin coming from behind, and now they're already made their way on towards Garage. A lot of space being given here by KDM, and a fault line used pretty early, as they are forced to fall back, and it looks like it is going to be an A landing here. Shot's going to connect for Yor as he spots out Famousin.
You're going to kill him down, and NDG is going to follow up with another peek as well. This is KDM. Confident early peaks and finally showing their presence. They note about the position on A long. The rotation has been noted. They know about this, so I've invested everybody. The pack of KDM to fight top Team Secret. Kelly S down. Sylvan already on the site. TP'ing on towards the site itself. Forcing the players on KDM to play on his turn. 30 seconds. Push on in will be the shot. Not connecting by Sylvan. Unfortunate set of events from them as Kadiliman the 8th round because of this.
Pressure is getting worse here for the side of Team Secret as they're losing control of this match again. That's what I've been saying. They take the first few rounds of the half and then they start to falter when it matters the most. And maybe it's because of their performance, or maybe it's because of how KDM is able to adapt to these playstyles. I mean, yes, you have 2 players that are former Team Secret, so they may know how Team Secret is calling, especially with Jesse Vash and Kelly S on the helm, but right now, they need to find this timeout. They need to find more plays in the newer set of the playbook in order for them to not get counter-stratted, to not get expected by this KDM squad.
It's the last timeout for Team Secret too. They're feeling the pressure despite them being at the leading position. And Kadiliman, there are no slouches in the aggressive positions either. The willingness to fight for them, the willingness to just take them at the retake scenario. An 8 to 10 scoreline. All the possibilities are endless for Team Secret. They do have the dimensional drift, and I think they have enough to at least invest majority of the buys for the core of the team. So it's a gamble push. Of course, for Sylvan as well. So they're gonna gamble everything on this round right now into a push on the A site. And the read might be perfect since that's gonna be 4 of the initiators plus the duelists on the other side of the map, while Team Secret are looking to prepare for that A-long push.
Absolutely, and now camera is going to be used up there to spot the close, but it is going to be Envy to walk up in towards the site on that dimensional drift. Clearing out the angles on the site, and it looks like it is triggered a rotation from KDM. But now, a lot of space being taken here, spots the information on where Kelly and Envy are. But now, up towards the site, Sylvan goes in for that plant, and it triggers a Hunter's Fury to make some noise on towards the site as Sylvan gets taken out, and he's fallen into the depths. And now the retake's going to be a bit easier here for the side of Team KDM.
Sylvan's already down, so that won't be a reset smoke on the heaven position, making Borkrum's side much more of a stronger position right now. Swapping of guns, Rolling Thunder just to press the push. NDG and they pick up the blow for blow. Kelly S gets the shot, but it's not gonna be enough. Dre with the entry and even cleans it up with a double. That will be KDM. A 9-10 to force Team Secret on the eco round right after this.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, they came from a timeout, so that was crucial for Secret to win. But now, KDM on a heater, not stopping anytime soon. And this might be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, upset in the making in this tournament. I mean, from a performance that they had yesterday to going toe-to-toe with tier 1 athletes of this sport, KDM, a quick turnaround, and they are not stopping anytime soon as your NDG, Dre, and the rest of the squad are looking to take the reins in this match.
They're going to try to risk giving Famous this ult orb. The early smoke down on Ceylon just to prevent the operator from getting any value. They do get the overdrive. They have Famous in a position to succeed despite the low buy. And a gamble back either on B or on Garage. This could be another Ceylon take for Jesse Bash. The rifle, but Yux has already knocked down Envy. As Famous, he tries to open up the site, but Yux, he's doing a really good job of knocking them down before they hit the entry. Push on in from Famous. Overdrive activated. They have not noted about NDG, and he kills off Famous in the process. 3 versus 5. Spray on through from the wall bang. Sylvan put down to 1 HP. Dre does not hit the flick shot. And eventually, Jesse Vash will reign supreme with the shot. 3v4 and KDM. So far, their forces have been working.
Looks like Yux does take note of this teleport as they are forcing their way back on towards the site. Watching the flank, you're looking for a swing spot. Sylvan out of the picture, and now it is going to be Jesse Vash and Kelly S, the 2 callers of this team. Gonna be the only ones left. Kelly finds 1, finds 2! Ooh! As he equalizes here. Yux with a trade, and now it's a 1v2.
Jesse Vash, the only rifle, the only hope! Already squandered down by Yux. He was the lone guardian inside Garage. He was not letting any player from Team Secret get the entry. And this time, he succeeded in his conquest in denying Team Secret of any hope in this round, 10-10.
That is difficult. KDM finding the motion, finding the rhythm in their footing. As we are equal 10-10, what once was thought as a done and dusted game, KDM said, no sir, we're in it to win it. As Famousin takes out Dre, the operator, not going to be working out on their ends. Hindi ito yung oras para magpakampante. And hopefully, neither of these teams falls short of that. As they have already made a decision, information being taken here from mid. As A site is all for the taking and they walk up towards it.
The push on in from KDM is a bit of a gamble, but at the very least, they will have the numbers to supply the retake scenario once required out of them. Team Secret, they kill off 1 from the short position and they rotate back in towards the C site. Famous has already gotten the angle on that hell spot. A triple peek from KDM is possible, but the plant coming down, it's forcing them into this 4 versus 5 retake. Famous holding the line. And once he gets contact, Jesse Vash is going to be the one to supply the retake, or at least the refrag itself. Paranoia out. Jesse Vash waiting for his perfect moment. Your spots him, and Borkum gets the second. Sylvan, the double kill.
Enemy remaining.
He's hoping for more. He's requiring for more, but Yux, he's able to shut him down. A 1v2 for Kelly S, but Borkum will knock him out with a right swing. 11-10 for KDM. The knocks are lighted up for Team Secret.
And they have taken the lead. KDM, what once was thought as a 1-out game by Team Secret, the early aggression, the double-digit score, they got stuck on 10. And KDM took this last round as a nail to keep them there. One step closer to winning this out. One step closer to eliminating Team Secret. And this is difficult.
Absolutely difficult, man. It was their last buy round. And we're counting all their stars, all their nuggets just to get themselves up to this point. Team Secret don't have that much money to invest into another full buy. That's why they're going to be pushing on in towards the B side for the short range gunplay.
Yux.
It's going to matter so much. Famous though. Countered out by Yux with the long angle set up for him. It's the first blood and the tags from the two players on KDM. They have the info, yes, but they don't have the weaponry to fight up against this NDG. The spray down gets the one, gets the second. And this time, Secret, they're running on straws. They're grasping on straws. Envy gets the double kill. The Spectre comes out. But it's a 1v3 for Envy. And even the dying hope of Team Secret can't do it. Kadiliman, we're swallowing Team Secret in their own faces.
The darkness is taking over as Team Secret is losing grip of this game. This is something that has been their problem, not only in Predator League, but also in the other leagues that they've joined in, is once they reach that double digits, they fall into a sense of security, a false sense of security. And that's exactly why KDM was able to get a toehold in this match, and that's exactly why they may be able to close this out. But Team Secret needs a miracle if they want to come back from this.
Not just a miracle, a hero moment from either one of these players. And so far, the hero has been Sylvan, but he can't do it alone. So far, Filipino core is Dre spotted thanks to the drone. He has to back off for now, has to guarantee the safety of himself for this operator to continue getting value into the round. A dimensional drift supplied by Envy, and Famous trying to follow up himself as well, but Yux is just gonna spray him down. He thought he has a false sense of security, but Dre's gonna get the shot on Envy. Kelly S and Sylvan are doing their best to supply a lot of value from the entry. Sylvan with a double kill, and even though there was Hunter's Fury, it's not gonna be enough. Team Secret are still inside of the A site.
On the cusp. This round could turn the tide. Kelly S is going to be going for this plant, and that forces movement as NDG is going to be throwing those shock darts. Not landing the second, but dealing enough damage to make this retake easier. And now, slowly going to be pushing up towards it as they are ready for this fight on A site.
NDG and Borkum have to play together. Trade off each other, Kelly S and Sylvan. One's tagged from the recon dart, but Sylvan, he's stuck to a corner. Borkum and NDG trying to trade off each other. Spotted si Sylvan, and NDG's gonna kill him. It's on a 1v2 for Kelly S, and NDG's gonna end this right here, right now. Adobo no more. KDM wins it 13-10 against Team Secret.
What an upset being given by Kadiliman Esports. Absolute stellar performance coming in from all of them. But that was something nobody expected here. Kadiliman with the biggest upset, bringing and pulling Team Secret into the darkness as they came back from that game that they had yesterday, and they showed up when it mattered the most, bringing Team Secret to the floor and eliminating them off of the Predator League qualifiers. What a game being played by this whole squad.
Absolutely. I mean, just pure calling from KDM at the end of the day. And it was just Yux just finding his form in the last stages of this round. He was bottom fragging, if I remember correctly, 4-11 in the last stages of that first half. But he found a resurgence, he found his form, and at the right time when NDG also stepped up with his confidence. Every moment from KDM to shine through against Team Secret, despite the early odds in the first half, despite them finding so many impactful frags in the early stages. As long as they keep their wits about them, KDM had the potential. They always had the potential when it comes to the mechanical prowess. And finally, it bore fruit when it came to the moments that mattered the most. Especially in the last round when it was a 2v2.
I agree with you on that one. I mean, they had the hold, but Sylvan fell asleep on the wheel. He was able to get that secured kill on towards Hell, and it all boiled down to Kelly S. But it wasn't enough. All his firepower was used up there, and it's gonna be falling to the hands of KDM now, with Team Secret being dropped this early on in the tournament. Something that nobody expected, not even we did. But KDM is there to rise to the occasion as they bring the darkness with them, fighting against this strong team. It's gonna leave a sour note there for Team Secret, But now that everyone knows what their lineup is and how they play, Team Secret needs to recuperate and regroup to find out what the best way is to approach this new roster that they have. So GG's to both of these teams. But Ramon, give us a talk about what your opinions were with this game, man. I mean, it's been a completely roller coaster ride, if I have to say that for myself.
They left it all on the server, man. I mean, you just gotta respect the amount of grind that they needed to do in order to come up to this stage right here. What teams needing to qualify coming into the event as well. And Team Secret, they did the best that they can. I mean, with the pieces that they needed to put together just to make sure that this lineup was going to stick all the way to the end of the run right now. It's respectable. I mean, the first day to play with Prodigy, and then just after that, they had to play with Famous as well. Sylvan trying to, I'd say, make sure that he's comfortable in the system with the amount of time that he's given, has put up a respectable performance. Something that we kind of expected from him from the very beginning, right? I mean, he was the standout from the bind game that they had yesterday. Today, he was the top fragger for the team. I mean, so many moments where he was the game changer for a few of the rounds in the early stages of this game, but it was an overwhelming thing when Kadaliman Esports were actually working out with the odds against them, finally showing themselves in the amount of moments that they actually are able to turn the tables against this Team Secret roster. They were finding good form, they were finding good lurks as well. And they were also surprised by Borkum and the amount of times that he has lurked around this Haven map, which is honestly has been the home for so many timing moments that Borkum was able to shine into. It has been the grind for Kadaliman Esports all throughout, and a lot of the local tournaments just to perfect this formula that they've been building up since day one. And finally, they did it against a team that, well, you know, this team is not to be scoffed with, considering the talent that they have.
I mean, to be honest with you, Team Secret has had this problem time and time again where they choke up when it matters the most, not only in this league, but in different leagues that they join in. Even having new faces like Sylvan and Famous, it's still been a problem for them. So if they're able to root that out during their off season or after this tournament, they're going to be able to do numbers, especially with the additions. But right now, let's focus on what happened during that game. The highlights of this game were absolutely impeccable. Both teams really showed up when it mattered the most, with Team Secret putting up numbers. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, it is still your boys here at KDM to bring out the win for them, and especially in a better light now, considering yesterday they had a really tough time. I mean, there were just a mismatch of roles. I mean, you had Borkum on the Phoenix, to now letting him have that Sentinel role, playing his game. And ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing else to say, but this might be what we're waiting for. This might be Borkum time. No, Ramon?
Possibly. I mean, we have to see if this guy's gonna clutch up yet again to actually call Borkum time, but at least in this moment, it is the time for Kadaliman rise to the occasion. In so many moments, especially from the Team Secret side. I mean, poor Sylvan in particular, he had a lot to prove. I mean, despite his own individual achievements, he's coming into a new system and actually trying to communicate in the new way. I mean, from T1, you already know that he was communicating in full Korean. Now he is in a system where everybody has to speak English just for this guy and for Famous. Make sure that they're both in a spot to shine, right? But that's gonna take a lot of time, and I'm sure this is just gonna be the beginning for Team Secret on their way towards redemption. It has been a disappointing run for them so far in Pacific, but maybe this could be the secret sauce if it finds its form later on.
Absolutely. They're still trying to meld the flavors together with adobo and kimchi and a little bit of Indonesian flavors. But right now, we're gonna be having to give it to KDM to take that win with absolute stellar performances all across the board. I mean, look at this. Kadaliman Esports with the victory there. 13-10. Both teams, a close fight, but no cigar given here to Team Secret as Kadaliman just equal across the board. Double digits hit from all ends. And it really, really shows how they played as a team this time around, Ramon.
And how instrumental was it that Borkum and NDG were integral to the loss that the Team Secret had in this Haven map when they were both former Team Secret players as well, right? I mean, 20 kills for NBG, 16 kills for Borkum, and it's not the highest in the leaderboard, but he was the one putting up really good lurks on the attacking side as well, even diffing out Kelly S. A lot of the moments there as well, so a lot of props for a lot of the members for KDM, but we have to give the match MVP to one player and one player only, and that is going to be your 22 kills on the Omen. On day one, he had to adjust to a role that he wasn't comfortable on, but now on the Omen, on the controller role, he shows his best work, and he finally shows why KDM is not to be underestimated.
Absolutely. 22, 18, and 10. Triple-double here for your playing like LeBron for this team with an average combat score of 256. I mean, this man was a force to be reckoned with. It was an absolute banger of a match. PG well played on both teams. Team Secret, we'll see you guys next year. But right now, all of the limelight and the spotlight is pointed and poised on towards Team Kadiliman. Napakaganda naman talaga ng laro na pinakita nila dito. And especially since it was very difficult for them to come out on top for the side of Team Secret, as they weren't able to conquer the curve, but maybe you could conquer the curve with the Predator's X34 Infinity Widescreen as your new battleground. As you dive into the abyss to wreak havoc and claim victory, get the competitive edge available at Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, and the Acer online store.
If you want to master the game just like at the Lehman Esports, then very well put, we have the X39 as well with an expansive display. Every war is an epic, and every frame is harmony in hertz. Plunge into the abyss, unleash your destructive power, and reshape reality with the X39. Shop now at Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, as well as the Acer online store. All the options for you to get your own X39.
Absolutely, and that was amazing games from both ends, but at the moment, we're going to be throwing it to a short break before we move on to our last match. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this was Bluey and Ramon, and we'll see you guys in the next match. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with some more Valorant action for our last match of today. But right before that, let us reintroduce ourselves. My name is Bluey, and I am joined here by Ramon. I am very much excited to bring you our final match of the day. And wag na natin to patagalin pa. Let's talk about it right now. It's going to be Ember Phoenix versus Drip Cash PH. Give us a rundown of both of their performance yesterday, Ramon. Ano ba nangyari dito?
It's not the brightest of spots for both of these teams, kaya nga sila nasa 0-1 bracket no? And syempre, it's something na medyo nakaka-disappoint nga in a sense, considering na these are teams that have qualified here for a reason. One of them being nakapag-qualify all the way towards that open qualifiers from one of the previous days leading up to this point. Kaya medyo nakapag-practice na nga sila, nakapagpakita na sila ng gilas papunta dito sa ating naging bracket in the Swiss system. Yung problema nga lang for the side of Drip Cash PH, hindi sila lagi nakapag-field na complete roster nila Yung usually nating dapat makikita na si Yokam, medyo nawawala siya dito Kaya sometimes nasasampin siya ng isa pang player from Drip Cash PH. At hindi sila nagpapakita na yung something na medyo na-expect sana natin kung nandun nga si Yokam in the roster. No disrespect, definitely not from Lalawa in particular. He's been a good performer on the Neon. But Yokam just hits pretty different on Drip Cash. While on the other side, Ember Phoenix were overwhelmed by the forces dun sa kanilang naging first day alone. So really, it was just a lost cause from the beginning dahil yung Oasis Gaming na naging kalaban nila, yun talaga yung parang sobrang hirap din kalabanin talaga from the beginning
I mean, with the performance of Olfu Ember Phoenix going up against the Rejects yesterday was just absolutely just crushing on their end. So both of these teams, they did go through very difficult losses. I mean, yes, Olfu Ember Phoenix got stomped on, but I feel like the weight of losing a game that you should have won in the first place, that's going to be heavier, and that's going to be a driving force for you to really push yourself and prepare yourself more for the upcoming matches that you're going to be going, because Drip Cash PH needs this win, and that's exactly what we're talking about as we move into their team profile. Let's see our players who are going to be donning the jerseys of the PH Rejects. Ladies, the Drip Cash PH is going to be Lalawa, Yokam, go one more, Astro, and Juan Carlos on the helms here, gonna be leading the push for Drip Cash PH. And these are not players to be dealt with, or played with rather, as these guys are locked, loaded, and ready. As you can see here, smiles all across the board, as Yokam is gonna be playing for this team now for this game. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited to see this new roster that they're gonna be putting up against Olfu Ember Phoenix. I mean, Ramon, this team, Olfu Ember Phoenix, they are the winners of Campus Rivals, and they did beat LaSalle. So having that sort of dethronement, having that expectation of you that you're able to perform well, that's going to be a lot of pressure in their hands, especially now that they're down by 1 and this is an elimination bracket. So the question will remain, will Drip Cash PH be known as the team that lost to both collegiate teams, or will they be able to strike down the campus rivals champions?
We'll find out, man. I mean, it's a conversation that's going to be answered on the server itself, but Drip Cash PH, they did have a pretty rough go at it in the first day. But hopefully they do with their full roster now up to play. Now let's talk about Ember Phoenix in a little bit, since this is going to be the rise of their occasion. Literally, this is a team that you have mentioned. They have 1 gold from campus rivals, a previous Predator League tournament at that. But it is a different roster to play into this point. We have Shintaro, West, Aeonix, Kevsi finally having the face on the jersey right now, and Repulsive for Olfu Ember Phoenix. This is a team that have been led by their own MVP, Shintaro, and Repulsive. And Wes also, with the guidance that he has, he can provide for the team. With the amount of experience that he has, also not only as a coach but also as a player, will supply a lot of support for this whole Olfu Ember Phoenix roster. But yet again, this is what I'm talking about, right? The conversation that I'm trying to put out is that Olfu Ember Phoenix are not feeling their complete roster from their win in the previous campus rivals Valorant tournament. This is a different form that we'll be expecting from Olfu Ember Phoenix. It's not the same kind of bite that you expect out of them. Even if they have their achievements up to play, it's now going to be a bit of an asterisk now that we're heading up into Predator League with a different lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see what will happen between these two players. I mean, honestly, with the way that both of them have been performing, this is a do or die situation, and you have to let go of all those mistakes, all those doubts about yourself, and you just got to lock in and really just close in on the moments where you know you can shine. And both of these teams have what it takes. I mean, they made it here in our top 8, and they are not letting anything slide. And this is actually a good storyline if ever they do make it to the top 4, because considering, you came from this deficit. You came from a place where you thought there would be no return, and then you could rise above to the occasion. So that leaves a question for me, is which of these teams do you think will be the ones that will win out today? Who do you think has the higher advantage? Even though they did lose both of their performances yesterday, who do you think would win?
I think it's just a matter of how high the ceiling is going to be, right? I mean, if Drip Cash are going to be able to reach the ceiling that is expected out of them, if Olfu Ember Phoenix are going to be able to gel despite the different lineup, then that is going to be the win condition for both of these teams.
Absolutely, and they need to unleash peak gaming speed, just like what the Helios Neo 16S AI can do for you. Ladies and gentlemen, unleash peak gaming speed and power with the Predator Helios Neo 16S, giving performance that never compromises. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, and Acer Predator Lazada, or any resellers near you.
And don't forget, you can step up and stand out and be ready for anything with the Predator Helios 18 as well. Shop now at Acer Predator Online Shop, Acer Predator Shopee, as well as the Acer Predator Lazada, or any resellers near you to get your own Helios 18 as well as your own Helios Neo 16 SAI.
Parang gusto ko na ng isang ganyan eh. One of my first laptops was a Predator laptop, so that's a little fun fact from Bluey there. But
full circle.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what will happen here for their performances for both sides. Ikaw naman, Ramon, what are you expecting?
I'm expecting that this is going to be a closer game compared to what it was for Drip Cash back then, right? I mean, this is going to be the predictions on the screens right now. I'm putting a lot more stock into the Drip Cash PH lineup, considering that they have Yokam, and Yokam is more than enough, 1-0.
I'm still going to be sticking to my decision of staying at the collegiate side of things, with Olfu Phoenix going to be coming out on top for this match, just mainly because I have belief in the system of collegiate. They have more time on their hands, and honestly, it might be a hard adjust for Drip Cash to come into this fight, knowing that, they played a completely different roster yesterday. But on the terms of the side of Olfu Ember Phoenix, rather, they're going to be able to prepare themselves better and really focus on the mistakes they made yesterday and make sure none of those happen, as how Wes calls the team perfectly.
Let's see. That's going to be the win condition for Drip Cash PH. Especially now that they have Yokam on the roster right now. I'm expecting to see if Juan Carlos can show up like he did yesterday. I mean, he was pivotal on the chamber pick. So many collaterals, so many times that he has been aggressive when it comes to pushing them on the TPs, pushing them on the beam long control. So many times that he's been the star of the show for this Drip Cash PH roster in particular. And that could easily ease up Yokam. If he's not the only one taking the brunt amount of kills, it's going to be even easier time for Yokam to actually deal with a lot more problems, considering that Ulfu Ember Phoenix is also a roster that you can never really count out in these sorts of scenarios, right? I mean, they have Kebs, they have Ionix, both very experienced pro players. Even if they are collegiate, I mean, this team is still the team to beat still kasi may mga nanalo na nga ng mga Predator championships dito. We have Kebzy with 3 Predator League titles. We have the whole of Alpha Ember Phoenix also winning campus rivals, but you gotta remember that they're not playing in collegiate anymore. This is do or die against the top teams in the Philippines, as Drip Cash is also one of them.
And also, I'd like to mention, I actually planned out this last match in my head. I was like, okay, seeing as how they performed yesterday, I need 3 things to happen for Ulfu Ember Phoenix so that they win over this match against Drip Cash PH. Number 1 being, I need to see step-ups from players that we need to see step up. Kebzy and Shintaro, they're known to be fragging, they're known to be champions, and they need to show up in that sort of level of performance. Another would be a better read of the game from Wes and see Mr. Repulsive, because both of them are arguably the brains of this operation, and if they are activated alongside that first reason of mine with Shintaro and Kebzy shooting, I'm telling you right now that they will be a force to be reckoned with. And lastly, they need to have Drip Cash not be on their best game. Honestly, the stacks are against this Ulfu Ember Phoenix team with the way that they performed yesterday, comparing to the performance of Drip Cash against DLSU. But now, since Ulfu Ember Phoenix has that idea that a collegiate team has beaten this squad before, they can do it time and time again with the resources that they have. So let's see what it'll have in store for us. But honestly, those are the 3 reasons why I feel as though they should be able to win over this fight.
Absolutely. I mean, very valid on that point. I mean, this team really has the potential to go all the way. It was just a surprising thing to watch them and get overpowered by PH Rejects because of the experience. So that kind of gave me a little bit more difficulty in putting stock into the Ulfu Ember Phoenix stock. But for Drip Cash, I mean, considering that this is going to be a renewed focus for them with a different lineup, perhaps this could possibly be the winning formula that they're looking for with the secret that is going to be Yokam. If this is going to be a big thing to watch out for, then that's already something to be excited about. I mean, I'd say Carl on the Sky yesterday was also a big factor.
Yeah.
Is that going to be a big enough replacement in Yokam? Actually, fill in the gap that Carl is able to leave in the roster because he's not playing right now. I mean, we'll find out, because so far, Drip Cash PH has only shown aim so far in their conquest, but they didn't really have the mental to fight up against a huge comeback that DLSU was able to perform against them.
Absolutely, and DLSU is a force to be reckoned with. Although they did fall short in their match earlier against Oasis Gaming, they showed that they were able to go toe-to-toe with one of the big names in this tournament. But right now, going back to the task at hand, I have a question for you, Ramon. It's that,
what is it?
Who do you think is going to be coming out as the MVP for both sides? Let's start off with Drip Cash. Who do you think is going to be taking that high ACS, high kill count sort of title here for them?
I think it's either going to be between Yokam and Josh S in particular. Considering that only because of the first impression that Josh S has put up from yesterday's games. I mean, he's been a long time player, not only in the Valorant scene, but also in the competitive FPS genre for the local scene as well. So I'm not saying he's unk. I'm saying he has the experience to back all of this up. All that with the momentum that they also showed from yesterday's games just shows that he's an individual not to be reckoned with. But Yokam is somebody that I believe should be a clear MVP, right? Because this guy has been hitting and shooting all that he knows for his entire life, right? I mean, the young gun from this kid alone, all the way dating back to his VLT days when they were a PH roster and they were trying to qualify for Predator League themselves. I mean, they were also one of the players or one of the teams that flew all the way into the land of Predator League just to finish it into a top 3 scoreline. So literally, there's potential for this team. There's potential in Yokam. Hopefully, him being on the roster will make moves for the squad as we move into the Sunset map and into the agent selection. We're seeing Shintaro on the Raze, Wes on the Sova, Onyx on the Cypher, Kev's Sage, Repulsive on the Omen. So the brains of the operation, definitely knowing their assignment, letting them set up Shintaro for success, while Drip Cash are gonna go for that double duelist comp. Come on the waylay is gonna be crucial.
Absolutely. I mean, no breach for both ends. I mean, this is a completely different light. Still sticking with the Cypher comp, even with the nerfs. So I feel like both of these teams, Drip Cash still has the edge. I mean, in both of the matches that we saw Waylay played in, it was the side of the Waylay that took that win. And honestly, with the trajectory of how Drip Cash has been playing, as long as they get over that fact that they were able to go over the choking point that they had against DLSU, they can translate that and just close out games that are needed to be closed out. They can easily take this away from Alpha Ember Phoenix. On the other hand, however, Shintaro has been known for that Jet play, but now, because of the map, it renders a Jet pretty much benched here and would rather have other duelists like a Raze, a Neon, or maybe even a Waylay in the mix. But right now, Shintaro is going to be on that Raze, and we're going to be seeing if they're going to be able to sort of play this comp right, as this is looking like a Paper Rex comp, if I remember correctly. But it is different from what Drip Cash is trying to achieve. It is small, short bursts into the spaces, into Sunset, and that's exactly what Waylay and Neon is all about. You have that Saturate, you have that Relay Bolt to be used, as well as the Paranoia to help you take space as well. And still, having that Cypher there is pretty good for you as well.
I mean, the only change that we see here compared to a Paper Rex comp is a Sentinel presence with the tripwire on Onyx. Normally, Paper Rex will run it with a Viper instead to have a double controller comp and just leave Kevzy or the Sage to be the only Sentinel, because they're not really looking for any full retake scenarios, like get the Sentinel off the site and then try to play for the retake. They usually will play for the site to secure itself. So well, for Ember Phoenix, they do still have that priority on the flank watch still because of the tripwire, but it loses a bit of the power that you could have in terms of map control because of the Viper's sole presence. But then again, we're not talking about Paper X, we're talking about Ulfu Ember Phoenix. It is game time against Drip Cash PH.
And absolutely, will Drip Cash come out in style, or will the Phoenix rise from the ashes? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into it as we head into the first round of our last match of the day 2.
Yep. 0-0 so far. It will be pistol rounds for both of them. Attacking side for Ember Phoenix. Default play all across the map. Shintaro making his presence known on the mid side. That will give Drip Cash the confidence to move up a little bit faster over at a lobby. This one wave will also supply him a lot more attention as Ember Phoenix are preparing for a war inside a lobby.
Stacked up against them, Ember Phoenix already ready for this push. As Lalawa and Juan Carlos are looking for it, but that Fade Seize is just gonna be timed right. A Paranoia gonna get thrown out, but no value found there, as it is just gonna trigger a rotation back in towards B.
It's just a util jump at the end of the day. All they wanted to do wants to try to cap the rotation on the A side of things. Drip Cash eating the bait and go one more, knocked down to the ground. Aeonix with the lurk. And at this point, Drip Cash are going to have to make sure the duels are going to be won out perfectly, because it's a 4v5 with a man down.
Absolutely. I mean, Lalawa gonna be forced to push in together with Juan Carlos here, as the slide is gonna be going in, looking for a right click to connect, but it looks like it is gonna be a saturate to be thrown out. Wes and Shintaro holding the angle perfectly as Yokam falls, and the final kill goes up against Aeonix, as he is gonna be falling to Astro. Phoenix take first blood here, and this isn't looking good for Drip Cash. A lot of lives still being kept there for the side of Ember Phoenix, and Drip Cash is looking shaky.
Absolutely. I mean, from the mid presence alone, and by the time that they were able to pull the rotation all the way towards the A site, makes it an easier time for Aeonix to open up B just from one kill alone on IAP. Very well done. Now it is the buy round for the side of Ember Phoenix. Shintaro has been pretty confident with how he approaches these fights, especially with the shotgun, the sheriffs in hand. This is not going to be a good look for Drip Cash.
Camera on the ready if in case they do look for information. But it is going to be the rest of the squad of Ember Phoenix going up against the crosshairs of Lalawa. He has a classic at hand. Right click not found as Shintaro finds an adjustment. Paranoia going to get thrown out, and it looks like it is going to be aggression on towards A. Boombot going to be looking for that information as Yokam is forced to dash back. But there it is. Use of the refract back into that position as they expected this. A little too early to do so as Kevzi and Aeonix just mowed things down. One Carlos and Astro out of the picture. Go one more stuck inside the smoke. He slipped past the defense. Can he spot one? He can, as the knife doesn't connect. Go one more takes down West. But Kevzi is there to clean things up. Ladies and gentlemen, the second round going to be taken by Ember Phoenix.
That's unfortunate. Especially for Yokam. He had the idea. Thought that he was going to be able to bait them into following up on the light speed. But the quick refract just pulls back the attention into where he was going to be teleporting back into. And they had the right read as well from the stack, but it was just going to be somewhat of a disconnected attempt from Lalawa from the rest of the pack of Dripcash so far. So that teamwork that we've been looking out for, it's not present so far, as Ember Phoenix are going to be relying upon that mid-aggression.
Gonna connect here for Astro, but Repulsive answers back with a kill of its own. Astro down for the count, and that forces Yokam to refract out of that position. Lalawa still aggressing in this angle, even though he has not found any success whatsoever. But that is the aggression that they need if they want to take space. Repulsive just playing around in mid. This is his game. Spots the information, breaks that tripwire. It is going to be Aeonix falling into the hands of that crosshair. Shot's going to be connecting here for Lalawa, but it looks like he is going to be forced to fall back. A lot of space being taken here as a recon bolt is going to be thrown here for the right side. Able to secure a kill on towards Kevzi. The slide, Lalawa with two. Repulsive and Kevzi out. One Carlos with the cleanup. As Wes and Aeonix get mowed down, the bait and switch works out in the end. As Ember Phoenix unable to secure that third round, and putting themselves on the board finally here in this match. Sunset. Lalawa played this so well with Juan Carlos. I mean, these guys have been playing together this whole game. But this one is completely a different light from what we see. Considering how they were playing the first two rounds, Dripcash finally found their way.
Absolutely. I mean, this was... He was the one who was tucked into the corner and they never bothered to check him. It was too late. A shot in from A lobby. The crossbar not established by Dripcash as fade the sides. Pull back from it. Ember Phoenix to walk into a trap and spotted but not able. Yokam gonna spot him out. It's not gonna be a connection. Shintaro hits it onto Yokam.
And there it is. Swap out of the play. As they go quiet, Ember Phoenix are looking to aggress this angle. Right now, slowly but surely, walking up towards it, is they're just waiting for any sort of contact. One down here, and it looks like the aggression is going to be coming in from the side of Dripcash PH. Gonna force a smoke out, and it looks like the rotation is gonna be called here for the rest of the squad to come back in towards a site. Lalawa, all that's left on towards the side, gonna be forcing a full force of the side of Ember Phoenix as he is gonna get spotted out. That recon not gonna be broken in time. Shintaro not gonna be able to get in the way, but Astro, Lalawa, and Juan Carlos rain bullets down onto Dripcash. As Ember Phoenix running out of time. Plant needs to be put down here by Aeonix. As he is looking for a bait. 6 seconds left. 5, 4, no time left. Can he make it in time? As Aeonix is gonna not be able to take that round. They equalize here. 2-2 as Dripcash take that round.
I mean, he does have the last laugh, but at the end of it, Dripcash still won the round nonetheless. It was on the back of the alley position. And despite the Sage Ball being put on that position, they were fast enough to destroy at least one layer of that defense. It into a 4K from Aeonix at the end of it. He does have the neural theft later on, but still damage done onto the side of all to Ember Phoenix by the end of it, 2-2. 4 sheriffs in hand.
And that's going to be a trip
At one
wire.
point, Shintaro thought he was going to be using that Bucky. But there's going to be the long-range sheriffs in hand. A smoke on the mid-top position. They're going to be trying to gun in towards that market side. Push on in from Yokam, and he kills off Shintaro. He gets the spray control on Repulsive. That's 3 kills in a blink of an eye. And Ember Phoenix, they never expected that push out.
Although dirty, Yokam secures 2, and he's able to get a 3rd with his teammate behind him. Man advantage taken. And it's looking like a clear-cut round, although close. With the HP bars dwindling in the favors of Drip Cash. As Ember Phoenix are forced to look for fights. Still very possible, however. Now they're gonna get thrown out. West spot Yokam. Juan Carlos gonna be able to take down Kevzi. West, all that's left. 100 HP. Champions Vandal on the helm. Gonna be able to secure 1 kill as Juan Carlos falls. And he's looking for a shot to connect, but can't find it as Go One More is able to secure 3 bullets in towards the head of West.
3-2 for Drip Cash. And it's off of this push on from Yokam as well, without support. Think about it. The thing that he got going for him is the second peak from Juan Carlos, Josh S himself, but it was against the equal round anyway for the side of Ember Phoenix by the end of it, so that the confidence was warranted by Yokam, and that is yun yung parang hinahanap-hanap na lamang nila sa isang player na ngayon pa lang nagpapakita from his absence yesterday, now finally joining up the squad. The second day of the Swiss system. On their life game where Yokam was demanded of his presence. Finally dealing some damage done onto Ember Phoenix into the 3-2.
Oh, Yokam looking for a swing, spots it down, and then Neural Theft is going to be used up. An opening found here by Ember Phoenix to equalize in the 6th round. Forcing them to fall back now. As a teleport is going to be used up to spot out any rotations. Commits this TP. Astro finds 1 as West gets caught with his pants down. Repulsive, however, with a trade on the other side of the end of the map as Kevzi gets the res on West. And now it is going to be a 3v5. And it's stacked up against them.
They have hold up the position on Boba for the longest time. Astro has committed his position on the flank. He needs to keep hitting. And he hits it onto Shintaro. Gets a triple, gets the 4K. Astro has exploded into the faces of the Ember Phoenix squad. As now with this 2 versus 3, it's useless that they have the B site if they do not have the spike.
1 enemy remaining.
Astronomical performance being put up here by the Metro Man himself. And it's all left to the second brain in this operation for Ember Phoenix as Lalawa is able to shut things down. Repulsive out of the picture. No equalizer found.
I'm out of here.
What once was thought as a cut round for them. Ember Phoenix let it slip past themselves, and Astro was the reason for that as he just held this angle to a T.
Last player
They fully invested 2 of their players on the lurk on B. Fully pushing on Boba, not realizing that there was a rat, a mole in the operation. On the rotate, Ember Phoenix just auditioned in front of Astro, fully committing on the ult. I thought it was gonna be a bait, but fortunately for him, the shot will be the jump. It's the shot at Shintaro with the entry.
But there it is, a trade back right into it as Shintaro falls as well. Gets a taste of his own medicine as Yokam is able to secure 1, a spray down through the smoke and through the wall as Repulsive is able to take down Yokam. Bloodbath gonna be happening here on towards A main, but the game goes quiet as Drip Cash is forced to fall backwards. Orb. Taken here, spray down found. Repulsive is better on the angle, and it looks like West and Aeonix are gonna be looking for this. A tag gonna be found. Aeonix gets fallen as Juan Carlos secures a kill. Now it's back up to a 2v3. Astro doing astronomical numbers as Juan Carlos and Astro hold the same angle. It's all up to West. The call was not good. Spike is down. Shotgun up the handle. But it looks like it is going to be Juan Carlos to win out that fight with a paranoia assist from Astro.
5-2. And all thanks to the confidence brimming from the push on elbow. He knew that he had the better weaponry anyway. And it would have been a little more decisive for the side of Ember Phoenix if it wasn't for the efforts of Astro and the rest of the pack. Juan Carlos just being one heck of an annoyance when they were pushing on A. Wasn't even the util. That was the star for Drip Cash. It was Juan Carlos. Him being able to be in and out of the fight has been crucial to the benefit of Drip Cash. Hindi sila makapasok ng elbow, hindi nila mapush yung one way.
Ember
5
Phoenix.
to 2 is the score. I mean, this is the timeout that's being made for Ember Phoenix right now. They do have the buys in check, yes. But you gotta question, they were at the lead because of the first pistol rounds, and they lost completely their momentum because Drip Cash is just able to get their early gunfights in time.
Absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't want to say that Drip Cash is lucky, but they are lucky to have players like Astro, like Juan Carlos, like
Yeah.
Yokam, being able to just have those blowout rounds where they're able to secure that momentum for their team when they need it the most. And that's really what disrupted Ember Phoenix's rise to the occasion, is that they were able to just like find those openings, find the rush that they were able to find. And that's why they're up 3 rounds against Phoenix right now.
They have 2 very pivotal ultis right now. Shintaro has to open up with a showstopper. West can follow that up with Hunter's Fury, especially with a dropping push from Laloa. This is going to be a very big thing if they connect with Paranoia and the utilities.
Beautiful use of the haunt. That's going to be a lot of information for the taking. Lalawa looking to aggress. Ionix not going to be able to find that kill on towards Yokam. As Shintaro's able to rotate back out. Repulsive, however. Not going to be expecting this, but he does find Yokam in a precarious position. Astro, however, spots a trade and is still able to keep the lead on the side of Drip Cash.
He can still push this. Laloa's still here.
Spots one, looks for it. Kevzi also able to be fallen here by the hands of Lalawa as Wes and Kevzi get taken out. Champion down as it's all up to the main gun, the big gun of Ember Phoenix, and that's going to be Shintaro. Has an ultimate in his hands. Spike.
He does,
down.
but he doesn't have the spike. It's all the way down in towards A main. 2 players already watching that position, and Leave Ayab also knows that he doesn't need to commit to an angle on the mid side. Time not on the side of Shintaro. He
30
has to
seconds
get
left.
the initial gunfights. And he
this
also
is
has to plant the
difficult.
spike down, but this is impossible with the time.
Difficult. Look for it and up and down. Shintaro secures Astro, but Juan Carlos on the lower end of that up and down is going to be one to secure 6 in the first half, ladies and gentlemen. As Ember Phoenix is falling and crumbling in the hands of the feet. But the way that these players are playing, the Lao, I mean, look at this, man. He goes in, out, and in. And he secures that kill.
I know, man. It's just the thing about aggressing in that position for Yokam. I mean, I can respect it because he wants to surprise them from the flank, but he was doing that without the initial info. He was doing that without the fully knowing that there was going to be somebody on that task position waiting for him in the perfect strike. Ember Phoenix have the low buy yet again. 2 shotguns in hand. A push into B main. We are investing in towards a shot, the ulti from Shintaro. So hopefully this entry is going to mean something for the side of Ember Phoenix.
Now it is going to be going in for the hands of Shintaro as he throws out. The movement is just impeccable as he shuts down the Sentinel on the site. Shintaro and Ionix able to take down Lalawa and go one more as it's boiled down to a 3v5. An early opening found here for the side of Ember Phoenix. But right now the plant is going to go down as Yokam spots one, but Ionix is there for a trade. Astro finding his doppelganger as trades are flowing into the map. Shintaro spots one, but can't find the next, and it's all up to Yokam.
Bye.
Able to spot that information. Spots Kevzi. Ionix is going to be the problem if he looks for a kill here. Slow orb. Found. Creeping up towards it. Looking for a swing as Kevzi holds it perfectly. No need for the failsafe that Ionix had. As Yokam is not going to be able to find that kill against him. No adjustment. Nothing. Nada. Wala na. Look at this. The movement was just impeccable from Shintaro there.
They had no guns. They had nothing but a sheriff and a couple of shotguns to invest into this name. But they had the showstopper, and that was enough for the entry to run on down. They had full confidence that the solo anchor that was Go One More was going to be enough to stop them within their tracks. But once they destroy the tripwire, it was an easy entry for Shintaro with his movement, as he mentioned. And that was the red carpet laid out for the side of Ember Phoenix.
There it is.
The overdrive for Lalawa has already been invested, but they don't see anybody. Ember Phoenix are approaching this with discipline.
A beautiful read here coming from the Phoenix. They're able to spot it out. I mean, look at that. They knew exactly what they were going to try to do. Have the Neon overdrive, spot information, but since nobody was there, they're going to be putting their resources back on a default position, making it completely easier here for a site. And they're playing the time so that the Neon's overdrive is going to be used up and they have one less gun to worry about.
Bomb buddy out.
Great read from Ember Phoenix. Let's see if they can close this out.
1 minute on the clock, and at this point, the Drip Cash are gonna have to invest into the committed positions they got. Yokam is again taking a fight that he doesn't need to. Good thing he has the refract to go back. They see Yokam in his position, but are gonna know that it's all three players on that A site stack.
You can see here, creeping up towards elbow, Lalawa already holding the angle. The Bucky at hand has a relay bolt if things get messy as Pintaro is gonna get caught. Now, stunned up, Kevzi, not gonna be able to find that wide angle. Looking forward, the shot to connect. West gonna be able to take down Lalawa, and Yaokam is out of the picture because of Repulsive, but go one more, holding the site, steadfast with Astro, as it's all up to Ionix. Information all for the taking, 14 seconds left, and go one more shuts it down to take another round and take the lead in the first half here for Drip Cash PH.
The confidence for Go one more to go even further, just playing off the momentum given to him by Lalawa. He's knocking them away from an early entry in towards the site itself, buys enough time for the push on A-Link and Astro, the super rookie inside of this team, beautifully handling the push on side of Elbow. 2 double kills supplied by the 2 players on Drip Cash into a 7-3. And so far, it has not been looking good for the collegiate team.
Oh, there it is, a chase down from Shintaro, a double satchel play. Able to secure it. He thought that relay bolt would keep him safe, but Yokam and Juan Carlos, they answer back. He said, you're not going to be taking any of our lives without any sort of consequence. But Repulsive is trying to make things possible. Looking for a swing. 1 HP left, but that dwindling HP bars is going to be going back up as Yokam is able to secure West. Saturate going to be thrown out, and Repulsive is stuck as Yokam finds another kill. Juan Carlos, however, is going to be falling, and Ionix is spotted in the same angle that he was back in there. But still, Ionix making things possible. 10 HP left. Let's go. One more cleans things up. And he spots out around for him as a spray of bullets on towards the body of Ionix. 8-3, ladies and gentlemen. Looking to bring it home with a 9-3 lead. But that's very dangerous to activate a superstitious sort of curse into this match if they do win out this next round.
These rounds have been so close to the point that in the force buys that they have been putting out, it puts them in a spot where Yokam could just go gung-ho with that outlaw. Pushes it onto his crosshair. And it doesn't help that Go one more. Ayap himself has been confident in these peaks. Back-to-back rounds where he's multi-rounds, or his multi-frags, excuse me. Have been supplying the hope into Drip Cash, into continuing this ride of momentum. 8-3 now. Ember Phoenix playing for picks yet again. One-way supplied by into Lalawa's arms. A little bit more of that priority on the lobby. Spotted. He has to run away. He also gets tagged up by the drone. So this will at least keep him alive. But they know that he lulled them down because of that. But the Odin shot from Yokam kills it onto Repulsive. They won't have a smoker to deal with.
He has the convergent paths on the ready. Knows that Ionix is there. He did bait out the bullet. And it looks like it is going to be information all for the taking. Go one more, however, not going to be taken note of here just yet. As Ionix, this is a very crucial kill for him. A spray down found. Repulsive gets back in the game with the res. And now it is going to be a full force of Ember Phoenix going to be flowing in towards this site. Now, information all for the taking. Ayap finds 2! As Shintaro shuts down the bleeding. Shintaro with 2. Shintaro with 3!
Oh!
As Astro and Juan Carlos falls. Lalawa, all that's left, looking to bring it to an 8-4. Paint Shell's gonna get thrown out, and it's all up to Lalawa. What can you do in this scenario? For a swing, what can you do? It's a shot to connect with West being the one to clean things up. 12 rounds in. Drip Cash up by 4, but Ember Phoenix closing it off strong, but they need to finish even stronger if they want to win this fight.
Lord, the bounce back from Shintaro. Just barely clearing the corner because of the satchel peek from Shintaro. But he was the one who opened up. He was the one who closed it with a 3K. What a superstar performance from the MVP of Campus Rivals. An 8-4 right now. And so far for Drip Cash, it has been looking so good up until to the point that Shintaro have put everybody into the backpack of him for Ember Phoenix. What is going to be the play for this 4-8 now? Tripcash have the lead, but if Shintaro feels it like this, then the mood is gonna be different.
Repulsive. Paranoia on the ready. Shintaro just waiting on the angle. This Paranoia is going to be coming out if he spots it, but it looks like it is going to be a Prowler. Paranoia going to get thrown out. Nothing found here for Yokam. No refract found as the paint shells are going to be coming in for the side of the defense as Shintaro is able to shut down that push. Now, it is going to be a 5v3 as Juan Carlos falls to the shock dart of Wes. The defense is impeccable here as Ember Phoenix reads it perfectly.
They do. Have to reset back down. The entry push in towards that B site is not absolute. They were kind of caught into the loving arms of Repulsive, as well as the back support from Shintaro.
Wow.
Lalawao peeks into Shintaro yet again. This is the full form that they're expecting from the Rays. And Aeonix also with a bait and switch play. KevZ at one and another from Aeonix. This was one heck of a flawless round on the side of Ember Phoenix.
I mean, seeing as though they did win the pistols, man, honestly, this performance was just absolutely stellar from them. Craziness just being shown here for both ends. But at the same time, Ember Phoenix just read that play perfectly. I mean, the placement of that Paranoia from Repulsive really gave a lot of space, enough for Wes and Shintaro to do the magic that they needed to do in that scenario.
It's an 8-5 this time around. And they're going to do it with the full buys that they have. Repulsive with the Outlaw is going to do a lot of damage in towards this A push. KevZ did invest this Bulldog, but he has to be careful about the push.
Paranoia is still going to be on the ready for Astro, however, as he knows how to play this. No casualties yet for both ends, as they are respecting the eco of the buy here by Drip Cash. Prowler going to be thrown out here, trying to spot out any close utility. But now scrolling up towards it, looks like they are going to be going for that elbow push. Being held here by Aeonix, a camera on towards the site and a wall off here in short. It's going to be very difficult as they stack 3 players in towards CT. Now a double dash on towards the site, and it looks like they have played into the hands of West as they know exactly what to do in this scenario. Shintaro able to take down Go one more as Juan Carlos is able to get that plant down. That paint shells is going to be deadly if they point it down in towards default, but Aeonix is able to take down Lalawa. Head duelist down. Relay Bolt taken out of the pictures. Aeonix spots 2, spots 3. Can he find the 4th? He cannot, but KevZ is there to clean things up, ladies and gentlemen. 8-5 moving into 8-6. As the take was golden here by Ember Phoenix, looking to bring things closer together. And Drip Cash is looking shaky in the second half.
It's the shades of what we've seen from the yesterday's games against DLSU, where Drip Cash had all the momentum, all because of the advantages given to them by Juan Carlos, by Astro himself, but actually reach it over the line. So far, it's been the collegiate team that have been gaining their confidence yet again from players like Shintaro, like players like Aeonix. These players have been pivotal pillars so far for success in the second half.
It is
6 now for Ember Phoenix. It's the early Paranoia. It's a push shot yet again. Lalawa already confirming the position of Shintaro. West with another one. It's a 1-for-1, and it looks like Trip Cash want the A site.
Watching here.
There it is, Ember Phoenix falling back slowly as they know do not mess with the full buy force that is Drip Cash PH. But now, a lot of space being taken up towards elbow. This Yokam is just respecting this play. I mean, both teams, they did get their main duelist, the spearheads of the operation, gonna get taken out as Go One More is gonna be baiting out Repulsive's crosshairs towards his angle. But a pullout is called. And Drip Cash is very spread out in this scenario, Ramon.
Yeah, they do. At this point, since they do lose out one of their entry duelists, they will need to slow down. Even though it's a good sign for the attackers. Lalawa has been supplying them with the entry time and time again. They're all separated from the pack. I think they're playing for the ult orb so far. Maybe supply 1-2-1 Carlos. Wes on the angle has to be crucial on this Guardian.
Just waiting for the push so that the recon comes out. I mean, there it is. A little too early there, but it looks like it is going to be Yokam going to get caught in the crosshair as KevZ is holding it steadfast. Shockdot going to be coming out, trying to deal some damage on towards Astro, but he catches it as Repulsive. Absolutely disgusting angle being taken there, but nonetheless, it is his round to be taken. Juan Carlos making things possible. Astro going to be pushing through that smoke. Spots KevZ out of the picture as it is going to be KevZ! With a 3K!
No
to
charges
lock
left.
things down in that site.
We
Not
are
today, not right now.
30 seconds left.
As Yokam, Astro, and Juan Carlos fall to the hands of the three-time champion. And he's saying to them right now that this isn't the time to lose. This is the time to win. Don't count them out just yet, as they are one round away from equalizing against Drip Cash PH.
Yeah, and they have the money and the weaponry to do so as well. They saved up so much just to get to a point where they could keep investing into the next coming rounds. You mentioned it, man. Kebsy, he is an aimer. And the championships that he's won solidify his place in Predator League so far. He's looking to do it 4 times. As now Drip Cash ready and waiting with the pushes, only having the shotguns on both of the entries. They have to push it against the Sage wall though, and a crossfire already established. So many people on alley just to prevent them from ever getting in.
Ionic spots one. This one, Carlos isn't able to find that trade. A double dash going to be invested here to try and take out Ionics from his position, but it looks like it is going to be information taken, but none received on the end of Drip Cash PH, as Ember Phoenix is able to steal 2, go one more, spams through the wall and takes out the culprit of those 2 kills. But Repulsive is there
Spike down
to
mid.
make matters even worse, as Drip Cash is dwindling in numbers, dropping like flies, shots connecting through the smoke, as go one more is on critical HP. Shintaro putting it down, putting the pressure with the boombot as Kebsy cleans up house, as go one more falls, and it's all up to Lalawa.
30 seconds left.
Shintaro is just looking for these angles, looks for a wide swing, and there it is, a cleanup kill on the 16th round. Equal on both ends, ladies and gentlemen. Very possible for both of these teams. So let's see what will happen here.
They had the low buys anyway, so they were trying to do anything. They were trying to see if they can do anything at this point. You can also see that even old Fu Ember Phoenix are the ones trying to take the space for the team. They're trying to fight them off from the extremities alone, from the med side push. They have the confidence to do so because they're not doing it alone. They're playing off of the contact of their teammates as well. Also on that mid-top position, plus even if he is the Sentinel, Ionix is still pretty much a mainer in his own right. As Ionix even picks it onto Astro, that's their smoker down. A huge pick, especially for Drip Cash, who have been fighting for map control. Now they've lost one cover that they can use.
Shock gonna be thrown out. Repulsive not gonna be able to find his mark. Relay Bolt gonna be used up, and that is it for the Neon's utility, as they are gonna be running low. Shintaro, however, able to spot one. Aeonic spots one too, able to trigger it, as Lalawa is able to take down Aeonics, but that neural theft is gonna be a lot for the side of Ember Phoenix, as Shintaro steals a kill with the operator. Looking to take the lead as Kebsy puts full throttle, pedal to the metal. Repulsive acting as bait, giving information, but no hold is found, as Shintaro takes a shot to go one more's back, as West gets the defuse, and Drip Cash PH may have found their kryptonite, and that kryptonite is collegiate teams, with Ember Phoenix leading the charge here. Finally taking it away from their hands. I mean, Yokam, you've been on Global Esports. Astro, you were astronomical, but at the end of the day, Ember Phoenix burns bright and rises from the ashes here.
They can, man. I mean, this is just unfortunate. Shades of yesterday's games from Drip Cash. Not another collegiate team into the mix. And this time it was the presence from the operator. This time it was the push shot for the market side that we've been looking out for Ember Phoenix. Lalawa provided that opening, that open space in towards market, but they also needed to consider the fact that they also had control over the site. Timeout called for the side of Drip Cash. They realized the situation. They lost the lead. They were putting up a good fight to start with in the Sunset map, but they lost all momentum. Napako sila sa 8 pre. Nung nagsimula sa second half, yung Ember Phoenix, wala nang nagawa yung atake ng double duelist nila.
I get that, man. Honestly, sa akin, sa tingin ko talaga yung last round yung nagbigay nung strength sa kanila. Is that okay lang na hindi na-trigger yung 9 triggers? Kasi na-spark naman yung sort of nag-ember, kumbaga, ang Ember Phoenix with the way that they were able to garner that momentum. in the shift between the rounds. Yes, the guns were reset, but the mentals and the positioning of the momentum is good for the side of Ember Phoenix. And yung gusto ko lang din ma-point out is yung capability ng Ember Phoenix to come back from these moments. I mean, looking back at their past, makikita natin yung Ember Phoenix. They played against DLSU in the grand final and they were actually down 12-7 on Lotus. But then they were able to come back from things and still win out the whole thing at the end of the day. And that was something that really brought them over the line. And that is something that is bringing them to this win if they're able to keep that momentum up against Drip Cash PH.
Gotta go.
Tech pause found after they realize that it's going to be a technical problem at the end of the day.
Gotta go.
No idea who it is from, but we're going to be taking the time to make sure that everything is in tip-top for everybody's PCs right now. Syempre, we want to give a fair fight for everybody on the server.
I'm out of here.
Eco round for Dripcash right now. Isipin mo, yung mga meron lang sila ngayon, may overdrive lang for Lalawa, but they're fighting up against a possible crossfire.
And Yokam, as a guardian at hand, Lalawa gonna be forced to fall backwards as a lot of HP is gonna be drained from his HP bar. Shotgun on the ready, looking for it, but he doesn't expect Aeonix to be in this angle, looking for it. Spots one. Aeonix whiffs a crucial kill as Shintaro has an angle on it, able to save his teammate. Kevzi takes down Yokam, but Astro is there. Take down Kevzi. As Shintaro stops the show, leaves me breathless. As Repulsive looks for a kill against Astro, and he needs to go astronomical here. He needs to go celestial. As West holds this angle. Astro!
He has ult! He has ult!
He's down to one bullet into the body. But Shintaro expects this as he finds an angle and Ember Phoenix stays alive. Off of that timeout. Good call, bad execution as Dripcash is falling once again and they are fading like Lightning McQueen.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, this is unfortunate because they had so much time to rotate all the way towards B. It was clean shots from Astro on the Guardian. He had the from the shadows ult. He could have ran all the way towards B and actually got the stick on the spike. But he was thinking about winning the play. He was thinking about winning the 1v1. And sometimes that 50-50 gunfight is not worth it. This is Ember Phoenix punishing the mistakes of Dripcash. It was the right moment for Shintaro to walk out of alley with the showstopper to get the double. And even though it was a questionable play for Aeonix, it net them the crucial info that they were committing on the A site.
And that's what I'm talking about. I mean, like, with the way that Ember Phoenix is playing right now, having Aeonix in those positions wherein it was very difficult for him to get a kill, they were still able to clean things up. I mean, Kevzi was there for the trade, and Shintaro was there with the failsafe of using that showstopper. But looking here on towards Dripcash, they're just crumbling right now, man. I mean, albeit it may be a tech issue, that's why they're performing this way. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you're stuck at 8, there's got to be a reason for it. I mean, Ember Phoenix, they have won 6 rounds straight, mind you. Dripcash is just getting close, but they are not able to close out these rounds like they're supposed to be doing, especially after a timeout like that.
Yeah. The pressure is on for Dripcash right now. They had somewhat of a good lead off of this first half, but I mean, they got their 8th round off of the foundation of some of their creative plays, like the push outs on the mid side by Yokam, Astro with him on the defense, just using the from the shadows on the one position, just cutting rotation off of everybody from Ember Phoenix. Those are the type of things that can shake their confidence. But Ember Phoenix are unrelenting. They're feeling the moment. They're feeling that their backs are against the wall because of how they started in Predator League right now. They're finding their bounce back. They're finding their form. Shintaro is finding his confidence yet again. We've known this guy to be the confident duelist that he is. He literally called himself Amor Fati just to shield from any sort of doubters that this is Shintaro after so many months of him not playing because he decided to focus on school or another FPS. This is his comeback season.
And it's showing. I mean, the way that he's been playing this, you have that operator at hand, but you're still playing very aggressive, sort of like shadowing what Kang does Shintaro. He's the one that's honestly been putting up numbers for this team. But what I wanted you to notice, guys, is Aeonix actually having that sort of change up in his playstyle, considering that he had a really rough game yesterday. But now he's able to find these kills easily and have those lurk kills work for the side of Ember Phoenix.
They have a lurk gone down. They also have people heralded on the B main position. They spotted them out. They know the info. So they're putting all investments into giving the B site just to get a better defense on the retake.
Hawking up towards it though, however, as the spike is going to be brought over in towards B main. Shintaro, however, has an angle on this as Repulsive is forced to shoot in the dark. Lalawa not finding his mark, brings it to low HP, but Shintaro and Repulsive are able to take them down. Go one more. Down for the count as well. But Yokam, however, trying to make things possible, finds out two. Convergent paths on the ready. As Astro not able to secure that kill on towards Repulsive though. As he sticks it, Shintaro gets off the angle at the right moment as Astro. Is he able to secure this kill? He is! Oh! Shadows. As this might be it, folks. This might be what Dripcash needed as Repulsive spots one. Puts a stop on towards the tracks of Yokam. 1 HP left. Looks for it as the transfer is not found from the Haunt. As it is going to be a 2v1. We talked about how Aeonix was on a heater. Let's see if he can close things out.
He has to. He's coming from the flank. They're both separated. Astro thinks that he's rotating all the way from mid-top. But little does he know, he's coming from the flank. He's limiting his options. He's going for the one-way on A main.
Uh-oh. If he walks up backwards here, he might be met with a gavel. That is Aeonix. A spray down found. And it is possible, folks. A cage on the ready. Full HP for both sides. Shot's going to be connecting. As Astro comes up. Astronomical when it's needed the most. Ladies and gentlemen, 10-9. As Dripcash finally get over that 8th round mark.
It's bittersweet for them. They get the round win, but at what cost? So we'll have to force up a few of the guns that they got, but they're looking for the win. It was Yokam that supplied it, cutting down half of the roster from that house push. Slowing things down for the side of Ember Phoenix. And what could have been a crucial round for Shintaro to keep going with that operator was adjusted by Astro on the lurk. And the patience from him. 9-10. Dripcash fighting back their demons. And this time it's against Ember Phoenix, who are well and ready to take this 11 if they are going to be aggressive on this.
Astro, however, able to spot out Repulsive. Dripcash finally getting their marks on this map. I mean, they're able to read that really, really well. That is going to be the smokes down here from Ember Phoenix.
That makes it more complicated for them to actually hold down this link position, this elbow spot. They have to fight them in the long-range gunfight. But Argy can be ready with a blind and a push-in from West. It's going to be one, and it's a one and done.
Able to trade. Shintaro finds Juan Carlos, but Astro is there to equalize 3v3. Aeonix able to find it as convergent paths are going to be casted out. Yokam takes out Aeonix, but it looks like it is going to be Shintaro not going to be able to find that trade. Boombot, however, able to take it down, and Shintaro finds a shot!
My God! Through the smoke?
Through the smoke! As it's all up to Yokam.
30 seconds left.
What once was thought as a comeback, a start of the momentum, it boils down to the sub. Yokam forced to plant. Hunter's Fury on the ready, forces him out of the angle, and Shintaro with a 3K. Counted on his lucky stars. Call him Amorfati. Call him Shintaro. He is the MVP of this team. And he is coming up strong as they need it to go against Dripcash PH.
All the aliases, all the names that you can call him, but never forget Shintaro, the forgotten duelist, who once was on top of the world when he became a king of PH. And now he is striking everybody who forgot about him. 27 kills, a shot through the smoke, a light in the dark into Ember Phoenix. And Shintaro pulls it on the angle, fully realizing the shot on Lalawa. Puts it down, moves back in towards safety. And this time, Dripcash, their backs are against the wall.
Put up in a rock in a hard place. Boombot and drone gonna be thrown out, and information is there for the taking as they notice one sheriff is gonna be holding down mid. But right now, Astro's gonna be walking up on towards A main. Shot to connect here for Aeonix. And he's gonna be able to use that neural theft, taking down Go one more. As he's not gonna be able to find one just yet. Astro gonna get spotted, looks for the wide. Wes has a read on this, a spray down is good. And there it is, one Carlos, all that's left. No transfer found of that crosshair. And it looks like Shintaro is gonna be unrelenting in this push. As he's gonna be looking for those shots. The movement is impeccable from this man. As Shintaro gets the final kill to bring us into match point. Olfu Ember Phoenix. If you had a doubt, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, Drip Cash PH being put into place by Our Lady of Fatima University.
Just like that, back like he never left. Shintaro continuing where he picked off from the last round, hitting shots on the op, stopping their momentum, not letting Drip Cash get any room to breathe inside of that market spot. Stopping the hold on the mid side, not even letting them rotate all the way towards the B side. Now the push is on their last legs. The push is on Lalawa. He gets the shot on Kebsi. At least they get one, but they need to get more damage done.
Kebsi, a little too overconfident there, but it looks like it is going to be Lalawa spotting two as Kebsi and West get taken out. Shintaro! 5-2! Yokam gets shut down! And it's all up to go one more in Astro! A shock dart gonna be thrown out, but it is gonna be a 4K by Shintaro! A blowout round to take that win! Ladies and gentlemen, Our Lady of Fatima University's very own Ember Phoenix take the victory against Drip Cash PH!
Oh my god, Shintaro is absolutely crazy. A shot through the smoke, a 4K to end it. So many highlights coming through from the human highlight reel that is Shintaro. Olfu Ember Phoenix just wiped out Drip Cash in just one full sweep in the second half.
That's so difficult to watch. I mean, we saw Drip Cash taking control of the map 8-4 at the start of the half, and then they lose control and they were able to secure one round to bring them up to 9. But what is it up to you when it's Shintaro throwing down and getting those frags and ending the game in flawless fashion? And you can say that the energy started to drip and fall away from the hands of Drip Cash PH, and Ember Phoenix burns and rises from the ashes to take that win.
He ended that game with 33 kills. 33 kills for Shintaro. I mean, this guy is somebody that everybody has to keep talking about, because this guy is just he was a hidden gem for the longest time. And even in the moments that Ember Phoenix were looking out for him, he even was a consistent factor, even in their losing game yesterday. But now is finally the form that Shintaro was able to push out, because he was confident in his teammate, because he felt in sync with the whole lobby and how the situation was shaping up for him. So many moments from Shintaro to pick up from. And it's on the back of how well he was able to get set up by Aeonix and Wes as well. Like, come on, I wouldn't be this confident if I was confident with my teammates, right?
Absolutely. I mean, looking at how they were performing yesterday comparing to how they performed today, I mean, it's just an absolute change of pace. Like what we saw with Kadiliman, they really stood up when it mattered the most. And there it is. We see them winning again. Olfu, Ember Phoenix being able to prove themselves that collegiate esports is not something to look down upon. With the core of Shintaro, Wes, they have been just amazing in their performance, and they are bringing it over alongside Repulsive too. I mean, those are the unsung heroes, but I want to give a huge shout out to my boys here at Drip Cash PH, as they were able to really just stay in that fight. But again, there's a lot of things to work on, especially even having to put in Patrick Hu, even having to put Yokam into their roster, into their lineup. Still not going to be enough to go over this game. So GG, well played for everyone, but I am just so proud of these boys in the collegiate scene, as they have proven time and time again that collegiate isn't something to look down upon.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I think we're just scratching the surface of the talent that is collegiate, man. I mean, they can keep up. They can absolutely keep up, man. I mean, this was the game plan for both of the collegiate teams that we've had coming into Predator League. Not only did they want to win for themselves, but they wanted to win for the opportunity given to them thanks to their presence, not only in the qualifiers, but as well as campus rivals, right? I mean, it wasn't an easy feat. They had to go battle it out in one huge tournament before this. They won it, and then they came into this spot knowing that their backs are against the wall. They lost the first game yesterday. Today, they're literally on the edge of their seat, fighting up against Dripcash. And Olfu finally, he showed some light. They finally got some confidence running into their star players. That's where they become at least the most dangerous that they've been so far in the bracket right now. And speaking of that bracket, man, I mean, now that they're all 1-1, now we have both DLSU, we have the side of Ember Phoenix in 1-1, and I believe we also have KDM in 1-1. Everybody in the 1-1 bracket feels so dangerous to watch out for.
Absolutely, man. And you have to think about it honestly, because the games that we have today were absolutely spectacular. I mean, looking first at Oasis versus DLSU. DLSU fell short. Oasis and Sipto going to be moving up. And now, I'm just excited to see what will happen in the 1-1 brackets, man. Because honestly, this is something to look out for. Having KDM beat Team Secret, having Ember Phoenix beat Dripcash PH. I mean, this isn't something that we expected. I mean, even though I put my prediction on Olfu Ember Phoenix to win this fight, I still didn't stick to my head that quickly, especially watching that first half. And they were down 8-4. I was just waiting for those miracles to happen, and that miracle was also known as Shintaro, and that is exactly why they were brought up into where they are right now. 0-1 going to the side of the Phoenix as they rise above from the ashes and take their chance and beat the stylish assassins known as Dripcash PH. Grabe naman talaga yung laro nila ngayon, Ramon.
Isipin mo yun, no? Now that also makes it so that the story continues for a few of these players on the side of Ember Phoenix, right? I mean, the story for Shintaro trying to make a name for himself yet again after he disappears from the scene for the longest time. Tapos nandito na rin si Kebsi. He wants to take his 4th trophy in his stage of his career. And for everybody else in Ember Phoenix, syempre given na kailangan nilang playing for collegiate, right? But they're also playing for glory at this stage. No collegiate team has played in an international for Predator League. And if Olfu Phoenix want to be the ones to do it, then they'd be making history.
I mean, look at this, man. Just showing out when it matters the most. Lalawa, able to spot 2 from this angle. Man, if your team was performing like this, you really wouldn't have expected them to lose. But again, it's not even about Dripcash playing their worst. It was Olfu Ember Phoenix rising to the occasion, making sure that their fight is not done yet. Yoka was just aggressive in this angle too. I mean, look at that. Spray down from Repulsive. Just beautiful highlights overall. But I wouldn't be surprised if in the latter half highlight reel, we're going to be seeing a lot of Shintaro, a lot of Rays. And that's exactly what we're going to be starting to see here. I mean, look at this. Aeonics spotting out those kills that are needed. Shintaro finds one. Man, it was just a bloodbath of a match.
It was.
It was entertaining.
It's in respect as well to the pro players that we also have. I mean, Dripcash, your contribution you can never forget as well. I mean, the dedication still for Astro and a few of the pro players still. Yokam, his resilience, despite his absence yesterday, he's still able to put up a respectable performance today. I mean, if you take a look at the 13-9 scoreboard so far, that is 33 kills for Shintaro to end things off. 27 on Aeonics. 2 shining stars of Olfu Ember Phoenix, looking to be a mainstay in Predator League. For Dripcash, it's not all but lost for them. They still have talent, and I'm pretty sure they'll have more opportunity to own light in other events. It's just not their day today in the Predator League 2026.
Absolutely. I mean, great performance overall. We're hoping to see them next time. But all the limelight is directed to Olfu Ember Phoenix. A great game played. And an even better performance shown here by Shintaro, West Aeonics, Repulsive, and Kebzi. But only one will remain as the MVP. And come on, it's none other than our boy Shintaro, man. I mean, this guy was the MVP in Campus Rivals. And he carries it over with a record-breaking 412 combat score with a 33 kills, 11 deaths, and 6 assists on Raze. I mean, I thought he wasn't going to be performing as well as he would if he was on Jet, but I've been proven wrong. by this guy. I mean, this guy's been playing a hell of a game. 412 ACS, that's record-breaking, Ramon.
He has a KD of 3.0, pare. I mean, imagine that. Sobrang solid mo na player na literal na you set the record for the KD today para dito sa Predator League 2026. The competition is young, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more Valorant pagdating sa susunod na mga araw dito, pero this was one hell of a game to show out with sa D2 natin.
Absolutely. I mean, congratulations for everyone. But right now, let's focus on day number 3 as we are going to be heading into it. We wrap up all of the matches for today and we say goodbye to 2 teams. But right now, the spotlight is focused on the next following teams. Who are you excited to see go up dito sa ating mga brackets, brother?
Sa totoo lang, pre, gusto ko lang makita yung rematch eh. Alam mo yung rematch na sinasabi ko, pre, di ba? DLSU versus Olfo. Hopefully that will be the lineup. But there it is, man. It will be Oasis Gaming versus Sipto. Eliminated na nga ba ulit no? Ang TS versus Dripcash. At update lamang from our production, idadraw pa lang kung sino yung mga maglalaro sa 1-to-1 bracket natin. So far, yung pinaka-sure pa lang na schedule for tomorrow will be that Oasis Gaming versus Sipto. Winner of that will go playoffs. Loser of that, well, syempre, they're still gonna be in that 2-to-1 bracket. So hopefully makita natin kung sino-sino naman sa kanila ng tagumpay.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what's going to happen here for our 3rd day, especially since ang sure doon ay isang rematch din kung saan ang Oasis Gaming ay tatapat muli sa Sipto Esports. Nakita na natin to sa ibang liga, sa Locked and Loaded for qualifiers. Pero ngayon, mga kaibigan, we have to wrap up the show. But before that, syempre, kailangan muna natin ipakita sa inyo kung paano ba mag-conquer ng curve. At ayun exactly yung gagawin natin with the Predator X34's Infinity Widescreen as your new battleground as you dive into the abyss, wreak havoc, and claim victory. Get the competitive edge by available at Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, and the Acer online store.
And don't forget the X39 as well. You can master the game with the Predator X39's expansive display where every war is an epic and every frame is harmony and hertz. Plunge into the abyss, unleash your destructive power, and reshape reality with the X39. Shop now at Acer Predator concept stores, authorized resellers, or the Acer online store. Before anything else, no, Bluey, gusto ko lang i-shoutout din yung nanay ko na nanonood ng Predator League ngayon. She's been so happy to watch me cast this every single game. As well as yung kaibigan kong si Kiara as well. Sobrang laki ng suporta talaga ng mga nanonood ng Predator League. At sana ay makita namin kayo bukas kasi tuloy-tuloy lang ang kwento.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys enjoyed watching. This has been Predator League Qualifiers Day number 2. And I want to give a big shout out before we leave to all the teams and all of the production and everyone in between as we head into Day 3 tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned as we're going to be back for tomorrow. We'll see you guys in the next stream.